Our valiant hero could never have imagined that, being a modest editor of a literary historical magazine, he could become a traveler through the sands of time. However, cruel fate somehow incredibly still transferred him to the world of cultivators. But even this was not the limit of his adventures, for the noble young man received a special heavenly gift, the Invincible death system. The essence of this magical modifier was that after the owner meets their mortal hour, they immediately inherit all the power stored in the system and ascend to the level of a supreme deity. However, suicidal behavior could not activate this divine function. It is obvious that the soul of our hero was filled with unspeakable joy from the realization that all he needed was for someone to take his life, then he would soar to heavenly heights as a supreme deity. However, suddenly the loyal servant approached the noble lord, who could not understand what his master was so deeply pondering when it was time for them to set off on a long journey. Bowing respectfully, the devoted servant reminded that a very important meeting was to take place today, and the gentleman responsible for the state seal must not be late for this meeting under any circumstances. And yes, in this amazing world, our hero was indeed responsible for the great imperial seal. Moreover, the noble young man inherited all the memories of the original owner of this mortal body. This world was very similar to the Warring States period in which he once lived. At the top sat the great Emperor Zhou, with other kingdoms below. To appease the princes and feudal lords, all the lands were divided among 6 kingdoms. The cause of this entire deplorable situation was considered to be the ignorance and helplessness of the last few emperors, who completely neglected the policy of governing the state. By the present time, the state had reached a state of complete decline, and it was no longer possible to restore its former glory. The country was declining. The princes became extremely greedy and avaricious. Moreover, each of them was under the protection of the immortals and disregarded the ruling dynasty. Mr. E. Nin remembered that today, everyone gathered, because the clan of the immortals Yuhua led the feudal princes to force the emperor to grant them lands. Among those who arrived was He Yuanwei, a man from the immortal clan, who explained to His Majesty that their clan only asks the wise ruler to grant them a title, and in return they will do their utmost to help and protect the great Zhou dynasty. However, it is obvious that the ruler Jimingyue wished to know what would happen if he did not want to do this. He Yuanwei was quite surprised by the gentleman's refusal. He calmly explained that although they had certain merits, it was clearly not enough to crown them. After all, if they were made rulers just like that, the ministers would definitely not approve such decisions, and the common people would certainly rise up against such arbitrariness. The envoy was extremely surprised that the ruler was seriously talking about ministers and ordinary people. He loudly reminded that it is the immortals who embody both the ministers and the people. Moreover, Li Jia, whom they demand to crown, had outstanding merits, so it would be reasonable to crown him, and the ministers and everyone else would not object to such a wise decision. Lord Yi clearly saw how deeply the emperor was distressed, and could not believe that there was not a single person in the entire palace whom the nobleman could trust. The loyal servant explained that the emperor trusted only Liu Sheng, but when this man was needed most today, the ruler was not present. He had fallen ill and could not come to the palace. Moreover, if it were not for conspiracies and intrigues, the ruler would not ignore the country's politics and be lost in a cloud of dreams. Mr. E himself understood that if he were in his place, he would not dare to lead his country to prosperity, because if everything became too good, then the immortals would surely try to finish him off. At that moment, the emperor picked up the words of the officials who insisted that the immortals represented the entire people. But just then a letter arrived from the residents of Jingyan. All records testified that Li Jia cruelly mistreats the people and squanders agricultural lands. Such a person should never become a ruler. The devoted servant was immensely proud that the emperor managed to put those insolent ones in their place, but Lord Yi understood how utterly useless it was to talk to power-hungry men. This situation was quite fitting for the death of a hero. In any case, he would have to die one way or another, so why not do it beautifully, as befits a faithful servant? At that moment, the Prince of the Wei Kingdom stepped forward with his blade. His blade blazed with hellfire, and he directed this flame at the letter lying on the emperor's table. After which, with a cold smile, he concluded that, unfortunately, the letter had been destroyed, and now the emperor could say nothing in his defense. The nobleman barely had time to be outraged when the gathered courtiers immediately interrupted him. They all bowed, demanding that His Majesty immediately crown Li Jia. Moreover, they had even already prepared a special decree for the emperor. He only needed to sign it. Therefore, the leader of the rebels began searching with his eyes for the keeper of the state seal, and ordered him to immediately bring the seal, which His Majesty would need to approve the decree. However, our hero loudly called this man a thief and a rebel, and reminded him that he had sworn on his life never to give this sacred seal to anyone. After that, he accused everyone gathered of their own corruption. He also reproached other officials by rising against the will of their sovereign, disgracing the memory of the great emperors of the country. Obviously, both the emperor and the loyal servant were extremely surprised that all these mighty and confident speeches were delivered by Mr. E. And the emperor's soul could not rejoice enough that, it turned out, he still had such loyal servants in the country. However, the Minister of Taxes was extremely outraged by the words of this rude boy. He could not understand how a petty, insignificant official dared to say such things to them. However, as soon as the noble Inin learned about the title of this man, the tax minister, he was immediately struck by his audacity. After that, he reminded that a good minister of taxes should be a well-read person, but the old man before him was too stupid and ignorant. Lord E also reproached the old man for, being a court official, not thinking about the imperial court, instead preferring to join the rebels in forcing the sovereign to abdicate the throne. Because of this, in his eyes, this man was even worse than some kind of animal, an old thief and scoundrel. Yet this old man still dared to say something to him. In the end, our hero humiliated this old man so severely that he even started bleeding from the mouth. Having dealt with one opponent, the valiant E Nin was ready to move on to the next. However, unexpectedly, Prince Wei armed himself with his blade, reminding the insolent brat that he dared to kill a man even here inside the sacred palace. Our hero, of course, was surprised that such a shameless rebel decided to raise his sword in the imperial chambers. He looked like a true murderer. After that, the noble E Nin calmly approached the Lord Emperor himself, and suggested to the rebel to try to kill him, for without his death, the rebel would not be able to reach the Emperor. The other servants, looking at Lord E, understood that they were also educated people, and should have acted the same in his place. Now Lord E demonstrated to them the true ideal of a devoted person. The Emperor could not believe that there was such a noble keeper of the seal in the country, and he rejoiced that a loyal official who was not afraid of death had finally appeared in the empire. Since he ascended the throne, the ruler behaved restrained and patiently, but he never thought that anyone from his entourage would be capable of standing up in defense. Now he knew that he must keep this man close to him. However, he had to figure out how to do it without revealing all the state's secrets. At that moment, the ruler of the principality pressed the blade straight to the hero's neck and warned that he had the courage to kill him. However, our hero only smirked, looking at the steel of his sword, and did not understand why the man was still hesitating. Then the ruler realized that in his entire long life he had never met people who were not afraid of death. He even suspected that the boy was pretending to be so fearless, trying to gain fame. Therefore, he came closer and looked the guy straight in the eyes, promising that when Ening dies, no one will honor his memory. However, our hero calmly reminded that no one becomes unknown after death. History was proof of that. After all, the world knows many great people. Moreover, he was confident that for his loyalty and noble deeds, even mountains and rivers would sing the glory of his name. These words were truly fitting for some exalted sage, and not at all for a young lad responsible for guarding the seals. Many people walking around the palace heard these words, and the words were so profound that they even caused a resonance of celestial energy among the sages. The others understood that Confucianism had been under the pressure of immortals for too long. They had not heard such sacred words for many years, words that had not been spoken for 1,000 years. Previously, there were many Confucian scholars in their world who could destroy any evil with a single stroke of the pen. But now they found themselves in a sad situation, and although the noble Yi Nin was just a minor official before them, he turned out to be an incredibly brave and decisive man. He was destined to achieve great success, for in Confucianism it is rare to find such a courageous and knowledgeable husband, who is also so loyal to his state. Even He Yuanwei was amazed at how this kid invigorated all of Confucianism with just one sentence, and our valiant defender looked at his opponent, not understanding how long he would have to wait until he went mad and finally killed him. However, to the incredible shock of the noble husband, the ruler of the Wei Principality only laughed at the words of the brave official. Moreover, he calmly sheathed his blade, for his sword does not kill true heroes. Yet the prince still could not understand why this loyal servant defends the state of the empire, which was as inevitable as the change of day and night. The ruler suggested to the keeper of the seal to go serve as an official in his kingdom. Then he would be well taken care of. The august ruler was extremely surprised that this impudent fellow so boldly and brazenly lured away his people. But in the current situation, his state could not make any promises, even though such a talented scholar served in it. Therefore, the emperor could only hope that the loyal man would not leave him. And the noble guardian of the throne could not understand what was wrong with this prince. It seemed to him that he had already argued with him enough for him to kill him. In the end, our young defender had no choice but to loudly declare that he would never betray his homeland. The brave servant even ordered the king to kill him or quarter him. He still would not agree to work for the enemy. However, the prince could not understand why the keeper of the seal needed all this, since his lord was too stupid and cowardly. They could not be compared at all. Then our loyal subject explained that he was born a commoner and only became an official thanks to the emperor's will. The noble young man decided to spend his whole life glorifying his sovereign and bravely give his life for this. It is obvious that the Son of Heaven was struck by the fact that the Lord was ready to die for him. And yet until today, the ruler did not even know the name of this loyal servant. The brave man did not deceive him, and he did not want to deceive such a loyal subject. Even if today he has to reveal all his trump cards, he will still try to keep this official close to him. The Tsar was struck by the loyalty of the throne's defender, after which he decided to withdraw. He no longer wished to participate in these disputes, and the valiant guard, of course, was surprised, thinking that the prince had serious problems with his head. After all, he behaved very arrogantly, and here he suddenly did not even hit the young official. At that moment, He Yuanwei was outraged by the behavior of the sealkeeper. He could not understand how such a petty, insignificant person dared to behave as if craving death. After that, he warned the impudent man that he had 3 seconds to hand over the seal, or there would be nothing left of him but bones. With his whip, the immortal struck his faithful servant in the face, causing a bleeding wound. The devoted servant anxiously looked around, realizing that his master was surely doomed, for he could not compete with the immortals. Even the sovereign ruler rose from his place, ordering these people not to cause the nobleman any more pain. However, the brave defender himself was struck by how some simpleton dared to threaten him. Approaching closer, the throne guard reminded He Yuanwei that all immortals were too ruthless and treated ordinary people like pigs. They simply refused to die, and besides, they outnumbered even the bandits. In his opinion, their clan was the only source of chaos in this entire world. Officials began discussing the words of the Keeper of the Seal. In some ways, this man was right. They understood that if the valiant man had defended his honor like this in the times of the great ancestor, he would surely have become another powerful Confucian. But, unfortunately, the loyal servant was not born in those blessed times. He Yuanwei at that time was clearly shocked by the audacity of the boy in front of him. After that, he lunged at the noble protector, intending to tear him to pieces right now. And the Lord was incredibly happy that he would finally soon obtain the desired death. However, to his great shock, the man could not get closer, for a protective barrier had been raised around the young guard. Even our brave subject did not understand where he came from. This turned out to be the work of the august Lord, who could not believe that people had come here and dared to threaten his subordinate in his presence. The officials immediately bowed when they saw this imperial artifact left behind by the ancestor of the great country. However, unfortunately, the energy left by the ancestor completely dissipated after 1,000 years. In the end, this artifact could only be used once to save someone's life, and the sovereign ruler decided to use him for the sake of such an unknown guy to him. At that moment, the protective barrier dissipated, and the Son of the Sky approached closer and announced aloud that from this day forward, he and the Keeper of the Seal are one. If anyone tries to harm them, it means they are going against the ruler himself. The loyal servant even burst into tears at these words, as it was incredibly touching that the master was ready to live and die with his subordinate. The valiant defender thought that the august Lord had completely lost his mind by deciding to stand up for him. All this time, the brave servant tried to help the ruler find death, but he only ruined his plans for the long-awaited end. The nobleman tried to explain to his majesty that he was clearly overdoing it, but the ruler loudly declared that there was no need to worry anymore, for today no one would harm the loyal guard. And when He Yuanwei agreed to spare the young official out of respect for the emperor, the loyal subject finally realized that he had lost his precious chance to die. He Yuanwei at the same time explained his conditions. The sovereign lord must grant the Li family the title of duke and force this scoundrel to kneel before his clan for 7 days. But if the ruler does not fulfill these conditions and continues to insist on protecting the Keeper of the Seal, an accident may happen. Obviously, the Son of Heaven was struck by such impudence and immediately stomped his foot loudly in protest. However, at that moment he slipped and fell straight into the hands of his subordinate, and only then did the brave defender notice that the ruler was far too attractive for a man. He immediately recoiled in fear and screamed in terror. After that, looking at himself, the noble guardian thought that he might have seen in the ruler the allure of some hidden passion of the former owner of this body. The valiant man could not believe that apparently the former owner of this body preferred men. However, having seen these terrible faces around, he could confidently say that he remained the same, and the august ruler appealed to him solely because of his feminine beauty. Because of these thoughts, the loyal servant almost forgot about his main goal. Therefore, he loudly declared that his majesty should not worry about him, for the humble subject had long decided to stake his life for the empire. After that, he calmly explained to He Yuanwei that as soon as the sovereign lord grants the title of duke to the Li family, the great country of Zhou will lose all its possessions. And even if the Keeper of the Seal dies, he will not allow the emperor to go through with such a thing. As is known, rivers of blood are necessary for people to open their eyes, so the young defender decided to show this man the true path. Since ancient times, no person has managed to avoid death, but the main question is how many of them managed to die with a clear conscience. At that moment, our valiant guard noticed how his body brightly shone after his words, after which 2 tall pillars of light rose to the heavens, reaching straight into the sky. This meant only one thing: the ancient sages had finally returned. And this means that the great sage of Confucianism is about to appear, and the beginning of a new era is coming. The sages read about this in history books. 2 pillars symbolize the left and right prime ministers of the ancient Great Zhou dynasty. Everyone was incredibly eager to find out who managed to attract the attention of not 1, but 2 sages at once. Moreover, upon hearing the lines that spread by the voice of a brave subject throughout the sky, the wise men realized that these words were worthy of being passed down from generation to generation. At this moment, the noble protector of the throne, engulfed in divine light, understood that his plan was completely ruined. However, for some unknown reason, the loyal servant felt as if he had become much stronger. At that moment, the valiant guard lunged at He Yuanwei, demanding that he kill him immediately if he did not agree with his sacred words. However, the man could do nothing, for the entire body of the brave defender was engulfed in righteous heavenly energy. However, He Yuanwei could not allow the boy's righteous energy to affect the spirits of the people, or else the immortal clans would be in mortal danger. Therefore, he decided to eliminate the problem at its root before the noble young man became strong enough. In the end, the immortal attacked the seal keeper again with his energy, directing it straight at his face. At that moment, all the people bowed, realizing that the young man had managed to summon righteous power. However, after He Yuanwei's attack, he immediately flew back, crashing into the table. Obviously, everyone was shocked, even the loyal servant himself, who did not know what had happened. However, approaching closer, the brave defender demanded that He Yuanwei stand up, since he still had not killed him. However, the man was so frightened that after these words, he breathed his last. At that moment, the officials realized that their country was facing a great disaster, for the supreme clan would certainly not leave He Yuanwei's death unpunished. Immediately, the prince of the kingdom approached the noble guard to deal with the daring boy. However, looking back over his shoulder, the ruler saw how many external observers and sages had gathered behind him. In the end, he had no choice but to look completely uninterested and leave. The august master, looking at this picture, did not understand how everything had turned out this way. However, he had no choice but to ask the keeper of the seal not to worry about anything. Considering that he held an honorable position in the palace, the supreme clan would not be able to harm him. Bowing, the valiant defender explained that His Majesty need not worry about him. Moreover, if the sovereign ruler had not interfered with his plans, this matter would not have arisen at all. The events are postponed until the end of the meeting. The brave subject was returning home dejectedly when his loyal servant joined him, praising his master as an amazing thinker. As they say, gold always shines. The devoted servant did not understand why he had not noticed his master's talent before. However, the nobleman was tired of all these conversations. He demanded to find a secluded place where he could relax and be alone. This is how the young guard ended up in the farthest hall on the territory of the imperial palace. He finally understood what this righteous energy was. It resembled a passive protective aura. The brave defender felt her presence in his body but could neither use it nor get rid of it. And obviously, the keeper of the seal was very sad, for now it had become even harder for him to find the desired death. At that moment, the faithful servant left the hall, where a devoted attendant was waiting for him. Obviously, the valiant guard was surprised that he was waiting for him, considering that the weather was quite hot. However, for the servant, it was a great honor to guard such a hero as his master. And it was obvious that the nobleman was very sad to hear these words, for he understood that he would surely disappoint his reputation. After all, the brave defender was not a hero. He never even thought about stopping at what had been achieved. At that moment, when the keeper of the seal left the imperial domains, he saw many sages gathered there. They all loudly praised the gentleman who became an example for them. And it was obvious that the young guard was very touched and did not even fully understand why all these people praised him so much. At that moment, the emperor's close aide Liao Shen was explaining to Jimin Yue that the name of the loyal servant would spread across the land after today's battle, and it could greatly help them. However, the son of the sky was worried, because the reason the nobleman gained fame was quite dangerous, which would surely bring the wrath of the supreme clan upon the young man. And in the future, they will not be able to protect him. However, Liao Shen reminded that all this time they had remained in the shadows, quietly accumulating strength for a counterattack. It was not so easy to make up for lost time, and considering that the great empire had been in decline for a long time, the appearance of a valiant defender was an opportunity to revive the great Zhou dynasty and show everyone around that the great power had not lost all its strength. For this reason, the chief judge of the great dynasty believed that they could not allow the boy to die. Liao Shen had several ways to protect him. The first was to ruin his reputation or make false accusations, seek protection from the main immortals, and then they would stop seeing him as a threat. However, the ruler knew that, given the nature of the Seal Keeper, he would never agree to this. Then the man realized that they had to make the brave subject so strong that other clans would not dare to attack him. However, Jimin had no idea how to bring this to life. Therefore, the minister reminded His Majesty about that very place. And immediately the sovereign ruler realized that it was about the Garden of the Wise. As is known, although the Garden of the Wise was conquered by the clans of the Immortals, one should not forget the dying words of its former leader. As long as justice exists, the Garden of the Wise will exist. He is searching for a successor who will lead the Confucian school. A successor who will selflessly show compassion and not fear death itself. And then both remembered that as soon as such a person appears, the Garden of Sages must become a free place. However, Jimin was worried, because despite the young guard's potential, it would be dangerous to send him there now. And it is true that the 7 steps of wisdom are like a double-edged sword. However, the nobleman Liao Shen has already completed 3 steps there, and has made great progress in cultivation. If the Seal Keeper manages to complete all 7 steps, that will be enough for the Immortal Clan to think twice before attacking him. The minute around the girl's neck, explaining that the Empress was completely wrong. It was not Xiao Qian who was the most beautiful girl. This title belonged only to the Empress alone. Unfortunately, because of her fate and the need to pretend to be an emperor man, no one will be able to appreciate this properly. But the maid hoped that in the world there existed a person worthy of seeing her beauty. Somewhere around this time, our valiant hero was resting in his residence, realizing that he had underestimated the people of this world. The local cultivation laws turned out to be much more complicated than he had imagined. The brave defender was merely trying to follow the pattern to ruin himself, but in the end only created more problems. Moreover, the people he met were not some soulless characters. They are living people with real feelings. They are just like people from his world. They also have dreams and hopes that are shattered because of the corruption of the real world. Our valiant hero was extremely sorrowful to realize that fate had made him merely an imposter, not the true savior of these people. Therefore, he had no choice but to decide to avoid these good souls in every possible way. All that was required of the noble Ininu was to lift his spirits and find ways to end his own life. Of course, without resorting to forbidden methods. He cherished the hope that if he applied enough effort, he would still be able to find peace in the embrace of death. However, as soon as Mr. E opened the gates of his residence, he saw a multitude of people gathered to receive guidance from the venerable mentor. This spectacle frightened our hero so much that he immediately turned around and hurriedly took refuge back in his chambers. Seeing his master's fear, the faithful servant hastened to explain that these people had been standing at the gates since dawn. For it seems the gentleman has performed some great deed, as countless petitioners arrived to request a meeting with him. At that moment, the servants who had come out asked the crowd to step aside to clear the way for the young master. The young gentleman turned out to be a youth in emerald clothes, who was looking for the residence of Mr. E. Nin. Only upon approaching the house did he feel that the atmosphere of this place was literally imbued with virtue. It turned out that this guy was the son of the Chancellor of the Left and the General of External Officials, Lu Sanyuan, who was eager to meet the honorable gentleman. However, our E. Ninu did not care at all. Whether this young man was the son of the Chancellor of the Right or the Left, he did not want to see such persons. He was not even afraid if this would offend the high-ranking guest. However, the devoted servant was sure that this guy would definitely please his master. But according to rumors, the Left Chancellor was cruel and a real corrupt official, and everyone who stood in his way ended up a terrible death. For this reason, Lord E immediately flung open the doors to welcome young Mr. Lowe. After that, he invited the guy to come in, as they had many important matters to discuss. When they were already seated at the same table, Mr. E decided to inquire what had brought the young gentleman to his humble abode. At that moment, Lu Sanyuan noticed the tea served to him. It was by no means the most expensive set. As expected, Ye Ning was a very frugal person. After that, Lo Sanyuan calmly decided to find out from Mr. E whether he suspects that his life is now in mortal danger. And what was his amazement when our hero rejoiced at such news like a child. Immediately changing his mood, he pleaded for Lo Sanyuan to explain what was said in more detail. Half an hour after the stories, our valiant warrior realized that the ancient clan would inevitably come for him to take his life. The hero truly could not be happier. He Yuanyi, though already passed away, still helps him achieve the cherished goal even now. At this moment, Lu Sanyuan was deeply moved. Lord Ye Ning truly lived up to his glorious reputation. He was not afraid of death and was a true hero. For this reason, Lu Sanyuan asked the gentleman not to worry too much, as the ancient clan is preparing to celebrate the patriarch's birthday, so they will not come for his soul anytime soon. Our hero sighed sadly in response to these words, for he had already realized that it is better to rely only on oneself rather than hope for others. He longed somehow to seize the initiative in order to hasten his demise. For this reason, he decided to find out from his guest if there were any other important individuals to be extremely cautious of besides the ancient clan, as he wished to meet them. The young man was glad to help the honorable gentleman. He could introduce him to some of these people. However, he warned, if Inin wants to get closer to the authorities, he must visit one place, where he will take him. So these two ended up in the city square, and then made their way to the House of the Spring Breeze. Lo Sanyuan calmly explained that the most beautiful girls are gathered in this place, especially the 8 Oiran, high-ranking courtesans who were incredibly talented. Moreover, this was the best place for meeting people. Of course, Nin was struck like lightning. He longed simply to die, not to make friends. He did not know where to find someone who could destroy him. But at that moment, Lu Sanyuan warned Brother Ye that there is a lady in the House of Spring Breeze with whom one must be extremely careful. Obviously, our hero immediately wanted to find out who this person was and how to recognize her. Soon these two were already ascending the luxurious staircases of the expensive brothel. One of the courtesans and served their special dish. At that time, courtesans were dancing on the stage, and all the men gathered, looking at them, thought that they were worthy of the heavens themselves. Moreover, among all these girls, the most beautiful and enchanting was Lady Yin-er. When Nin and Lu Sanyuan settled in their corner, the latter explained that these girls were the most skilled Oiran, and countless men in the capital had their eyes on them. Our hero himself had already realized that he had underestimated the lives of these people. They clearly knew how to have fun. In the end, the guy noted that the Oiran's room was not far from the place where they were sitting, but he also noticed a room above that was tightly locked. As it turned out, this room belonged to the very person about whom Lu Sanyuan warned that one must be very careful. Lady Xia Qian of the House of Spring Breeze holds the highest position compared to other Oiran. She does not dance or trade her body, only a few men are worthy of her attention. Her beauty captivates everyone who beholds her, and the hero realized that the words of Lu Sanyuan were true, considering his enthusiastic expression. However, Nina became curious. How did one girl, being in a brothel, manage to keep her innocence without performing or trading her body? It turned out that this was the problem. Many tried to get her attention, but they all perished a terrible death. Rumor has it that Xia Qian has belonged to an influential person in the capital for a long time, and the only way to meet her is to use all your talent. Our hero thought that if he got involved with this woman, Xia Qian realized that they had finally reached their goal. This was obvious, for His Majesty highly valued Mr. Nin. Otherwise, he would not have allowed the owner of the House of the Spring Breeze and the Secretary of the Secret Service to personally test him. In the end, Xia Qian had no choice but to order the maid to send a letter to this man on her behalf. At this time, our hero, together with Lo Sanyuan, approached closer to the stage where men admired the beauty of the women dancing for them. Luo Sanyuan hastily explained that a talent show was currently being held, as money and power alone were not enough to attract the attention of the Oiran. However, suddenly the maid interrupted the entire event, addressing the gentleman and indicating that the lady wished to invite someone to her. Everyone was extremely amazed to see that the lady serving her had truly gone to call one of the lucky ones. At that moment, the maid read the letter aloud. The lady was looking for a man named Nin, or Mr. E. Everyone present became anxious. They heard that Ning was the one who could summon the face of the sages, and they believed that surely only he was worthy of receiving an invitation from Xia Qian. Our hero, when the shock passed, realized that this was truly great luck for him, and he was already thinking about how to reach the lady since she was the first to invite him. At that moment, a certain young man stepped forward. He admitted that Nin possessed incredible strength and was impressed by it, but he felt that his talent was exaggerated. Obviously, our hero received a challenge upon seeing in the brothel a man who had opposed him. At this moment, the top candidate in the imperial examination, as well as the unrivaled expert in the field of poetry, Kai Xianggao, wished to duel and test the young gentleman. Obviously, people immediately began whispering behind his back, for they knew very well who this young gentleman was. Moreover, they could not believe that he truly dared to challenge Lord Ninu himself. At this moment, our Nin stepped forward, approached the opponent, and with dignity explained that he would accept the challenge with great pleasure and fight. However, Kai Xianggao, although he thanked him for the opportunity, deeply understood that Nin could never compare to him in the art of poetry. He got in touch with the wrong person, and the best solution would be to retreat quickly. Soon they found themselves in an elegant office where many learned men competed in poetic skill. All the contestants composed specific poems on a given topic, which had to be checked by a strict examiner. Here the venerable examiner approached one candidate, but his creation turned out to be too tasteless, because of which he shamefully lost. Then the wise mentor approached another student, noticing that his text was already better, but it contained too many annoying repetitions. Then Lu Sanyuan approached one of the students and was amazed to see genuine uniqueness and freshness of thought in his poems. At that moment, the opponent glanced at Yi Nin, intending to prove to him that he was far superior. He took up the delicate brush, and everyone held their breath, for he was about to write a poem. Everyone fell silent in reverence so as not to distract the young gentleman from the sacred act of creation. Everyone was amazed by his beautiful calligraphic handwriting. Moreover, the guy exuded a righteous aura, as if he had already reached a venerable level of provincial mastery. Well, basically, nothing less would be expected from such a young gentleman. Even the first half of his poetry was enough to surpass this level. Moreover, this is far from the limit of his talents. With such outstanding abilities, he will manage to achieve even a provincial level of excellence. Even Lu Sanyuan could not help but admit that the talent of young master Kai Shangao was truly impressive. At that moment, the young man finally realized that he had nothing more to write, so he put down his brush. Of course, he was sorry, as he was very close to raising his level by one more step. However, even the level of provincial excellence was fantastically difficult, so the guy accepted it and understood that his writing skills were still not perfect enough for such a high level. After that, the guy, as if nothing had happened, looked angrily at Yi Nin, not understanding why he still hadn't written his poem. Could it be that he ran out of ideas and had nothing more to write? Then, leisurely drinking a cup of aromatic tea, Yi Ning politely apologized for the delay. After that, he gracefully rolled up his sleeves and decided to demonstrate his modest writing skills to those gathered. The respected head of the brothel watched him closely, secretly hoping that Yi Ning would not let her down. As soon as our hero grabbed the brush, its tip shone with a bright golden light that completely enveloped the young man in a divine glow. Everyone immediately admired the beautiful composition that began to take shape on the sheet. The calligraphy style of the young man was incomparable to anything seen before. It is amazing that he himself created the unique meaning of this poetry. Even Kai Xianggao could not believe that at such a young age someone was capable of creating their own writing style. This was truly an unimaginable talent. The guy was forced to admit that his calligraphy was nowhere near the skill of Yi Nin. But after all, this was not a calligraphy contest, but about the meaning of what was written. However, he could do nothing about how, with just one stroke, Yi Nin reached the level of provincial superiority. To be honest, even the strict head of the House of Courtesans was amazed, unable to believe what she was witnessing. Soon the letters literally danced in the air, rising from the text written by our hero. Then everyone passing by the brothel heard that Yi Nin had achieved provincial superiority. Many observers kept saying that now they could die with a peaceful soul, for they had become witnesses to a creation that had reached the highest mastery. At this moment, the courtesans, watching the flying writings in the sky, were moved to tears. They were extremely amazed that there were still people in the world who understood their fate, for the hero's poem was precisely about their difficult plight. At this moment, Xia Qian was closely watching the action. Nina only had one more line to write, and everyone wondered whether his poems would reach the level of shaking the kingdom. It was this very last stanza that was supposed to decide everything. And truly, as soon as the hero put down his brush, the scroll shone even brighter, indicating the achievement of the kingdom's shaking level. Although no one knew this, our hero mentally apologized to Mr. Li Bo. He had borrowed the poems of a famous Chinese poet from the Song dynasty to show off his knowledge. However, turning around, he did not understand why people were silent, as if he had done something inappropriate. However, it turned out, they were enchanted to the point of oblivion. Everyone looked at Enin as if they were the most devoted fans at a celebration, and the guy felt with every fiber of his soul that they would all now pile on him to find out everything. In the end, Lo Sanyuan had no choice but to hastily close the door, while the admiring people knocked, begging the gentleman to open it for them. They promised not to overwhelm him with questions, but simply longed for Ye Ning to at least once again grace them with his gaze, and some even tried to become his disciples. At this moment, bowing deeply, Kai Shangao admitted that he was extremely impressed by Ye Ning's talent, and truly the difference between them was like that between a firefly and the moon. However, our hero modestly admitted that he was quite impressed by the abilities of this master of poetry. The first student was amazed that the gentleman turned out to be so humble, although he himself had behaved very arrogantly and rudely with him just a couple of moments ago. At that moment, Lu Sanyuan approached Ininu, begging Brother Yi to do him a great favor. Bowing down, he began to beg Enin to give him the poems. And Kai Xianggao was struck by the audacity of such a shameless scoundrel, for he himself was about to ask the hero for the same. However, at that moment, our hero heard the sound of footsteps, and realized that someone was approaching their room. This was the very maid who, bending down, handed the young man a letter inviting Milady to come to her. Thus, soon the hero found himself on the second floor, passing by the gentlemen who admiringly watched him with their eyes. Everyone interpreted that very soon legends about Inina would spread. His poems had reached the level of shaking the kingdom. Moreover, he was invited by the most beautiful girl in this house. And of course, our hero was grateful for all their praises. But he came here not at all to have fun, but to die peacefully. He hoped that the miss he was to meet would appreciate his courtesy, but still she was destined to ruin him. As soon as he entered, he saw that the lady was hidden behind elegant curtains and thanked the young gentleman for agreeing to meet in person. At that moment, the maid pointed to the table where he was to sit during his stay in these chambers. At this moment, Xia Qian decided to ask Ye Ning to listen to the melody she would play for him on the chin. The guy was genuinely amazed at how pleasant and melodious the voice of this girl, hidden behind the fabric, was. At that moment, Lord Lo Sanyuan was surrounded on all sides by gentlemen eager for him to stay and drink, but he had urgent matters and wished to leave this brothel as quickly as possible, and everyone knew he was trying to slip away after receiving a scroll with poems from Lord Yi. At that moment, having finally pushed through the crowd, Lu Sanyuan found himself on the street and calmly exhaled, glad to have survived in this mess. Suddenly, he heard the voice of the maid serving Lady Xia Qian. It turned out that her mistress was eager to obtain these poems, and even Lu Sanyuan was amazed that these creations were so desired. Then the respectful maid suggested that Mr. Lu Sanyuan meet with the lady himself. Then they could personally discuss the importance of these precious scrolls. At this moment, our hero was seated in the chambers, listening to the melody performed for him by Lady Xia Qian. The maid who entered the room decided to find out from the young gentleman what he thought of the composition Waterflow, which the lady was playing. However, Nin believed that this music was the most perfect nightmare. The maid was shocked by such bold words. Even Sima Qian stopped, not believing what he heard. The maid immediately accused Nin of ignorance, not understanding how he dared to say something like that about the lady's music. Apparently, he knows nothing about temperament and subtle changes in intervals in musical tuning. However, immediately rising from his seat, Ning decided to find out from the maid what exact answer was expected from him. The girl believed that the best comment would be to start. To be more precise, the musician gives half of the life energy, and the other half comes from the composition itself. Milady's skills were at the highest level. The whole issue was only in the weak Lao, whom the lady greatly respected. The composition Waterflow itself was a gift made by the musician for the lady. However, Nin calmly explained that if the melody does not meet the proper standard, there is no way to change that. Therefore, he even thought that this was a very pointless gift. Madame Xia Qian realized that since Lord Yening allowed himself such disregard for her mentor, he might himself be excellent at playing musical instruments. Therefore, she asked him to teach her how to play correctly, and to show the very music that, in his opinion, was filled with soul. And Nin was fully aware that he must have angered this lady with such words. However, it was precisely this reaction that he was seeking. He also calmly explained that he usually was not used to doing things that did not bring him benefit. However, he hoped that Miss Xia Qian would get rid of this composition if his performance turned out to be superior. Although the maid considered this proposal audacious, the beauty herself agreed to such terms. Then our hero asked for a musical instrument and decided to demonstrate his playing to the woman, but immediately modestly admitted that he was not that skilled. In fact, in his past life, the guy simply loved playing the guqin, a Chinese 7-string plucked instrument. So he will manage to surpass this flowing water even with a regular classical melody. In the end, he began quickly plucking the strings with his fingers, and a divine melody filled the room. Listening to her, the lady was forced to admit that the music of Mr. E truly had soul. Finally, she began to understand what the young man was talking about. Soon the melody filled the entire room, even the darkest and most distant corners. And the woman realized, although Nin's playing style was somewhat rough, this composition still filled her with a powerful sense of life. And not only this, listening to this melody, it was as if a wide range of emotions opened up in her soul. She could not even believe that such a beautiful melody could exist in the world. At this moment, our hero stopped plucking the strings and finally stopped playing. Xia Qian could not understand why Ning stopped so suddenly. However, the guy only looked demandingly towards the lady who was sitting opposite him. In the end, she had no choice but to bow and admit her defeat in this trial. Then Nin rose from his seat and decided to put forward one more condition. Xia Qian had to draw back the curtains. He himself understood that even if his skills were not so perfect, this composition High Mountains and Flowing Water is a world heritage, and the song could not fail to move Xia Qian. In the end, although the maid was indignant, she still drew back the curtains, revealing her mistress. In the end, a true beauty appeared before the eyes of our hero. The guy realized that he had won a real heavenly jackpot. Just by the appearance of the lady, it was clear that she was one of the very influential people. She was also amazed that the guy who played such a delightful composition was so young and handsome. Therefore, both were convinced that they must obtain each other in order to use for their own purposes. In the end, the evening of Inina in the House of the Spring Breeze continued. They sat at the table, drank, and enjoyed the dishes. and so Xia Qian decided to find out where the composition that Ye Ning performed earlier came from. However, he lied that it was just an old sheet music he had received in childhood. And obviously, the girl very much desired to look at the sheet music in order to learn to play herself. He had to convince Nina that he accidentally burned the sheet music when he played with fire as a child. And Xia Qian understood that this was a lie she could not fall for, but she did not insist further. At that moment, to lighten the mood, our hero suggested to the lady to have a drink with him. But the girl remembered that His Majesty himself had asked her to test the young man, so she needed to stage a small scene, even though it was shameful. Therefore, Sima Qian stood up and grabbed her head. Her face flushed and her body began to sway. After that, the girl, like a light feather, fell straight into the arms of Mr. Yi Nin. She was confident that no man would have the strength to resist her charms after such a trick. And our hero truly lost the gift of speech, realizing that since he came here to die, this was the perfect chance. Therefore, he reached out to kiss the lady lying in his arms. However, the woman swiftly covered his mouth with 2 slender fingers. After that, she asked, could it be that the gentleman is truly interested in such a feeble willow as she is? However, Yi Nin calmly explained to Xia Qian that if she calls herself a fragile willow, then all other women can only be compared to rotten trees. However, suddenly he realized that Xia Qian already belonged to another, which meant they were simply not destined to be together. However, the woman clearly had no idea what our hero was talking about now. After that, she laughed cheerfully, realizing that the rumors circulating through the streets must have reached the gentleman. However, these rumors were spread only to confuse others. The whole matter was that Xia Qian was still an innocent maiden, and she did not want anyone to try to get her. At this moment, Yi Nin was confused, not believing that no one would truly kill him if he spent the night with this woman. He no longer understood why he was wasting time on these songs and feasts at all. Therefore, suddenly, when the girl reached out her tender hands to him, our hero easily pushed her away, after which he bowed respectfully and explained to Lady Xia Qian that it was already quite late. He needed to leave. At that moment, the girl herself tried to stop the gentleman, for although she did not know any of the high-ranking individuals, she could still be useful to him. The whole point is that she was a secret agent of the Principality of Kiev and Rus. She infiltrated the capital to gather information about the Great Zhou and find talented people for Kiev and Rus. At the moment, the legacy of the Great Zhou was quite turbulent, and power belonged to the party of traitors. Our hero, however, was an incredibly gifted person, so she suggested that he enter the service of Kiev and Rus and stop being a worthless official. However, after such a proposal, our hero angrily pushed the woman away. He was furious, not understanding where her dignity had gone. He was even more furious that he had fallen for another person who did not want to kill him, and it turns out, he just wasted precious time. And the lady herself could not believe that Yi Nin was truly so unwavering. In the end, she decided to take extreme measures that no mortal could withstand. She reminded Yi Nina that he was an insanely talented person. It would be a pointless loss if he died along with Great Zhou. If he had agreed and joined the side of Kievan Rus, the head of state would have valued him incredibly. While she was saying all this, she was emanating her deadly energy, affecting the hero. And when he fell to his knees, the lady promised that when the time comes, she would stay with Inino forever if he joined Kievan Rus. And it seemed that this was literally a perfect union. 2 beautiful beings, and in the end, they would be happy together. At this moment, even a vein on our hero's forehead began to pulse. After that, he loudly cried out that he refused the offer, and righteous energy immediately shone around him, pushing the woman away. Obviously, the beauty was amazed that this guy could resist her magical charms. This meant His Majesty was right about him. However, this was still not enough. She refused to believe that he was capable of standing against her, whether it was a matter of life or death. For this reason, she threatened Inina, who clearly did not notice the honor being shown to her now. And the hero himself did not understand what a cruel woman he had met. At this moment, the lady was already rushing at him, attacking him with her inner energy. After that, running up, she aimed straight at his neck, and also warned the gentleman that his honesty means nothing to her. Yi Nin, of course, was shocked that the lady wanted to kill him. He thought he had already lost everything, but was glad to have such a chance to prove himself. He had to do everything at the highest level, so he literally transformed into the king of drama, and he demanded that the traitor kill him if necessary, because no amount of talking could sway him. Obviously, Xia Qian reminded that he was giving Ye Nin the last chance. However, he begged not to talk to him, just kill him. After all, even the most talented commanders do not flee the battlefield out of fear of death, and martyrs do not go against their moral principles, begging to be spared. Obviously, the girl was extremely surprised. After all, throughout her life working with spies, she had only seen pathetic cowards willing to do anything just to save their worthless lives. However, she did not understand how Yi Nin could be so devoted to his values that he was even ready to sacrifice his life for them. She reminded that she had given Yi Nina only one chance, and could not understand why, when other people betray their homeland for fame and wealth, he insists on death. Our hero calmly explained to Lady Xia Qian that even if she had surrendered to Kievan Rus, he could not change the fact that the blood of Great Zhou flowed in him. If that is the case, he could have given her advice. As is known, a scoundrel cannot escape vile deeds, while a noble person will preserve nobility until the very end. Although Great Zhou seems to her a hopeless place, he is ready to disagree with that. Therefore, he asked to be killed, for he was convinced that what does not kill him only makes him stronger. In the end, the woman was convinced. This guy is truly true to himself. Therefore, she calmly explained that everyone was a witness to how he entered this room, and it was precisely this that was the reason she could not kill him. However, she poisoned him with wine. Without an antidote, his life will end in 3 days. However, if he changes his mind, he can come to her at any time. Obviously, Nin was quite surprised that the lady so simply kicked him out. Moreover, she seemed not to worry at all that he knew. She was a spy and could report on her. She was very lucky to come across such a specimen as Nin, who only worries about how to quickly give up the ghost. When he came down, the men began to interrogate Nin about what he had been doing upstairs, but he only smiled in response. After all, he would die in 3 days, and he absolutely did not care about all the chatter. Somewhere at this time, Lady Xia Qian was sitting in her chambers, rereading the hero's poetry. The girl clearly understood that she and the hero were very much alike, but he was the one chosen to be in the spotlight and guide people toward a bright future, while the girl herself was very used to hiding in the shadows. In that case, she will protect him from all evil, which, like her, loves to hide in the darkness. The events after this moved to the imperial palace. Xia Qian came to deliver poetry written by the hero to his majesty. The ruler was very surprised, for his poems were filled with wisdom, as expected from a poem of the level to shake the kingdom. The girl herself explained that she also tried to seduce the hero and lure him to the side of Kievan Rus, but received refusal to all her proposals. She even threatened to kill him if he continued to be stubborn, but he did not doubt at all. He even said that the most talented commanders do not flee from war out of fear of death. However, Xia Qian still felt that after everything she had learned about this young man, they should not involve him in grand plans at all. Mr. E was too steadfast. He does not tolerate injustice. If he finds out what they are doing, he will not endure it, and will sever all ties with them. But the emperor was worried that without him they would not manage, as they did not have enough strength. Sima Qian knew this herself. After all, Great Zhou needs someone to be in the spotlight, to raise the people's morale, to inspire the current officials. If that is the case, then the young lord might be in danger. But the emperor immediately rose from his seat and loudly proclaimed that he would not allow anyone to threaten the hero's life. At that time, running around his residence, Nin rejoiced that he would soon die and go to the heavenly ruler himself. And the servant, hearing these words, thought that the young master had lost all reason from alcohol. However, after 3 days, the poison still had not started to take effect. Therefore, the enraged hero immediately rushed to the walls of the brothel. Bursting into Mrs. Xia Qian's room, he demanded an explanation from her. She calmly explained that when she heard the words of Nina that day, she realized a lot. For this reason, she decided to surrender to the authorities and help destroy all the shelters of Kievan Rus. His Majesty forgave her for the committed crime because she repented in time. However, what worried our Nina the most was that the treacherous woman was supposed to poison him. But as it turned out, all this was pure deception. There was no poison in the wine. She made it up just to frighten him. And of course, Lord E could not understand why the harsh heavens punished him so, that no one wished to take his life. All the way home, our hero walked out of sorts, lamenting that he had encountered such a deceitful person. Even when he arrived in his chambers and saw his faithful servant, he immediately bitterly recounted how Sima Qian had deceived him. He did not mention any names. For this reason, his devoted servant believed that their young master had been bewitched by some cunning fox, which was not far from the truth. Meanwhile, somewhere around this time, the respectful maid was sitting with Xia Qian, convincing Milady that she had outstanding skills, far superior to that arrogant gentleman. However, the wise Xia Qian understood that she surpassed Yaning only in the art of playing musical instruments, but when it came to composing emotional pieces, she was not even close to him. Moreover, when she brought the poetry written by Nin to her esteemed mentor, he was so amazed that he immediately withdrew into seclusion to thoroughly study everything. In the end, Nin was able to create a melody that touched the very soul, even though his playing skills were far from perfect. Moreover, in the first reports they received about the guy, it was said that he did not particularly stand out. And of course, Xia Qian was extremely surprised to see his astonishing abilities. Nin was completely uninterested in poetry, music, or the arts. He loved his homeland and served Great Zhou with all his zeal. After that, she decided to find out from the maid whether she had already chosen a person who would protect Inina. As it turned out, she had one girl in mind, At the moment, she was the most suitable candidate for the role of cover. The lady did not mind such a choice. They needed to make sure that the girl fully understood her tasks and would keep her mouth shut. At this very moment, our hero arrived at the majestic imperial palace. He cursed himself for being good for nothing, since all his actions ultimately turn into some righteous deed. He even forced the cunning spy to surrender to the state. At that moment, he noticed his servant wandering nearby. Obviously, Nin was quite surprised to see him in the capital, and did not understand why he had changed into court clothes. But it turned out, His Majesty sent him to serve at the academy at the palace. Nin could not help but be happy for his loyal friend. They had not seen each other for just a couple of days, and he had already become such an important gentleman. The servant was struck by the kindness of Inina. He was quite different from other noble people and did not treat him with contempt because he was a eunuch. Although he was just a useless castrato, he constantly heard all sorts of conversations and secret talks in the palace. Therefore, if anyone wants to harm Ininu, he will never sit idly by. And as soon as the servant made this decision, a strange shiver ran through the young man's entire body. He did not understand to be surprised. No one had entered here for many years. Our hero decided to find out where all the people who worked here had gone. As it turned out, if these people were not currently in the brothel, they could always be found in the tavern. And then Nin realized, everyone who works here hasn't really worked at all. They were lazy parasites and idlers. Soon our hero came out onto the main street of the capital. He understood. People had become willful, daring to skip work whenever they pleased. He decided to come up with a way to gather them. Otherwise, he would not be able to die. At that moment, Nin saw white snow falling on him. However, he was not cold because he was literally filled with inner energy. He thought that this was once again some kind of foolish joke of fate. After all, it was regrettable that in this life he would not even be able to freeze to death. Approaching one of the houses, he saw something strange. The servant stood, wrapping up some woman, and rejoiced that the young master had finally returned. It turned out that this girl had literally just fainted in front of their house. If they had found her a little later, she would have frozen to death. Obviously, a girl from such a poor family cannot survive in their cruel world. Therefore, the servant suggested to the young master to take her as a maid. This way he would have his own servant, and she would have another chance at life. However, for the valiant Nin, this looked more like slavery. He could not allow himself to treat another person as a slave. Therefore, approaching the unfortunate woman, the noble gentleman decided to find out where her parents were, and if she had any relatives. However, the poor woman could not say anything coherent. The servant believed that this was even good news, considering that the young master need not worry about his secrets being exposed. The girl herself sat pressed against the cold ground, and all she could utter were only indistinct sounds. Then our hero decided to find out if this maiden could write, and she calmly wrote a plea in the snow to His Highness to take her into his service, otherwise she would simply die of hunger. Kneeling down, Lord E wished to ask the girl what she was named. It turned out that this frozen crumb was called Xuan. Soon she was already seated in the house, dressed in warm clothes, and wrote him an explanation. As it turned out, she was born into a family of scholars, but unfortunately, luck turned away from them, and during the Great Famine, she fled with the other refugees and ended up here. Mr. E understood. The world is truly a cruel refuge. If even such a little one had no roof over their head, and survival itself became only a distant dream for ordinary people. In the end, the nobleman explained that he could take her in, but he had no need for her to become his servant, let alone a slave. Therefore, if in the future she finds her family, she will be able to leave him. Obviously happy, Xuan immediately fell to her knees, thanking the gentleman. However, our hero understood that this was already excessive and called the cook to show the girl where she could wash and where she would be served food. Soon in the evening, the valiant E secluded himself in his office. He did not know whether he should report this situation to the control chamber to that same foolish emperor. At that moment, there was a knock at the gentleman's chamber, and a servant entered, who brought Miss Xuan to him. But the maiden was already dressed in servant's clothes, and her face had completely transformed. Lord E could not believe that this was the same person. The difference between these two appearances was simply too great. At that moment, the servant decided to withdraw and rest with a calm mind, knowing that the maid was with the master, capable of taking care of his affairs. Of course, Nin begged the old man not to leave him, but he ran away, only flashing his heels in the distance. The completely clueless gentleman made it clear that he did not need a maid, but this old fox did not even want to listen to him. In the end, there was nothing to do, so our hero looked at the girl standing before him. Since it was late, he pointed to the bed where she could rest. In the end, she hesitantly approached the bed where the young master usually rested. After that, she became wary when Ning approached closer, apparently fearing that he might do something inappropriate to her. However, the nobleman approached only to take the pillow that was lying beside her. Having asked the girl to get some sleep and wishing her good night, The young man peacefully left. However, even when deep night had already fallen, Xuan did not close her eyes. At first, she thought that all the so-called noblemen were just wolves in sheep's clothing. However, A Ning was clearly different from them all. Mr. E decided to take her in when she was weak and defenseless, and did not commit any disgusting acts with her. Such a person was worthy of giving him everything she had. She remembered how she was told to protect E Nina and stay close to him. And when the time comes, she would even have to give her life for him. And she was truly ready to do this so that he would survive. When morning came, our hero was resting peacefully and sleeping soundly. Suddenly, a maid approached him and carefully tried to wake the young master. She also brought him a towel so that he could freshen his sleepy face. Of course, E Nin awkwardly reminded the girl that she was not obliged to work as his servant. However, she still continued to insist, so Mr. E had no choice but to accept the help she offered. After he got ready, the nobleman warned the maiden that he needed to leave in order to settle some matters. After petting her, he promised that he would not return soon, so he asked her to stay here and behave properly. However, it was obvious that Xuan was very saddened by these words. Soon our hero was already wandering the streets, suspecting that most likely the current day would also be wasted. However, unexpectedly he saw that someone was standing near the ravine. He rejoiced that someone from the workers had finally visited his place. What was his expectation when Mr. First Disciple Kai Xiangao arrived to him? Approaching him, A Nin politely greeted the gentleman of the first place, which embarrassed the young man. He asked A Nin not to mention this nickname anymore. After all, no matter how honorable it seemed, he could not compete with the true talent of A Nin, as even Kai Xiangao admired his literary abilities. In the end, Lord Yi decided from that moment to simply call Kai Xiangao brother, and that is what they agreed upon. However, our hero suspected that his brother had some problems since he appeared in the control room. As it turned out, His Majesty decided to grant him the title of judge in the control chamber. He came here to take up his post. A Nin was surprised that the young man was also exiled here. It seemed he had somehow offended His Majesty. As it turned out, Kai Xiangao met the Emperor only twice and had no idea how he could have offended him. To be honest, at the moment he was quite upset. He wanted to quit and return to his hometown just to become a professor. E Nin tried to comfort the young man who suffered from this self-satisfied and foolish emperor. The ruler had a very noble man in his hands, but he refused to find him a worthy role. And in the end, Kai Xiangao was forced to spend his efforts in such a god-forsaken place. Obviously, at this moment the emperor sneezed, feeling that someone was talking about him behind his back. He only hoped that Minister Yi Ning and Kai Xiangao could get along. After all, two geniuses should speak the same language. And if they support each other, their power will be very difficult to break. Kai Xiangao was very upset at that moment that they were not even given a chance to contribute to this country, despite all their zeal and ambitions. But Ye Ning asked his brother not to be sad, for even in the control chamber they could achieve great heights for their country. The valiant man said, "When the moment comes to go out to sea and break through the waves, when the time comes, he will spread his sails, cross the sea, and break through the waves." This literally meant that even if a person does not see their path now, they will create it with their own hands if it becomes necessary. Obviously, Kai Xiangao was struck by the depth of these words. Even a single line was capable of making a person feel a very overwhelming heroic spirit. Yining's talent had reached the level where he could deliver improvised literary speeches. Therefore, bowing, he admitted that he could only admire his brother's will. Moreover, as he knew, tomorrow the control chamber was supposed to open its doors, and Kai Xiangao would be watching how Ye Ning would demonstrate his skills to the others. Obviously, Yi Nin was surprised, as he heard for the first time that the chamber was supposed to open its doors. It turned out that tomorrow would be the great day of justice. On this sacred day, anyone who disagrees with unfair treatment can beat the complaint drum. Yi Nin realized. In this case, he simply needed a friend's help. He asked to inform the townspeople. If they encounter lawlessness, tomorrow they can find him in the control chamber to resolve the matter. At this moment, the noble ranks of the control chamber were outraged, like enraged tigers in a cage, for this imperial upstart would not calm down and appeared before them every day. Moreover, even friends were amazed by such intense emotions of their comrade, and even believed that the young lord managed to ignite the warrior spirit of the man, just as a spark ignites a flame in dry grass. Moreover, although these were only rumors floating around the capital like autumn leaves, many had heard that this Lord Yi had an exceptionally good reputation. However, the officials only laughed, knowing that reputation means nothing within these grim walls of power. After all, they have all held their positions in this rotten system for quite some time. Moreover, even if Yi Ning was a person capable of doing his job, after he joins the control chamber, he will become exactly like them. It was implied that the nobleman would simply become the most ordinary idler. One of the men, still sitting at the table, upon hearing these sad words, decided to even drink away his sorrow. Drunk, he fell to the floor and rolling on the floor like a miserable worm, explained that in this world they had no hope left. They were forgotten idlers by everyone, and all they could do was await their demise in the control chamber. They decided that it would be best to simply forget about this gentleman Inina, because even if the Emperor Father himself came here, he would not be allowed to carry out his work properly. At that moment, Xuan was looking at her reflection in the water, fully aware that she was a member of the secret department. She had already infiltrated the master's residence disguised as a mute girl named Xuan. Before arriving, the curator told her that the gentleman is different from other people, like a rare jade among ordinary stones. He advised her to be more careful with him, and at first she did not pay much attention to this. But later she realized that they were wrong. The Lord was a real eccentric. She could not understand what the gentleman was trying to achieve. At that moment, standing in the kitchen like a skilled alchemist, he was brewing something in the pot, and finally achieved a real success. After that, he suggested Xuan try the delicacy he had prepared with his own hands. However, this was very sweet and tasty, reminiscent of precious sugar. This dessert, Inin made especially for Xuan, therefore he offered the girl to taste this wonder. However, she saw sugar for the first time, which looked like some soft, fluffy snow, white as swan down. It was already quite bitter for him to watch this child, who had to endure too much at such a young age, so he could think of nothing better to encourage him. Sama Xuan could not believe that all this time her master had been working so diligently, like a master craftsman, to make pure white sugar for her. But still, she could not deny. It was indeed very tasty and sweet, like the nectar of the gods. Soon, Xuan approached Yenin to adjust his clothing, like a caring little sister. The awkward young man reminded the girl that she was not obliged to serve him. He also warned that in a few days he might die, like a flower torn by a storm. And when this happens, she will receive all the assets of this family and go to Uncle Juan, his old servant. Obviously, the girl became very sad, because when she was sent on the mission, she was warned that Inin despises evil, has unprecedented loyalty and a sense of justice. He is even ready to give his life for his beliefs, like a hero of ancient legends, and obviously she was very touched by his speeches. He believed that if they were all destined to die, it was better to live their lives for the benefit of the Celestial Empire, so that they would be remembered by future generations. However, she believed that someone like Nina did not deserve death. Even if all the people of this world perished, he must remain alive, like the last star on the horizon. Therefore, she swore by all the gods that she would not let Nina perish, no matter what it would cost her. Therefore, when Inin tried to leave, she awkwardly stopped him, clutching his sleeve like a frightened sparrow. The hero, of course, was surprised and reminded the girl that he was going to work. Therefore, he patted her on the head and asked her to stay home and behave properly. However, she clung to the hero so tightly and was not going to let him go anywhere, like a faithful guardian at the gates. In the end, her behavior convinced the hero to take her with him, but he asked the girl to behave obediently, as befits a noble maiden. Soon they found themselves at the gates of the control chamber. However, they saw Kai Xianggao arguing there fiercely. He screamed and could not believe that the people he saw before him were officials of the control chamber, for this was a sacred place, and they drank wine here and held feasts as if in a brothel. Obviously, Xuan did not understand what was happening within these sacred walls, but the noble Yi suggested that they first quietly observe what was going on. At that time, Kai Xianggao was spinning like an enraged dragon, reminding people that there was no one like them in the great celestial empire. He simply called these people a disgrace to the dynasty. Peeking from the side, our hero was not at all surprised that these idiots skipped their duty every day. Apparently they lived to the fullest, as if it were the last day before the end of the world. At this moment, one of the men asked His Highness not to be so angry, as it would only harm his precious health. Moreover, he did not understand what they could do in such severe cold. How else to warm up but with wine and food? And all the officials supported the opinion of their leader, even suggesting that Kai Xianggao join them in this merry pastime. Then the noble Kai Xianggao realized that all was hopeless. In such a state, the control chamber had no hope of revival, like a withered lotus in a dried-up pond. But at that moment, Nin noticed that one of the peasants had approached the control chamber. Therefore, he, with a courteous gesture, worthy of a true official, asked the man to come inside. Then he calmly, bowing, explained that he had heard rumors that the honorable lord who works for the good of the people, like the legendary rulers of ancient times, was here. Obviously, the officials could not believe that this damned old man had uttered such nonsense. At first, the man was scared and even began to stutter, like a leaf in the wind. But then he confidently reminded that he had heard. The honorable gentleman should be here, and he came here to file a complaint, as the law of the Celestial Empire dictates. However, the officials rudely explained to the man that he had come to the wrong place. There were no honorable lords here, and no one worked for the good of the people, as if only darkness and desolation ruled in this place. However, Kai Xianggao ignored the words of these unworthy ones and, approaching the respected man, explained that if he had any complaints, the control chamber would surely help him uphold justice, as prescribed by the heavenly mandate. Yi Nin was very proud. As expected, the fire of justice burned in Kai Xianggao's soul. At that moment, the man cried bitterly, explaining that he was a simple woodcutter. After a long day of burning wood to produce charcoal, he wanted to bring it to the capital for sale. But someone stole his load as he was passing through the city gates, like a robber in broad daylight. The man had a sick wife who needed medicine, which he planned to buy with the money from selling coal. He first turned to the head of the city administration, but they refused to listen to him as if he were the poorest beggar. Then Kai Xianggao asked if he had contacted the Ministry of Justice, but as it turned out, the man was even refused entry as if he were leprous. Therefore, kneeling before the heavens, he tried to convince the lords that all suspicions of coal theft were directed at the supervisory eunuch Marquis Yan. Kai Xianggao knew perfectly well that this was the very marquis who had bought his title for silver. He remembered that his son was also the main candidate for training in the cultivation sect and had gone to the Jade Chamber. He feared that even the emperor himself was forced to interact with them very politely while in the capital, as if they possessed the power of dragons themselves. However, the man, falling to his knees, began to beg the honorable gentleman to restore justice for the unfortunate commoner. Obviously concerned, Kai Xianggao asked the man to get up from his knees. However, at that moment, the approaching official pushed Kai Xianggao aside, stepped closer to the peasant, and pointed the blade at his face. He ordered the old man to get out of here immediately. And when he did not move from his place, he stated that the old dog apparently craves death, since he behaves so boldly. At that moment, our hero appeared with a loud shout, warning that if the scoundrel even dared to touch this peasant, he must be ready for the consequences. Kai Xianggao was very pleased that Ye Ning had finally arrived here. At that moment, the man with the saber laughed, realizing that a novice censor had come to them. However, approaching, he decided to teach the hero a lesson so that he would no longer dare to behave so boldly. But at that moment, the scoundrel received a resounding slap on the face, putting the villain in his place. He was, of course, very surprised that someone like this young man dared to hit him. However, for his bold words, he received another slap. Moreover, the noble E called him a despicable pig. Right now, I wanted to tear the skin off this scoundrel, and squealing like a beaten pig, he decided to attack him in order to kill. But in the last moments he stopped, for he encountered the unwavering and not at all frightened gaze of the hero. Then the official thought that Yi Ning underestimated him, believing that he was weak and could not kill him. However, our hero coldly pointed out to the man where the weak spots on the human body were, ordering him to aim directly there. Obviously, the official did not understand what was happening with this gentleman at all. He looked as if he was not afraid of death at all and even craved it. In the end, stabbing the blade into the ground, the official grumbled that he would definitely have finished off the hero if he had not been his superior. And at that moment, A Nin unbuttoned his cloak and threw it to the ground. Now he was an ordinary man, so he ordered the scoundrel to fear nothing and prove the truth of his words. However, upon approaching, the nobleman honestly admitted that he considered this man simply a scoundrel. He had just behaved very impulsively, but now he began to doubt. At that moment, the scoundrel was completely outraged. After all, he and Yenin were colleagues. Yet he continued to humiliate him because of some miserable peasant. Obviously, our hero was outraged by his behavior and immediately grabbed this impudent fellow by the scruff. He had no idea how the magistrate of the control chamber dared to call ordinary people miserable peasants. Grabbing him, he dragged the scoundrel through the crowd of subordinates and showed him the sacred writings on the walls, where were inscribed the wisdoms about how they should perform their service. The noble E explained that if in their hearts they have already begun to divide people by their status, they will never make the right decision, for they will not be able to uphold justice. He calmly explained that today, just this once, he would graciously grant them another 20 words of wisdom. Lord E reminded that officials receive their salary thanks to the hard work of ordinary townspeople. Of course, they could easily oppress people, but they cannot hide their dark deeds from heaven. These words began to spread with a powerful resonance throughout the district, and these very words sank straight into the heart of the official standing before the hero. He realized that he had just heard the divine word, capable of making the power of the great Taizu, stored in the control chamber, resonate. Obviously, everyone was immensely amazed, for they truly managed to gain the recognition of the very sage. The official realized that Inin is a truly noble and honest person, different from worthless sycophants. But even now, few wanted to tarnish the honor of the powerful marquis for some cart of coal. In the eyes of people like the marquis, they were also nothing more than miserable peasants, which is why they could not really do anything. At that moment, the young maid approached her master, lifted his cloak and held it in her hands. Immediately fastening it, the nobleman loudly announced to the whole world that he was going to the Marquis's residence to immediately arrest that scoundrel. He hoped that these people would have the courage to follow him. But none of the officials could believe that Yi Nin was really going to challenge the Marquis himself. Even Kai Shengao reminded of the ancient saying he. However, this was exactly what he needed. The valiant man explained to the officials that everyone is destined to breathe their last, so it is better to die for a just cause, for protecting people is also part of the sacred duties of the control chamber. Today, by his action, he wanted to convey to this world that despite everything, there are still sane people in it. Moreover, if he had arrived here a little later, these officials would have destroyed all the trust of the townspeople with their own hands. Finally, he asked these scoundrels to remember the words he had spoken. The strong fight the strong, and the weak must fight the weak. The man did not even know what to say upon hearing such a bitter truth. He had no choice but to fall to his knees, for the current him was truly nothing more than a scoundrel. In the end, he ran after the Lord, shouting at the top of his lungs that he was going with him, and even another official decided to follow the hero on the journey. The old man believed that these two had gone mad and longed for death, but even this did not scare them, and they firmly stood their ground, following the hero. Therefore, the man immediately grabbed his box, threw it over his shoulder, and followed his old friends. Yi Nin kept repeating the names of these officials, Niu Jingxi, Wei Wentong, and Wu Sanxi. They seemed very familiar to him. Ordinary townspeople were quite surprised when they saw that an entire department had been mobilized. No one had ever seen them gather together before. People could not believe that the officials from the control chamber had actually resumed work. It seemed to them that this department did not even exist, as they had not heard this name for a very long time. Thus, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, our hero reached the very residence of the Marquis. Yi Nin calmly looked at the girl accompanying him, and asked her to stay as far away from him as possible. Although she did not know about this, he was going to die a truly grand death. However, the little girl clearly remembered the hero's words that he might die in the coming days. She became very sad because Yi Nin wanted to use his life to demonstrate to this world the true meaning of justice and equality. If someone had fought for her family when they faced that disaster, maybe everything would be completely different now. She could not allow Inina to die, even if for this she had to give her own life. At this moment, one of the eunuchs arrived at the imperial chambers to report to His Majesty that the control chamber, led by Lord Yi, is plotting something. Obviously, the emperor could not understand what exactly the matter was. However, suddenly, with the help of her magical artifact, she saw the entrance to the Marquis's residence. At that moment, Nin saw that even the door knockers of the residence were forged from pure gold. Apparently, the Marquis was not at all afraid that others might see how immensely wealthy he was. In the end, Kai Xianggao grabbed the hammer and immediately knocked loudly. As soon as the guard opened the door for him, the noble young man asked him to inform his master of their arrival. However, the young man's words sounded too uncertain, so our hero interrupted him. He reminded Kai Xianggao that they came here not at all to wish these little people a happy new year. He should not have relaxed in front of them, so Lord Yi immediately kicked the man off his feet, explaining that the control chamber had arrived here to arrest the offender and ordered to drive the outsiders away. The townspeople could not believe that the sacred chamber of control had arrived at the residence to make an arrest. Moreover, they dared to break down the gates of the Marquis himself. Everyone understood. Inina definitely would not survive after such an act. At that moment, the frightened guard ran to his superior, demanding that the guests not leave anywhere. However, at that very moment, the crossbowmen lying in wait immediately aimed their deadly arrows at them. Of course, Kai Xianggao was quite shocked to see the combat weapon aimed at them. And the emperor was shocked by the betrayal of these people. He did not understand what the Marquis was trying to achieve with such behavior. However, to the great surprise of everyone present, while the crossbows were aimed at the heroes, the valiant Yi was not worried at all. His subordinates clearly saw how indifferent the strong leader was to his own life. They fully felt his indomitable fighting spirit in the air. Finally, they all realized, their leader is not afraid of death. However, at the moment when the crossbowmen were already ready to fire a volley, they heard the manager's order to stop. Approaching, he politely introduced himself and suggested that His Highness, who honored them with his visit, introduce himself first. Looking at the man, the hero understood that he was surely supported by some immortal sect, so he wished to learn as much as possible about it. The nobleman calmly introduced himself to the manager as the imperial censor of the control chamber, and said that today he had come specifically for the manager. Fortunately, he managed to expose their dark deeds, so he asked the manager to follow him. The manager had no idea which of his actions had been exposed. The man did not panic at all. He thought that such people from the control room did not threaten him. He just didn't understand why a long-closed agency would be concerned about his affairs early in the morning. However, Lord Yi calmly reminded that the control chamber is not closed at all. He stated that as long as the Great Celestial Empire exists, the Control Chamber will not cease its sacred work, and future generations are forbidden to disband the Control Chamber. And immediately his words of wisdom spread again throughout the district. The townspeople remembered that the Control Chamber has always existed. It fights for their rights, and now it has finally returned in full force. Even the emperor was struck to the very heart by such speeches. However, the manager only mocked the minister, reminding him that the Control Chamber was completely useless. He thought that Nin decided to play cruel jokes on him and decided to punish him for it. After all, Lord E was just a common nobody without any support from the immortal sex, which meant he could easily finish him off. Nin immediately realized that the man was apparently resisting arrest. However, the manager believed that the issue now was not at all whether he wanted to be arrested or not. The question now was whether he would want to release them from his house alive or dead. However, at this moment, the loyal Xuan stood before the hero, and the manager shouted loudly, demanding that his subordinates immediately kill her and the censor. Kai Shangao understood. The matter was taking a bad turn. These people do not take the Control Chamber seriously at all. At first, he thought they had managed to inspire this trio of officials and make their hearts tremble. However, now they were just waiting and trying to gather their strength. At the same time, the hero faced mortal danger, so he shielded Zhuan with his body. At this moment, the censor's friend loudly announced that the man they were trying to attack is one of the bearers of the sage's seal, who wrote a poem that shook the entire kingdom. The simple residents, having heard this, could not believe what they heard, so they immediately began to surround the Marquis's residence. They reminded that if the scoundrels want to kill the Lord, they will first have to get through all of them, for they will stand to the death to protect him. In the end, it took no more than a moment for our hero to be protected by many loyal townspeople. Kai Shangao tried to calm his brother, promising that he would not let him perish, and Ye Ning clearly did not expect such support from the people and was even angry. At this moment, the crossbowman fired the first volley, aiming at the legs of the townspeople. In the end, they managed to retreat backward. These shots were of a warning nature. At that very moment, the Marquis himself appeared, who did not understand what people were doing in his residence. Moreover, he warned that those who dare to take one more step will be killed. Our hero, looking at this old man, perfectly understood that this man was the one he needed. The townspeople were not at all surprised that the Marquis, as usual, was authoritative and arrogant. That was how he always was. The noble E confessed to the townspeople that he values their good intention. However, today he came here on official duty to ensure the observance of heavenly laws. For this reason, he asked the townspeople to return to their homes and focus on studying, for the future of the Celestial Empire was in their hands. Of course, the townspeople were worried that these people would kill Nin. They could not just watch him being killed. However, our hero calmly reminded that there are people who can live forever, even after their death, and some continue to exist, despite having long been dead inside. However, after these words, the hero felt the energy in his body increase again, and his virtues grew even more. The hero was quite indignant. Although he was merely playing to the audience, however, Qi continued to consider him a virtuous man. At this moment, the officials who heard the hero's words seemed to have grasped the truth embedded in his speeches. Even the emperor found it very difficult to hear these words. After all, Nin was needed by him alive. They already had too many dead sages, and among the living heroes, only he was left. At that moment, the Marquis, looking at the hero, was convinced that he took responsibility for his actions and words. This was quite commendable. What else could one expect from Mr. E? He was truly an amazing person. Nin was struck by the Marquis's reaction. He had the feeling that he no longer intended to take his life. Indeed, the Marquis did not wish for the death of Mr. E, and Nin was very surprised by this, while the crowd cheered at these words. Lord E reminded that according to people, the Marquis was a terrible and self-satisfied madman who did not respect the heavenly laws. However, at these words, the Marquis only laughed. It seemed that he was some kind of madman. He laughed after Nin insulted him. However, the noble nobleman was fully aware that the rumor was not false. He really was exactly such a person. But at the same time, his soul resisted the thought of taking the life of someone like Ininu. The Marquis could even name valid reasons for such reluctance. And of course, the honorable gentleman from the Zhou Empire was eager to hear these explanations, for only then could he persuade this stubborn man. It turned out that many years ago, when the current Marquis was an ordinary courtier, unworthy of the attention of most of the capital's nobles, the heavens bestowed upon him a precious child. The titled person still kept in memory that blessed day when a maid came to him carrying a newborn girl in her arms. The man's heart almost burst with boundless joy. He had a priceless daughter, the light of his eyes. When the little princess turned 5 years old, then power are earned not only through hard work. Since that fateful day, the titled person understood. As long as he enjoys the protection of the immortal sect, luck itself flows into his palm. The fact was that not only he himself had changed, but also the surrounding world. Therefore, Even if the noble lord did not ask for anything, people sent him jewels solely because of his formidable reputation. Such was the true state of affairs in the celestial realm. However, for the Honorable Yi Nin, all these tales were nothing more than empty nonsense. If the Marquis truly did not want it, he would continue to refuse the wealth with the firmness of a mountain rock. After all, if there is no place for evil in the human heart, it will not attract people with ill intentions. That means the Marquis was a miserable scoundrel from the very beginning and should not have blamed the whole world. But the titled person was not at all offended by such a harsh accusation, understanding that there was a considerable amount of truth in the words of the respected gentleman. In fact, the Marquis's ancestors also relied on military merits to earn their title. Therefore, he truly held deep respect for true heroes and talents, because in a world full of rotten corruption, Lord Yi was worthy of his sincere admiration. Moreover, the noble nobleman warned the hero that he was already on the list for elimination by the Ascension sect. If the honorable husband is destined to perish, it will definitely not be by his own hand. The Marquis was not going to sully himself with such dirt. After this, he turned his angry gaze to the manager, demanding that the scoundrel confess what he had done again and what made Mr. E bring such a number of people to arrest him. Immediately, the miserable servant fell to his knees, swearing before the Marquis that he knew nothing. The whole matter was that the scoundrel had committed so many crimes that he did not understand which one was being referred to. However, Kai Xiangao hoped that the manager would remember everything when he saw the old man they had brought with them. But the servant seemed genuinely unaware of who this man was. Kai Xiangao was deeply shocked. How dare he pretend even at such a moment? The manager once again fell prostrate before the Marquis, admitting that he did not know who this man was. And then the elder reminded that on that fateful day the servant stole his cart with coal. But the scoundrel still claimed to know nothing. In fact, the manager was stunned. Could this really be all the villainy he had committed? The scoundrel recalled that he had indeed taken the cart from that old man, but he could not believe that they came to the residence over such a trivial matter. Even the emperor himself was surprised that Lord Yi staged this entire grand spectacle over some coal. The residents of the capital were shocked that such a performance took place over such a petty reason, and the Marquis, looking angrily at the hero, warned that he should explain his actions. The Honorable Yi Ning did not understand why people perceived a cart of coal as some insignificant trifle. After that, he calmly explained to everyone who did not understand the essence of the matter. This elderly merchant cuts down trees on the southern hills, turning them into charcoal. Even the old man's face was the color of soot, and he himself was covered from head to toe in dust and dirt. Even his nails and fingers were blackened with soot. The lord from the Zhou Empire asked people to ponder. Where did the unfortunate man spend the money from selling coal, if not on clothing for the body or food to satisfy hunger? After all, his body was clothed in a miserable, tattered robe. The poor man worries about only one thing: earning a few pennies for hard work, praying to the gods in the icy cold at night outside the city. Snow up to the knees, and at dawn he sets off along the frozen rut with an exhausted ox and a hungry stomach in a lonely cart. Obviously, many were moved to tears by the hero's words. Those present had no idea that the poor had such a hard, joyless life, and realized that the thought hidden in the poem of the honorable man was not as simple as they initially assumed. But the Marquis believed that no matter how good the hero's poem was, it was all too meaningless. After all, the hard life of these poor people in no way concerned his residents. Then Lord E continued, telling about two riders who slowly rode past the unfortunate merchant. It was the Marquis himself and his footman in a white shirt. Waving documents in hand, they shouted orders, yelled at the bull, turned the cart around, and headed home with his coal wagon. And the cart of coal cost several thousand copper coins. Unfortunately, when the palace servants took it away, the poor man could do nothing. In Mr. E's mind, the last line was supposed to say, as full payment for the coal, the scoundrels left half a roll of cheap silk and a sample of brocade fabric. However, these scoundrels did not even leave the old man a miserable roll of cheap silk. At that moment, the entire body of the manager shuddered as if struck by lightning. The scoundrel did not understand why the anger of the honorable husband was much more terrifying than the fury of the immortal cultivators. Kai Xiangao then began to praise the beautiful poem of his sworn brother. He was proud that the hero today had started a new trend in poetry. Today, many have experienced the true hardship of the lives of the poor, and such a bunch of shameless rich people were unworthy even to be called human. However, the Marquis continued to blame the hero for everything, wondering if he was ready to trample on his family's reputation for the sake of some outcast. The Honorable E Nina was quite angered by such words. He was surprised at the Marquis. How dare he call a poor man an outcast? Such high-ranking and powerful nobles were like rootless duckweed. As is known, water can keep a boat afloat, but at the same time it can also sink it. Those who dare to look down on others will one day pay the price for it. Then, finally, the Marquis reminded them. He was not interested in engaging in a verbal quarrel with them. The titled person was going to let them go, but Lord E did not appreciate his magnanimous gesture. Therefore, the noble nobleman decided to take the hero's life instead of the Ascension sect. With these words, the Marquis ordered the crossbowman to shoot arrows at the hero, but the honorable man was protected by a magical shield. In principle, the guy suspected that this virtuous power hidden within him would protect him. However, I still really hoped that this idiot Marquis had aces up his sleeve. Therefore, mocking, Lord E decided to test the power of the opponent. Was that all he was capable of? In the next moment, the Marquis ordered one of his subordinates to approach and smash the hero's face. However, at this critical moment, a court eunuch hastily arrived with the imperial decree in his hands. The Son of Heaven commanded, "This family feud must cease immediately. The palace will generously compensate for all the damage caused to the Marquis's residence." But the titled person boldly refused to obey the will of the emperor. The Honorable Yi Ning dared to deliberately humiliate the Marquis's residence and harm his spotless reputation, using his investigation only as a pathetic pretext. The noble nobleman could not leave this villainy unpunished. Until Lord E breathes his last, justice will not prevail. The hero also disobeyed the emperor's command, for he did not wish to end these conflicts, hoping that he might finally find the desired death. The eunuch reminded the honorable gentleman that His Majesty issued this decree to put an end to the bloodshed. Therefore, he did not understand why the hero continued to stubbornly resist like a mountain goat. However, Lord E loudly proclaimed, reminding that the Marquis committed a grave crime. This situation will not end until the control chamber delivers the appropriate punishment to the scoundrel. After that, the honorable man addressed his subordinate to remind those present. What was the first law of the great Zhou Empire, established by the great founding ancestor? The loyal servant confidently proclaimed, "The control chamber has the right to deliver guilty verdicts. When the control chamber enforces the law, no one else has the right to obstruct this sacred process." The hero hoped that everyone clearly heard the words of his loyal subordinate. For this reason, Mr. E will not retreat until His Majesty enacts a new law completely abolishing the decrees of the great ancestor. Then Lord E loudly addressed the people. He understands that many consider him a person who makes a mountain out of a molehill. However, let everyone remember with what noble intentions the great ancestor created the control chamber. Governing a country, as known to the wise, means complete transparency and honesty. Therefore, no one has the right to judge crimes based on the nobility or wealth of the person who committed them. The law must be equal for everyone, from the poorest peasant to the most powerful prince. A just decree can save the state from ruin, while an unjust one can plunge it into chaos and turmoil. The townspeople understood. The Honorable Yi Nin was absolutely right. Human life must be valued equally, and a crime remains a crime, regardless of its scale. The one who committed the crime must face deserved punishment. Therefore, they all began to support the just Lord even more fervently. Lord E himself calmly shared his cherished dream. He hoped that the youth of the great empire could live a bright, worthy life. The light of one person's life may be a faint flame, but the light from 1,000,000 souls can illuminate the entire vast country. The emperor, hearing this in his room, wept, listening to these words. He did not believe that the young man was ready to sacrifice his life to awaken the great Zhou Empire from its centuries-old slumber. For this reason, he loudly called upon anyone with influence in the capital to use all available means to save the hero's life, at any cost. The news of the deeds of the honorable man quickly reached the house of Spring Breeze. The faithful maid noticed how Mistress Xiaoqian suddenly began to prepare for the journey. However, the beauty explained nothing, only scolded the self-loving idiot who considers himself the only light of the great empire. She wanted to beat him well for such foolishness until he finally opened his blind eyes wider. At the same moment, sad news also reached the Lo family. There, the young Lo Sanyuan begged his respected father to let him hurry to help Mr. E. However, the elder believed that it was already too late to help the hero. Moreover, his son was not an immortal cultivator. Even if he went there, he would be of little use. Lo Sanyuan understood everything perfectly, and knew that he would not be able to provide worthy help. But he could not just sit idly and do nothing, because then he would not be able to respect himself afterward. Therefore, the young man begged his father to let him go, for he did not want to regret his cowardice for his entire life. In the end, the old man had no choice but to wave his hand to the servants, signaling them to step back, and the son immediately broke free, rushing headlong toward the exit. Watching him leave, the father admitted to himself, he also hopes to save Nin. But now for the great Zhou Empire, he must complete one extremely important task. At this moment, the Marquis was indignant at the bunch of miserable parasites. However, he reminded Lord E, what use is it that many commoners are on his side? Behind the titled person stood the entire powerful Jade Chamber. Therefore, in this world, no one would dare to touch him. Today, the noble nobleman decided, so be it. to allow the Honorable E Ninu to expand his meager horizons and will show him the true treasure of the immortal sect. After that, the Marquis loudly ordered his servants to immediately approach and finish off the scoundrel. At once, sinister iron undead, summoned by the secret technique of the Jade Chamber, jumped down to the ground. As soon as people saw them, they immediately began to beg Lord E to flee for safety, for he would not be able to defend himself against the steel undead. And Lord E was quite glad that he would finally find death, hoping that this time no one would be able to save him from the desired fate. However, the hero's loyal subordinate stood up in his defense, indignantly asking, what audacious scoundrels dared to prevent the control chamber from administering justice? He crushed the first Iron Deadman with a powerful fist, reminding, in the old days, he alone commanded thousands of warriors. Then he broke through the hordes of wild barbarians of the Golden Horde, having behind him only 5,000 armored cavalry. In those days, he thought that victory in the war would be only the beginning of my glorious life. He managed to defeat the barbarians, and as a reward, he was honored with the position of magistrate of the Chamber of Control. And that was my end. The former great warrior, as he was, is dead. But from this day on, only the representative of the control chamber remains alive. Magistrate Niu Jingxi. Mr. E watched what was happening, his mouth agape with amazement. He could not believe that this sullen fat man practiced martial arts. The titled person had no idea that he would be the one to deliver the unexpected blow from behind. The Honorable E Nina was at least pleased that behind him there were still 3 Iron Dead men left, and the hero hoped that no more unpleasant surprises would arise. In the end, all the undead rushed at him in a furious attack. However, suddenly Lord E heard the cries of a subordinate who was calling the enemies to him. After all, Niu Jinshi was not the only valiant magistrate. Official Wei was also among them. As known to the wise, the great ancestor of the Zhou Empire created his own martial doctrine with unparalleled combat skills. Wei Wentong practiced this martial art description, and by the age of 15 had surpassed all martial arts masters in the capital. At 18, he dedicated himself to serving the imperial palace of the great Zhou Empire and took the post of constable. In just 4 years, he solved countless unsolved and major cases. After that, he was called Divine Constable No. 1. So now, shielding the hero with himself, he calmly explained to the young man, when the heart dies, the Divine Constable No. 1 also ceases to exist. But when a person regains determination, no one dares to stand in their way. With these words, he rushed at the other dead men, cutting down all 3 with his shining blade in a single burst. The Marquis opened his mouth wide in astonishment, unable to believe what he saw. After that, he shouted loudly, calling Lord E a shameless scoundrel who dared to destroy his priceless treasures, pretending to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. However, the Honorable E Nin asked the Marquis to stop underestimating his worthy opponents. He must use everything he has, otherwise next time a similar opportunity will not arise. In the end, intending to finish off this daring boy, the Marquis drew a sharp blade, piercing his own palm with it. Scarlet drops of blood dripping from his hand fell to the ground and gathered around the man, creating a certain ominous silhouette. Soon behind the titled person, a huge beast materialized, resembling a demonic wolf with terrifying horns. This monster immediately shielded the Marquis with itself, and it looked, to put it mildly, extremely threatening. Lord E hoped that this time he would definitely manage to find the desired death if this beast attacks him. Both Niu Jingxi and Wei Wentong had no idea how the Marquis dared to raise such a demonic creature. The noble aristocrat himself rejoiced in anticipation, eager to see how these miserable officials would manage his formidable weapon. This time he also promised his bloodthirsty little beast, if it could defeat the opponents, the noble lord would double its number of victims for a whole year. At such a generous offer, the demonic creature growled contentedly, anticipating a bloody feast. At this moment, the last remaining official realized he would still have to intervene in the fight. Cold-bloodedly approaching his master, he placed a massive black suitcase next to himself. Immediately it blossomed like a lotus flower, and a dazzling golden light began to stream from it, similar to the rays of the rising sun. When the mysterious casket fully opened, a majestic golden weapon emerged from it, joyfully greeting its old friend. The legendary swordsman understood. The time had come for the blade to emerge and breathe in the fresh air of battle. The Honorable Yi Ning could not believe that this humble man had obtained a real flying sword. The hero had no idea why the simple officials gathered here turned out to be such powerful warriors. Even the beautiful Zhuan was so shocked that she forgot to remain silent, not understanding. Who is this mysterious old man before her? At this moment, even the fierce wolf, seeing the flying blade wrapped in divine golden radiance, froze in place like a statue, clearly doubting the wisdom of the attack. After that, the demonic creature panicked and rushed away while explosions of pure energy oozed from the sacred blade behind its back. In the end, when the celestial weapon struck the wolf, he was crushed by just one devastating blow. At the point of impact, a grand explosion occurred, causing all the observers to reverently open their mouths in astonishment. The Marquis, who was near the epicenter of the destruction, was deeply shocked and did not even know what to do in such a critical situation. At this moment, the master of the flying blade calmly declared, "Anyone who dares to interfere with the control chamber in administering justice must be punished by death." It was then that the simple peasants realized. They had never suspected that the control chamber possessed such terrifying power. If Lord E has such divine helpers on his side, in the future he will no longer have to restrain himself. At that moment, Madame Xiao Qian was nearby, observing everything that was happening. She perfectly understood. The Honorable Yi Nin obviously did not know the true power of his followers. After all, even the beauty herself and His Majesty knew nothing about the true nature of these people. Perhaps all these loyal comrades of the hero were a blessing granted by the heavens themselves. At this moment, all three knelt before their boss, congratulating him on a brilliant victory. Lord E could not believe that his allies turned out to be true hidden masters. Never before had the hero seen a man controlling a flying blade with such skill. "Therefore," he loudly exclaimed, demanding worthy explanations from this trio for their supernatural abilities. Originally, the Honorable Yi Ning hoped that he finally had a great chance to become a deceased person. However, the heavens seemed to curse him. For all this time, he simply longed to find death, but could not. The hero did not even understand why in his case this was so difficult, when for everyone else it seemed the simplest thing. Loyal officials stood before the Lord as a protective wall, making it clear. Anyone who wishes to harm him must first crush them all. At that moment, the loyal Kai Xianggao ran up to Lord Yi, who finally recalled that these three masters had a very impressive past. It turned out that Wei Wentong was the legendary divine constable. Niu Jingxi was a renowned general of the Border Legion, and Wu Sanxi mastered the art of the flying sword. Obviously, the Honorable Yi Ning noticed that the description of specifically Wu Sanxia was somewhat vague. However, Kai Xianggao knew nothing more about him, only that he was truly an amazing person. The devoted servant himself could not believe that such outstanding masters were hidden in the control chamber. A genius of martial arts and a general of the Border Legion. Even Lord E was stunned, as they were supposed to look like a bunch of losers. However, they suddenly turned into some kind of legendary Avengers. After that, barely containing his indignation, the hero decided to ask the person standing before him, Wu Sanxia, why he decided to save him. Upon hearing this question, Wei Wentong explained that the Honorable Ye Ning deserved their help, although such actions surely touched him to the core. But after they were transferred to the control chamber, the valiant warriors saw no prospects for their careers. They felt that this country could no longer be saved, so they began to drown their sorrow in wine. In those dark times, they looked like a walking corpse. This continued until they met Lord E. The divine constable said, "When the strong swings a sword at the weak, who will raise a sword for the weak against an even more powerful one?" With these words, the Honorable Yi Ning awakened him from spiritual slumber and helped him remember the true purpose of his existence. Therefore, respectfully bowing, Wei Wentong honestly admitted, Lord Ye had become a person who literally gave him a new life. The hero obviously did not even suspect that in the eyes of these people he was such a perfect mentor. At this moment, Niu Jingxi also fell prostrate, for he too was enlightened by the speech delivered by the hero. And only then did the valiant general realize he himself was to blame for everything. It was he who dealt himself a blow right in the back with his cowardice. At this moment, while everyone was crying from overwhelming emotions, Kai Xianggao decided to ask the old martial arts master if he was going to join the general outpouring of feelings. However, Sansa calmly explained that he was literally nobody special and did not have any lofty opinion. The elder intervened only because he wanted to protect the master and make sure that nothing bad would happen to him. Wei Wentong and Niu Jingxi solemnly swore that from this day forward they would follow the hero, regardless of any obstacles, in order to restore the former glory of the control chamber. Of course, the Honorable Yi Nin tried to explain to them that they were not obliged to do this. He did not need anyone following him closely. And finally, Kai Xianggao realized Lord Ye's train of thought. He was literally a lone wolf. The hero always tried to rely only on his own strength, so as not to drag others into danger. However, these words delighted the devoted followers even more. After all, thanks to the hero, they became more enlightened, and therefore will become the strongest allies for their lord in the future. At that moment, Lord Yi sighed disappointedly, and Kai Xianggao obviously thought that the named brother was so happy that he simply had no words to express his joy. At that moment, the completely disappointed hero suggested to his companions to stop the empty talk, and looking at the Marquis, calmly reminded that they still had unfinished business. But the Marquis only shouted about what Lord Yi had done to his residence. However, the hero made it clear. Initially, the situation escalated solely due to the Marquis himself, who boldly resisted arrest. and this was only the beginning, if he does not stop immediately. The enraged Marquis immediately rushed forward, approaching the hero to tear him apart with his bare hands. However, his path was instantly blocked by Wei Wentong and Niu Jingxi, forcing the enraged aristocrat to retreat. Therefore, stepping back to his subordinates, the titled person threatened. Although the situation has changed a little, he will definitely take revenge on the Honorable Yi Ninu when the right time comes. At that moment, both warriors breathed a sigh of relief, not believing that the Marquis was actually such a miserable scoundrel. Lord Yi thanked these two for the invaluable help they gave him on this day. Soon rumors that the control chamber had resumed functioning spread among the people like a wildfire. It was hard to believe. As soon as it resumed work, it immediately clashed with the Marquis himself. People rejoiced that the Great Zhou Empire finally had a place defending the rights of the peaceful population. At this moment, the bound steward of the Marquis was still kneeling before the officials, who were pondering how to deal with this man. And obviously, the Honorable Yi Nin wished to act strictly according to the law. Right away, Wei Wentong's hands itched with impatience. After all, many years had passed since he last interrogated a criminal. At that moment, while a thorough interrogation was taking place, Wu Sanxi appeared to warn the gentleman to exercise greater caution after the incident. Lord Yi did not understand why, according to the wise Wu Sanxia, he should tremble in fear just because a powerful immortal sect stood behind these people. Considering that the hero secretly hoped that the Marquis would request reinforcements to quickly take his life. However, the elder was warning not about the immortal sect at all. According to rumors, in recent years the titled individual has managed to build an extensive network of influence and apparently was somehow connected to the House of Misty Rain. About this, Sansa spoke with a special, sinister seriousness. However, the hero seemed not to know this name, which intrigued him greatly. The wise elder explained that the House of Misty Rain is a notorious assassin organization. No one knows who their mysterious leader is, but if a person pays the right price, they will crush even immortal cultivators. After that, Wu Sanxia handed the Honorable Yi Nin a small protective seal, which he must always carry with him to guard against assassins sent by the House of Misty Rain. However, Lord Yi firmly refused this talisman, for he was already protected by the father's virtue, so additional amulets were unnecessary for him. Of course, the whole point was that the hero would be only glad if these people came to kill him. However, Sansa continued to insist. For as the wise know, it is easy to dodge a spear thrown in an open area, but it is much harder to avoid a sudden strike of a blade from the shadows. Therefore, the elder wished for the hero to carry this talisman with him. As is known, in their world there are many ways to harm someone. The gentleman has no desire to harm others, but he must always remain vigilant. In the end, unable to resist curiosity, the Honorable Yi Ning decided to ask after all, who exactly is this mysterious old man Wu Sanxi? However, he only smiled mysteriously in response to this question, never giving the hero the desired answer. In the end, as soon as Wu Sanxi left, Lord Yi realized that he still knew too little about this mysterious world. As is known, the great ancestor of the Zhou Empire was a great genius sent by the heavens themselves. He initiated the unparalleled prosperity of the great empire, which lasted for 3,000 years. But to great regret, after this he vanished without a trace, and his fate remains an unsolved mystery to this day. In this world, immortal cultivators can easily live for several millennia, but after the disappearance of the great ancestor, none of the emperors of subsequent generations could live more than 150 years. This was truly strange, no matter how you look at it. Why was the length of their lives so strikingly different? The hero felt that someone had definitely had a hand in it, some sinister force operating from the shadows. Ultimately, a series of premature imperial deaths caused a sharp decline in the fate of the great Zhou Empire. But it was at that critical moment that the last pillar of the great power appeared. He believed that such a powerful person as the great ancestor could not simply vanish into oblivion. The only thing they could do to save the country was to find the great ancestor and restore the fate of the great Zhou Empire. The senior officer helped the great ancestor cultivate the land, and therefore he simply could not believe that the great ruler could disappear without leaving any news. To stabilize the country, he personally set out to search for the great ancestor. However, the valiant man never returned. Therefore, it is not surprising that the position of senior officer in the control chamber always remained vacant. Of course, Lord Yi would never have found out about this if he had not conducted his own thorough investigation. However, the Chamber of Control truly concealed many secret experts. The events moved to the chambers for training in the Imperial Palace, where His Majesty conversed with Lady Xiaoqian, who had come to him. The brothel manager blamed herself for not having studied the control chamber more carefully earlier. Perhaps then all these talents would not have felt so abandoned throughout all this time. However, the emperor could not place all the blame on the beautiful Xiaoqian, for being the son of heaven, even he failed to realize that so many talented people had been forgotten. Then Madame Xiaoqian suggested looking at the situation from another perspective. After all, His Majesty's decision to send the Honorable Ye Ning to the control chamber proved truly wise. The Emperor also hoped that the decision was made correctly. But it was still strange. Sansa had an expert capable of controlling a flying sword, yet there was so little information about him. Even for Miss Xiaoqian, this was surprising. It felt as if this person appeared out of nowhere. He had neither family nor past. Even the skilled beauty could find nothing except his name. In this world, there are only two places inviolable to the secret spy department: the Immortal Sect and the Imperial Palace. They understood. It was necessary to find out who Wu Sansi was. Otherwise, if he remained close to Lord Yi, this could become too dangerous. By evening, the events moved to the control chamber, where the joyful Kai Shangao rushes in with good news. Wei Wentong and Niu Jingxi were finally able to make a breakthrough. It turned out that thanks to the support of the gentleman, the first was able to comprehend many truths and make the leap from the level of an ordinary master to great master. Kai Shangao could not help but be proud of the great masters, for now Wei Wentong could even compete with true experts, and Lord Yi realized he would have to keep much farther away from the guy. When he stepped back, he unexpectedly bumped into the powerful chest of Niu Jingxi, who was standing behind. The valiant general also wished to boast before the gentleman that he had managed to make a breakthrough. He even teared up while telling how his clan always used various battles to awaken the power of their bloodline. However, the current power of the blood heritage was not even 1/10 of what it used to be in the old days. Of course, the Honorable Yi Nin tried to comfort her husband, explaining that as long as he continues to work hard, everything will be fine. However, Niu Jingxi explained to the hero that thanks to his words and guidance, the spirit of competition flared up in him again, and the true power of the bloodline, which had been dormant in his body until now, was awakened. And Lord Yi only bitterly laughed, realizing that all the comrades seemed to have joyful news. After that, he decided to hastily return to his solitary reading. In fact, the hero did not understand what was happening. He was already in a difficult situation, and now these guys decided to give him new problems. At this moment, Wei Wentong was confident. Since they had all become stronger, they could be assured that Lord Ye's life was not in danger, considering that the Marquis was a vengeful person who would definitely try to harm the Lord. Therefore, Wei Wentong swore that from this day forward he would never leave his master. Following the comrade, the other two fighters took similar oaths. Soon the hero headed home, passing through the market together with little Zhuan. However, from time to time, the body of the Honorable Yi Nin would turn around, looking around. Zhuan seemed to think that the gentleman was worried about possible pursuers. However, even though she could not say anything, she understood. He should not worry because she, if anything, would not allow anything to happen to him. At this moment, the hero was truly glad that he had accepted the seal talisman from the Elder Yu. This temporarily convinced his comrades to stop chasing him relentlessly. Moreover, he honestly admitted to himself, these diligent guards had already quite tired him out. Lord Yi headed to the house of the immortal drunkards, as his priority now was to find a place where the killers could easily find him. After all, the hero did not want to make the virtues do extra work. He sincerely hoped that the killers would find this place, for their desired target was right here. However, as soon as the hero stepped over the threshold of the establishment, all the eyes of those present immediately turned to him as if to the rising sun. Visitors immediately surrounded the gentleman, eager to at least shake his hand or get a precious autograph from him. Of course, the Honorable Yi Nin asked the visitors to stop pushing and also to make room for those in need. However, they all really wanted to admire the famous gentleman, so people began pushing each other, trying to get closer to him. Xuan and Lord Yi felt extremely cramped. It seemed that even if killers were hiding here, they would not be able to get to the hero through this living wall. However, this could not continue any longer, as the Honorable Yi Ninu needed to publicly ridicule the Marquis. At that moment, one of the visitors decided to ask the gentleman about his further plans regarding the matter with the titled lady. However, the hero immediately, standing on the table, loudly declared that the matter was not at all about their personal confrontation. From now on, the control chamber will fight any evil to the very end. Therefore, Lord Yi threatened the Marquis to all present. He should prepare himself, for what happened today was only the beginning. Everyone immediately clapped their hands, praising the noble gentleman, and rejoicing that they would no longer live under the same sky with such a villain. Soon such bold words reached the Marquis himself, who in a furious rage began throwing expensive things against the walls. The titled person swore that they also would not live under the same roof with the Honorable Yi Nino. After that, he turned to the servant standing behind him. The man who appeared immediately respectfully asked how he could assist his master. However, the Marquis, grabbing the servant by the collar, angrily ordered him to go on the mission and find that very man. He must tell him that the titled person needs Lord Yi's head, no matter the cost. The scoundrel must get it today. In the end, the envoy set off by order to the old house on the outskirts of the city. Bowing in a bow, he introduced himself. explaining that he had arrived from the Marquis's residence and wished to meet with Mr. Mu. However, the person who was in the house was very displeased upon seeing the uninvited guest. In the end, the servant had to justify that he came here by the order of his master and could not disobey. And finally, the man allowed him to enter inside to discuss the essence of the task. A man cloaked in a cloak, with a demonic smile, inquired, "Who does he need to eliminate this time?" Then the envoy, bowing, calmly explained that the target was the Imperial censor from the control chamber named Yi Ning. However, the killer had already heard about this person and warned that the client would have to pay generously if they want to obtain this target. Meanwhile, the hero was in his residence looking around here and there. Even his loyal servant was surprised that the master seemed extremely worried after returning home and did not understand what he was trying to find in the yard. Lord E just went her. At this time, Lord E's preparations were complete, so he hoped that the Marquis would hurry with his business and finally kill him. Deep night had come. The hero lay calmly on his bed, absolutely worrying about nothing. At that moment, little Zhuan approached him. She brought incense with her that soothed the soul and was capable of putting a person into a deep sleep for 6 hours. After that, the girl calmly braided her hair into a high ponytail and thanked the Honorable Inin for everything. He had always been the one who protected them. Finally embracing her true form, she realized it was her turn to protect him. Zhuan hoped that the hero would get a good night's sleep, and when he woke up, a new day would come for him. She also placed the amulet in his clothes. Zhuan hoped that the hero's hands would remain clean, so that he could compose the most beautiful poem in the whole world. She was going to deal with all the dirty work instead of him. At that moment, the girl noticed someone beginning to approach the gates leading to the young master's residence. It was a man, hidden by a cloak and armed with a blade. Obviously, Zhuan could not believe it. Someone decided to use paper puppets to check the situation. That means the mercenaries were extremely cautious. When this doll lunged at her, the girl shattered it into tiny pieces. However, instead of parts of the human body, only scraps of paper began to swirl in the air. But soon on the roof she noticed another ominous silhouette. Such puppets gathered around the residence of the young gentleman. At that moment, Zhuan noticed, on their weapons, which they held in their hands, a deadly poison had been applied. Therefore, she had no choice but to use the rain cloud sword formation. When all the puppets attacked her, the girl swept them away with a hurricane of icy water. This technique involved condensing moisture, after which an explosion occurred, scattering ice shards around the area. In the end, all the paper dolls crumbled into tiny particles. The mercenary watching the young lady realized, considering her tender age, she possessed a truly remarkable talent. Therefore, he even offered her to join the House of Misty Rain. However, Zhuan believed that some so-called House of Misty Rain did not deserve talents like hers at all. With these words, she dealt a crushing blow to the man standing ahead. However, this disgusting mercenary turned out to be just another decoy, a paper man. When the girl destroyed him, the dark mist headed to the window of the room where the hero was resting. The true killer only laughed at the young lady, making it clear she was never his real target. After this, the entire mist began to gather into a human silhouette. He looked at the hero as if at an idiot who, even in the face of death itself, remained in blissful ignorance. After that, the killer raised his blade to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy's body. However, as soon as he struck, the amulet immediately protected its master's body. Zhuan knew what would happen next and understood. It was this mercenary who was the real idiot. Soon there was a grand explosion that sent the killer flying out of the house. Only then did he realize Zhuan was a real scoundrel who dared to set an ambush and destroy his internal energy shell using a talisman. The girl could not believe that such a mercenary had the audacity to even call her a wretch. But even after losing his shell, the killer could not stop until he finished off this impudent fellow. At that moment, Zhuan noticed. The man activated a small teleportation talisman, then disappeared. The girl understood. Since this man possessed the inner shell and the small talisman, this killer must have been a very important figure in the organization. At that moment, the mercenary was standing apart and was extremely enraged, realizing that all his puppets had been destroyed. Therefore, he immediately ordered his subordinates to listen to his command. All killers of the Misty Rain House of Iron Plate level and below, no matter what it takes, must appear for the mission to eliminate the Honorable Yi Nin. And Zhuan stood in the middle of the yard, watching as a multitude of sinister mercenaries approached her through the night darkness. However, the girl made it clear to all the mercenaries, no one is allowed to harm her dear master. After that, a fierce battle broke out, which lasted until sunrise. Finally, everything was over, and the exhausted Zhuan realized she had managed to protect her benefactor. Madame Xiaoqian was watching the entire scene through the magic mirror. She could admit, the girl fought quite skillfully. Unlike her late father, her willpower proved to be much superior. After that, the beauty went to her chambers, pondering the House of Misty Rain. She was angry that this time they dared to touch a person who was untouchable. Soon, when the blessed morning came, the Honorable Yi Ning finally awoke in his bed. Obviously, he was extremely surprised that he was still among the living. The hero could not believe it. Could it be that on this very night the Marquis did not send anyone to kill him? Lord E considered the titled person the most cowardly of all scoundrels, for he hated him as much as he could, yet still did not dare to finish. E realized. A moment ago he was very mistaken about the Marquis. He really made considerable efforts to kill him. The hero saw several dozen dead bodies, but had no idea who managed to deal with these mercenaries. Soon the honorable gentleman was already walking around the entire residence, searching for Juan. However, he could not find her at all. This was very surprising, as usually the girl was already awake by this time. The hero was very worried about what could have happened to her, so he immediately hurried to her room to try to wake her up. However, Lord E saw that the girl was sleeping soundly, and it was clear she was terribly exhausted by something. The Honorable E Ning immediately carefully turned the little one over to make sure that she was all right, and also saw the amulet which she was tightly holding in her hands and would not let go. The hero even had tears welling up in his eyes from this touching picture. He felt his guilt before this devoted girl. After that, the old servant heard a loud sound from the master's residence. He immediately hurried inside and saw the Honorable E Ning lying on the ground, awkwardly excusing himself that he had only accidentally fallen. Then the elder was even more surprised, not understanding why Juan was still asleep. However, Lord E asked the old man not to worry about anything. After all, Juan was still a child, and a long sleep was only beneficial for her. In the end, the Honorable E Nin felt great relief that his people were unharmed. Unfortunately, he was also among those who remained unharmed. At this time, Niu Jingxi, the manager of corpse cleanup, had already arrived at his residence. He explained to the Lord that most of these people died from wounds inflicted by a sword. Their opponent must have been an immortal cultivator specializing in blade mastery. The Honorable E Ning immediately looked towards the old man Wu Sanxi, believing that he was responsible for this massacre. However, the wise elder hastily explained that he had nothing to do with it. Moreover, their bodies would hardly have remained so unharmed if it had been his doing. Then Lord E looked around his estate. Traces of a serious battle were visible everywhere. Of course, considering the powers that Wu Sanxi possessed, he would have dealt with all the mercenaries in an instant, so he could not have left only such traces. Moreover, the other two did not use blades at all. If they wanted to protect him, they would have no reason to hide their fighting style. This meant, besides these three talents, another expert was hidden next to him, who protected his life. The hero ordered those present to conduct a thorough investigation in order to find out who was the person that protected him. The Honorable E Ning wished to properly reward the savior, for he understood that in order to have the chance to die peacefully, he must find this person as soon as possible. At that time, Xuan heard the words of the master. However, she did not need any rewards. The opportunity to protect Lord E until the end of her days was the greatest of all rewards. At this moment in his residence, the Marquis was smashing everything that came to hand, regardless of the cost. He smashed his entire room until a servant ran to him with news. The Emperor ordered the Lord Master to appear at the Imperial Palace tomorrow morning. At that moment, the Marquis realized. Apparently, he was not the only one who longed for the death of these people. Eventually, the next day arrived, and all the officials of the chamber arrived at the Imperial Palace. Niu Jingxi was very impressed by how beautiful the palace was, and Wu Sanxi, seeing his reaction, immediately understood that Niu Jingxi was the simplest villager. At that moment, bowing, Wu Sanxia decided to wait for the master's arrival outside, as he did not like overly crowded gatherings. However, Lord E felt that the man developed some kind of aversion to this place as soon as they entered, but his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the eunuch who appeared. It turned out he had come with news. Today's morning meeting would be different from all the previous ones. For this reason, he kindly asked Mr. E Nin to be especially careful. Obviously, no one could believe that the Emperor had summoned them here to abolish them. Kai Xianggao could not believe that now, when the control chamber had instilled fear in the hearts of all the corrupt members of the Imperial Palace, they wanted to disband it. Obviously, Niu Jingxi considered this extremely unfair. After all, thanks to Mr. Ye, the control chamber was finally able to grasp at least a glimmer of hope. However, the Honorable E Nin, grabbing the strong man by the shoulder, asked him not to worry so much. Even if they want to hold accountable, doing so will be extremely difficult. In fact, the hero understood. At first, the control chamber and all these people became an obstacle on the path to his death. However, it turned out that it became a target for the entire Imperial Palace. This fact will definitely play into his plan. Therefore, Lord E asked his comrade to trust him and promised that the palace would never manage to defeat the control chamber. Obviously, everyone was very inspired by the words of their leader and was confident they could wipe the nose of all these corrupt officials. However, the eunuch asked the gentleman to wait. After all, the Emperor also intends to abolish the control chamber. Otherwise, he would not have summoned them here. However, Lord E considered the Emperor nothing more than a helpless ruler who thinks exactly like the corrupt officials. Obviously concerned, the eunuch asked the Lord to watch his words. At the same time, the emperor sneezed as if hearing such bold words. After that, he looked around the hall where all the officials had gathered, not understanding why the honorable gentleman had not arrived yet. He was very hopeful that the hero would not blame him. After all, the ruler wanted to give him a reliable shelter to buy some time. However, unfortunately, the situation has now escalated, and this method was the only one by which he could protect him. At this moment, the Honorable Nin asked his subordinates to stand before the helpless ruler and corrupt officials to defend their honor. Looking after him, the worried eunuch understood. He really did not want the master to challenge all these people in front of everyone. However, it seemed to him, if Lord E retreats now, he will feel even worse. In the end, the man understood. He was just an ordinary eunuch, lacking the qualification and courage to fight on his side. All he could do was wish long life to this husband, for people like him are simply essential to their world. At this moment, the hero appeared in the imperial palace and greeted the emperor as the imperial censor of the Chamber of Control. After that, Niu Jingxi, Wei Wentong, and Magistrate Kai Xianggao also introduced themselves. However, the officials only mocked this small group of martial arts masters, who are only capable of fighting and killing, but will achieve nothing. Moreover, they had the audacity to provoke the immortal sect. They clearly did not understand how they were supposed to act in their positions. His Majesty immediately raised the sovereign hand, interrupting the official's verbosity. But at that very moment, the respectfully bowed Nin addressed the emperor with a bold request to allow him to say a few words to his honorable colleagues. In fact, our brave hero intended to inquire of these honorable gentlemen whether they had eaten millet today. The answer was as obvious as the sunrise. Of course, yes. Then Lord E loudly protested that these individuals lurked behind his back like jackals, for they longed to bring the valiant Chamber of Control to justice, punish it, and even curse it, but cowardly did not dare to say this aloud. Even the Son of Heaven was astonished when the Lord from the Zhou Empire spoke so boldly, but one of the gray-bearded officials was filled with righteous indignation. How dare this youth shout in the sacred chambers of the imperial palace? Everyone considered him a real impudent and shameless insolent. The courtiers were eager to accuse the daring bold man of a grave crime for daring to raise his voice in the imperial court, given his modest 4th rank. Even the wise Liao Shen understood that under the circumstances, it would be most prudent to play along with the other officials. Therefore, he also accused that Nin dared to shout in the sacred halls, and must bear the appropriate punishment. However, our fearless hero only laughed loudly, as if he had heard the funniest joke under the heavens. After that, he explained that his laughter was caused by the fact that identical and worthless jesters behave more ridiculously than monkeys. And truly, even his loyal assistants could not hold back their laughter, for their master was, as always, extraordinarily right in his judgments. The old dignitary was extremely outraged by the arrogant behavior of these upstarts from the control chamber. Even while in the Golden Hall, they showed no proper respect. Nin only grabbed the old man by the finger, which he was poking at him like a spear, amazed at how lively this ancient man turned out to be. Approaching closer, our fearless champion of justice decided to find out who this honorable man was. He pulled his hand out with displeasure and introduced himself as the Minister of the Department of Chronicles. However, Mr. E was not at all surprised to hear this answer. From the very beginning, he was curious about what this man was famous for, and it turned out he was just the Minister of Chronicles. After that, our hero asked the officials not to be so fiercely angry, for they were not his true target, and he explained that anyone who came here today to hold the control chamber accountable can be called a real animal. As an example, he took the Department of Chronicles. 3 moons ago, thousands of grain ships rebelled in response to the case of thefts in Jiang province. The prefectural magistrate of the same province imposed excessive illegal taxes and levies on commoners, as a result of which they could not earn a living. Ultimately, this entire incident happened due to corruption in the Department of Chronicles, and of course, it will not be easy for the deputy of this department to avoid just retribution. In the end, this man was caught taking bribes, abusing the law, and enriching himself at the expense of the people's suffering. So even calling him an animal would insult the unfortunate beasts. Looking at the elder defeated by his words, Nin understood. This world is nothing but a step before becoming the heavenly ruler. But even if he fails to eradicate all the corrupt officials living off the people's tears, at least today he wished to use his humble speeches to leave a righteous mark in this mortal world, for the people whose hearts still harbor hope for a happy future. After this, several more officials spoke out against our valiant champion of justice. However, they were all instantly overthrown by the hero's profound words. Soon he realized that among all the courtiers there was not a single worthy opponent. However, suddenly one of the officials stepped forward, amazed at how commanding Ning behaved, unforgivable for his modest position. The gentleman from the Zhou Empire was quite surprised to see a man dressed in the control chamber uniform, whom he had never met before. All the others immediately bowed respectfully before the imperial censor Wu Zhongchen. This is how our hero realized that, apparently, in the table of ranks this man was his immediate superior. For this reason he came closer, examining him from all sides, and to his greatest surprise discovered that he was still breathing. The censor himself was struck by such strange behavior of Inina. However, our fearless fighter for justice, kindly grabbing the husband by the shoulder, asked him not to be angry. He was simply amazed that, as it turned out, the imperial censor was still alive. Of course, the official was shocked that this youth dared to mock his own superior, and ordered the members of the control chamber to immediately remove this troublemaker outside. However, to his greatest astonishment, absolutely no one moved from their place. Immediately, the official spun like a top, not understanding where all the people from the control chamber had gone. He was their chief, but they did not obey his orders. However, Inin was struck by the fact that the official from the control chamber did not understand the purpose of the department itself at all. They existed to help commoners achieve justice, and in this case, Lord Yi's subordinates fulfilled their duty properly. However, the censor accused Mr. Yi of daring to disrupt the harmony of the great power. He considered them arrogant brats who caused a commotion in the capital over some cart of coal. Moreover, that poor man could rent out the unused part of his dwelling or slaughter a cow and sell its meat to survive this harsh winter. Listening to the speeches of this man, everyone got the impression that he had gone mad from an excess of learning. Therefore, our hero, grabbing the censor by the hand, suggested that he tell an instructive story. In ancient times, a certain region suffered from severe famine and people had nothing to eat. Someone reported this disaster to an official at the imperial court. This news interested the dignitary and he asked, "If people have no grain, why don't they eat chopped meat?" However, the imperial censor clearly did not understand what was wrong with the words of that official. It was still logical. If people had no grain, they could really just eat meat. And then Inin realized the imperial censor was not evil at all. He was just an ordinary fool. Therefore, His Majesty loudly struck the table, demanding immediate silence from everyone. The Son of Heaven understood. If he did not abolish the control chamber today, the officials loyal to him would be disappointed in him. But if he did not do this, he would hardly be able to withstand the pressure of the six powers and the immortal sect. In the end, the Emperor had no choice but to agree to abolish the Chamber of Control. From now on, the officials of the control chamber will be transferred to other departments. Of course, the dignitaries immediately began to praise the wisest decision of the ruler. And the Emperor himself perfectly understood that now Yi Nin and his subordinates would begin to hate him. However, our fearless hero loudly proclaimed, demonstrating to the Emperor that he refuses to accept such a decision. Everyone immediately began to reproach the valiant fighter for justice, demanding that he watch his words and not dare to ignore the imperial decree. They believed that Yi Ning deserved the death penalty for disobedience, so they began to beg His Majesty to issue a new decree. It is obvious that the Emperor did not understand how he should deal with the hero after what he had just done, and our valiant Lord Yi very much hoped that at least this time he could peacefully die after being insulted by the Son of Heaven himself. At that very moment, Wu Sansi was calmly sitting on the roof, sipping precious alcohol. However, he quickly noticed that the hero had not returned for quite a long time, and he had a bad feeling. He remembered how 60 years ago imperial officials practically buried him. Apparently, now they were trying to bury Inina in exactly the same way. In the end, the noble man was convinced there was no justice under heaven. Anyone who defends justice and adheres to the letter of the law must die, while unreasonable scoundrels continue to prosper. However, the faithful guardian of the law believed that when it comes to Mr. E, he would undoubtedly be able to receive the blessing of the gods. Therefore, the valiant man immediately rushed forward to save his lord. Thus, the devoted servant found himself in the Hall of Justice, where the entire battle erupted. Bowing respectfully, he introduced himself as Magistrate Wu Sansi from the control chamber, and sincerely hoped that the soul mirror would appear before him. The gray-bearded guard honestly admitted that this world is becoming increasingly harsh. Order is collapsing, evil is rampant, and commoners are barely making ends meet. The control chamber has become a relic of the past. Everyone has forgotten about it. If it were not for the brave champion of justice, no one would remember the existence of this department. If the valiant fighter dies, the control chamber will follow him to the afterlife. The devoted servant hoped that the spiritual instrument carrying the mission of the chief officer would not wish for the sweat and blood of the righteous man to be in vain. After that, the gray-bearded guard remained on his knees and continued to pray to the heavens. But when nothing happened, he loudly declared that he was ready to stake his swordsmanship skills, which he had honed all his life. If the lord from the Zhou Empire fails this trial, the loyal servant will pay with his cultivation and die along with him. And in the end, the mirror shone, responding to the call of the noble husband. After that, a golden-colored beam shot behind his back, somewhere into the distance. In fact, the spiritual mirror was very curious. Would the fearless fighter be able to pass this test? At that very moment, the officials were shouting at our hero, who declared that he was going to defend justice. In that case, he needed to commit suicide right now, because the daring brave man dared to deceive the emperor, which is considered the gravest crime. However, Lord E calmly explained that although he ignored the imperial decree, he did not intend to commit suicide, as he was not ashamed of his actions. They could kill the valiant zealot, but he will die with honor and glory, which these miserable cowards will never understand. With these words, the hero's first trial was passed. The brave fighter did not lie. He was truly not afraid of death. Apparently, the nobleman was one of those who are ready to cross the boundary between life and death. In the end, the Mirror of Souls brightly shone with golden light and enveloped the entire building in a glowing golden sphere. At that time, the officials showered the valiant zealot with various epithets like pathetic, cowardly, shameless. The imperial censor no longer understood why the gentleman from the Zhou Empire was able to speak and behave so righteously. Why the daring brave man was not afraid of death and attracted everyone's attention. Moreover, this person is capable of making his enemies choke with hatred, while his people fully trusted the brave ruler. It was precisely this second test of the Golden Mirror that was passed. At that moment, the old dignitary reminded everyone that the immortal sect and the six powers do not wish to see the fearless fighter alive. Therefore, the courtiers believed that the divine sect would be furious if the Son of Heaven did not kill the audacious zealot today. Fearing such retribution from the powerful sect, they began to beg that His Majesty order the immediate execution of Lord E. At that moment, the Emperor hesitated, not knowing what to say, and our hero decided to give everyone present an instructive saying. The valiant man calmly explained to those gathered, "If the sky is filled with darkness, they should learn to live in the dark. If it is dangerous to make any sounds, they should keep silent. If they know they cannot shine, then they must hide in a corner." The brave fighter continued, "It is not worth defending a lie just because they are used to it. It is not worth being proud of your mess. One should not mock those who have much more courage and passion than themselves. Perhaps their lives are insignificant and they are merely dust, but they should not resemble pathetic larvae." After which the nobleman publicly declared to the emperor that he had committed a crime, and himself requested that His Majesty order his execution. And immediately, looking at the nobility of their lord, the loyal servants bowed before the valiant lord. However, unexpectedly, the body of our hero brightly shone with golden light. And soon from this bright glow came a voice that announced the bold zealot as the new chief officer of the control chamber. This news spread everywhere, and among those who heard it was Wu Sansi. In the control room, literally the entire ground shook, welcoming the new chief officer. At that moment, the devoted servant noticed how numerous golden rays were shooting out from the Hall of Justice. The gray-bearded guard also saw how suddenly one of the brightest beams, resembling a sword, rushed towards the imperial palace. The faithful husband had a rough idea of what it meant, but he could not believe what he saw. At that moment, the officials whispered among themselves, not understanding how Mr. E dared to show such audacity in the Golden Palace. At that very moment, our hero realized that something was wrong with him. The brave fighter had a feeling as if he had been betrayed again. However, suddenly the officials shouted when they saw the magical treasure and became worried that someone from the immortal sect had arrived here. However, instead of that, the rays striving towards the Golden Palace gathered in the hands of our hero, and loudly announced the daring zealot as the new chief officer of the control chamber. Obviously, Lord E understood that this damn mirror had merged with his virtues in his body. The brave fighter reluctantly realized that he seemed to have become much stronger again. However, the officials still did not understand why they should respect the noble husband. Even if the daring brave man became the chief officer, he still deserved death for disobedience to the emperor. But at that moment, a golden blade shone brightly above them. All the malicious officials were immediately blinded by this divine radiance and turned away. Even our hero could not move. However, looking at the approaching blade, the valiant zealot had a bad feeling. At that moment, the brave fighter heard the voice of the founder, who proclaimed that the Lord's body from the Zhou Empire was full of virtues, for which he was worthy to become his successor. However, the young man, although he did not show it, very much wanted to refuse this position. But now the noble man seemed not to control his body, so the sword gently landed in his hands. The officials realized it was the blade of the founder himself. To be face to face with the sword was like meeting the greatest ancestor himself. At that moment, the founder warned our hero, if the daring brave man truly wishes to become his successor, virtue alone will not be enough. He will have much to learn. And Lord E indignantly stated that he never said he was interested in studying, so he asked the founder to take back his words. At that moment, the founder gained control over the hero's body, deciding to demonstrate the power that the young man had obtained. He also wished, like a wise elder, to teach the brave fighter a certain lesson, and this lesson concerned the creation of authority. With these loud words, our hero immediately plunged his blade tip into the ground, causing it to shine brightly. After that, the gentleman from the Zhou Empire loudly exclaimed, calling the officials a bunch of wicked men who dared to desecrate the Golden Palace. And at that moment, the waves began to roll over the dignitaries. They were passing through their bodies. And soon the scoundrels felt that their scientific goal had been completely destroyed, and all years of study were lost in an instant. Therefore they loudly shouted, accusing the valiant zealot of excessive cruelty. Even his friend was, to put it mildly, shocked. Because for a person, a broken scholarly goal is the same as breaking a cultivator's dantian. If this happens, most likely the person will never be able to enter the scholarly sect again. The founder calmly explained through our hero that this was only a test of their inner essence, imposed on them by the sword of the ancestor. These corrupt little people deserve to have their scholarly energy broken forever. At that moment, the Son of Heaven proudly looked at our hero, for he could not believe that a lord from the Zhou Empire would help him achieve something the ruler had dreamed of his entire life, but had never been able to accomplish. After that, the emperor carefully looked over his assistant Liao Sheng, lying together with all the officials. The cunning official was like a true seasoned actor, pretending that he too was wounded by the founder's energy. At that moment, the founder contacted the brave fighter for the last time, explaining that he had very little time left, and from that moment on, he fully entrusted the control chamber to our hero. And obviously Lord Yi wished for the founder to leave his body as soon as possible, for the nobleman was too embarrassed. At that moment, the officials once again began accusing the daring brave man of having planned it all from the very beginning. His friends picked up on it, thinking that the gentleman's plan was simply brilliant. He managed to deceive even them. However, the fearless fighter did not understand at all where his comrades got some kind of deception from. At that moment, the imperial censor fell to his knees, realizing that he deserved such punishment. When he was young, the gray-bearded official planned to use everything he was taught to help the homeland, but his career helped him achieve success, and he let it down. Now the old dignitary was ashamed to appear before his ancestors. Therefore, with tears, he ran away from the imperial palace. While the censor, crying, was running away, he accidentally bumped into a eunuch standing nearby. Obviously, he had no idea what had happened in the palace at all, since the overseer himself ran out of there in tears. At that moment, the other officials also ran out, realizing that they were unworthy of their positions, for they had betrayed the noble traditions passed down through the years. They all ran past the eunuch, who stood frozen in shock, not knowing how to process what he had seen. At that moment, the emperor looked at the official before him in puzzlement. The master wished to know, was everything that happened just now planned from the very beginning? Soon the Son of Heaven met with his close associates, who understood that the brave zealot had truly managed to grant the emperor a huge gift. However, the ruler had no idea what the valiant fighter intended to do with the consequences of his actions. Sima Qian concluded. This time, the gentleman from the Zhou Empire and the control chamber really managed to remind the whole world of their existence. They dared to challenge the immortal sect. It will be quite difficult to guard the audacious bold one with the help of the espionage department. However, Liao Shen noticed that the situation was far from being so bad. They always thought about how to hide the light of Lord Yi under some kind of veil, but never thought that they would fail to conceal the radiance emanating from his body. A noble man was born in this turbulent time. He is destined to become a person radiating the brightest light. Such people have two paths. The first is to put an end to the chaos in this world and become a sage, and the second is to perish in pursuit of their dream and achieve eternal glory. In the end, the gray-bearded advisor admitted that he had already reflected on many things, so he made the decision that the path they had been following all this time might have been wrong. And a fearless fighter is a person sent by him from above to correct all shortcomings. They were always under enormous pressure, and at the same time ignored the roles of inept rulers among these officials to accumulate even more power, while not revealing the slightest details. However, if everything continues like this, they will have serious problems. The wise advisor told how he once planted a special fruit tree in his old house. He was told that this tree needs to accumulate nutrients for 3 years to bear its first fruits. To produce the most delicious fruits, this tree stops growing for a whole 3 years. 3 years later, Liao Shen returned to look at this fruit tree, but learned that the people living in his old house had cut it down. And on the other hand, a tree that cannot bear fruit is a dead tree in the eyes of other people. The great Zhou was like a dead tree, and the brave zealot is the only remaining green leaf on this dead tree. Finally, the emperor understood that he needed to send messages to everyone about what happened today. The Lord wished for all who walk under the same sky with them to know about what occurred. After all, a man named Yi Nin continues his service at the imperial court. They still had a government institution called the Chamber of Control, continuing its work in the capital. The next day, all these citizens heard the news that the valiant man was appointed chief officer, and he also built a trap and drove all the scoundrels out of the court in one fell swoop. Therefore, everyone was even more amazed by the respected gentleman, Everyone praised the daring brave man at the gates of his residence. However, our hero understood. People clearly overestimated him, for he was not as good as they thought. However, the nobleman realized that he was originally destined to be a mere passerby. He was not worthy of such treatment. However, suddenly Lord E felt that something was flying straight at his head. It was a bottle of alcohol thrown by Sanxi, who noticed that the gentleman has been sighing very heavily lately. In the end, the fearless fighter drank the offered beverage and sighed heavily. The valiant zealot admitted that he fears not living up to the hopes of the people who believed in him. However, the devoted servant laughed at the words of the Lord. The gray-bearded guard did not understand how a person like the brave fighter could even have such thoughts. Then our hero admitted that he used to urge a famous horse with a whip, fearing that it would not be able to maintain its former level of beauty. Perhaps the nobleman is not who these people thought he was, and the more hopes they placed on him, the more disappointed they will be in him. However, the loyal servant reminded that it was only thanks to the master from the Zhou Empire that they stopped being walking dead. This is one of the reasons why the devoted guardian asked the soul mirror to subject the daring brave man to a trial. The gray-bearded man is sure that in this generation only one person deserves the position of chief officer, and in his opinion that person should be Lord E. Obviously, the brave fighter was surprised by the subordinate's words, and only modestly explained that he was not as good as he thought. Only later did the nobleman realize that everything that happened to him was the fault of Wu Sanxi. The fearless zealot became very angry when he found out that it was the faithful servant who summoned this mirror. However, the devoted guard calmly explained that he had merely awakened the mirror from its sleep. What happened next was merely the result of the fact that the gentleman earned the approval of the Mirror of Souls through his behavior. All of this happened thanks to him alone. However, Lord E could not believe that he had brought trouble upon himself again. Before that, the daring brave man was still wondering why the mirror appeared as if out of nowhere, and he suddenly became the chief officer. The courageous fighter was very disappointed in Wu Sanxi. He seemed so honest, but at the last moment decided to betray him. In the end, our hero remembered. He had people protecting him of the first class. There were also second-class defenders like Niu Jingxi, Wei Wentong, and Kai Xianggao. There was also a special protector, a certain mysterious stranger who helped him fend off the killers. So the nobleman had to be ready for his appearance. At that moment, the hero's first disciple ran into the residence, explaining that the Hall of Justice of the control chamber had finally opened. However, the brave zealot had never heard before that such a hall existed. It turned out that the courtroom only opens when a new chief officer appears. The guards thought that the gentleman was surely interested in the true key secret of the control chamber. In the end, with an ominous creak, the two gates swung open, and Lord E entered the very control chamber. After that, Wu Sanxi led the noble husband to his throne, asking the ruler to sit down. And for some reason, the fearless fighter had the feeling that this gray-bearded old man knew everything about this sacred place. Soon our hero sat down where the devoted servant asked him to sit. And suddenly golden rays appeared from the painting, enveloping his entire body. The valiant zealot immediately realized that information left by previous chief officers for future successors was inscribed on these golden rays. The chief officers of Great Zhou were entrusted with enormous responsibility, comparable only to that of emperors. In addition to obeying laws, maintaining discipline in the imperial court, and making lawful decisions, the daring bold man also commanded the capital army. In summary, the Hall of Justice was the core of the capital army. And the brave fighter clearly understood. If he unleashed this power right now, the capital would be instantly destroyed. So the nobleman will finally be able to die. However, immediately dismissing these thoughts, the fearless zealot slapped himself, realizing that he could not drag other people along just because of his own thirst for death. At that moment, Wu Sanxi decided to ask the gentleman if he had received the message left by the first chief officer. Lord E proudly declared that he understood everything said, and moreover noted that the gray-bearded elder was well acquainted with this place. However, the valiant man did not see a single document that would indicate a connection between the devoted servant and the Wu Zhan, and he was originally from the imperial palace. The brave zealot immediately began going through all the people he knew with the surname Yu who could have been from the palace. And suddenly the nobleman realized that not long ago he had read information about this person. In February of the 37th year of the 60-year cycle, the sect's 60-year-old raised a rebellion, and chaos reigned around. They attracted the attention of monsters outside the capital and led them inside. The great ancestor was furious. He sent there a guard holding the flag of the heavenly victorious army. Wherever this banner appeared, the enemies were crushed to dust. At that time, the name Heavenly Victorious Army, which defeated enemies with the help of a single guardian, was synonymous with death itself. The gray-bearded elder calmly explained that the great ancestor bestowed the surname upon every member of this army. He did this so that they could forever preserve their fighting spirit in their minds. The devoted servant also wished to follow in the footsteps of the great ancestor in terms of battles and expeditions, but unfortunately was born too late. The heavenly victorious army disappeared long ago. Now it has turned into the Imperial Army guarding the inner courtyard of the Imperial Palace. Sanxi regretfully explained that he used to be the commander of the Imperial Army serving the previous emperor. One day, as usual, he was patrolling the palace grounds and suddenly heard someone calling for help. The gray-bearded guard ran towards the sound and found a disciple of the divine sect. He was teasing some woman because she refused to obey him. Then the scoundrel simply went mad and took her life right on the spot. That day, Great Joe rewarded various immortal sects according to their merits. Members of the divine sect believed they had support. No one in Great Joe dared to touch them, even considering the murder of a woman. But not the gray-bearded warrior. As the leader of the Imperial Army, he did what he had to do. Members of the divine sect raised a rebellion, which made the Emperor furious. The Lord destroyed the martial arts cultivation of the loyal servant and expelled him from the Imperial Army. And the Son of Heaven decreed that he should never again cross the threshold of the Imperial Palace for the rest of his days. For this reason, the gray-bearded guard was transferred to the control chamber. He had less and less time left, so he began to cultivate swordsmanship techniques. He managed to reach some heights. Of course, Lord Yi found it hard to believe that Wu Sanxi's martial arts cultivation had been destroyed, so he switched to studying swordsmanship techniques. The devoted servant managed to become a true strong swordsman in less than 60 years. This man was a true genius of sword technique, undoubtedly. Looking at the person before him, the brave zealot promised that one day he would help him take revenge for all the humiliations he had endured. No one will dare to intimidate the control chamber anymore. Somewhere around the same time, the mercenary was beating his servant, who had acted recklessly, and now wanted the master to clean up the mess they had left. As mentioned earlier, the master sent the army to the capital for further investigation. Now the capital was under the command of the House of Spring Breeze. They could not take hasty actions, and yet his subordinate dared to personally accept the Marquis's order. Moreover, after his failure, he dared to gather even more assassins, causing the House of Misty Rain to lose half of its people. Immediately, bowing his head to the ground, the mercenary realized his mistake and began to swear that it would not happen again. His master himself realized that this time he had messed up because he underestimated the girl who was constantly hanging around the fearless fighter. Thanks to Lord Yi, the entire Great Joe was literally boiling. However, the Dark Lord lost too many people, which means he had to repay this debt. Somewhere at the same moment, a peasant met the old man whom the Marquis's managers were mocking. The commoner was insanely grateful to the gentleman who did his job simply excellently. Moreover, since the valiant zealot achieved justice for him, the gray-bearded man wished to repay the benefactor. And he and his wife prepared some local goods for the brave fighter. The peasant very much hoped that the young man would accept such a modest gift from him. However, as soon as the cloth was removed from the cart, Lord Yi thought that the man had made some mistake. Indeed, seeing a woman lying among the vegetables, the noble husband got the impression that their house truly had very special local goods. At that moment, the peasants were discussing how lucky their country was to simultaneously get rid of such a large number of corrupt officials at the imperial court. On the street, they even noticed the wandering Minister of Finance. It is remembered that he used to be a bold, confident, and useless official riding around the district in a palanquin. Now he was just pathetic trash. Moreover, the common people heard that Mr. E did not stop at cleaning out corrupt officials. Conscientious officials who were oppressed and removed from their positions for strictly following the letter of the law have resumed their duties. And also people with great potential, who were imprisoned for daring to insult those corrupt scoundrels, were released. People who adhered to the right ideals but did not know how to apply them finally got the opportunity to realize their aspirations and show what they are capable of. All this became possible only thanks to the new leader of Confucianism, Mr. E. At that moment, the gray-bearded peasant began rummaging through his cart, while our hero could not bring her to the city to ask for help. Looking at the stranger, Lord E saw that her attire looked quite unusual. At that moment, Wei Wentong approached closer. He checked the body of the woman who continued to absorb spiritual qi from the air. There was a possibility that she was a cultivator. Unfortunately, she had nothing on her that could help identify her identity. However, the brave zealot asked not to worry about this for now. Since the peasant had just brought healing herbs, they could take care of the girl's wounds and wait until she regained consciousness. However, suddenly the old man Wu spoke, indicating that they could not treat this beauty, for she was dangerous. The experienced warrior felt that a devilish qi was emanating from her, which meant she was a person from the devil cult. Obviously, everyone immediately opened their eyes wide in amazement as soon as they heard this ominous name. The valiant zealot sincerely did not understand why his subordinates feared the devilish cultivators. Then Wei Wentong explained that when devil cultivators appear nearby, a great storm follows them, bringing enormous disasters. Even when Nujinsi served in the army, they had to exterminate all devil cultivators they encountered. Besides the fact that this girl was a devil cultivator, her cultivation level could be quite high. If she hadn't been wounded, they wouldn't have been able to sense the devilish chi flowing from her body. Sangxi calmly explained to the gentleman that they were obliged to take the life of any devil cultivator and intended to end her with his blade. However, when the gray-bearded guard approached the woman's body, a protective barrier was erected around her, preventing attacks from harming her. At that moment, the beauty felt a kind of thirst for murder in her mind. She did not understand where she was. However, she felt that nearby was a martial arts master, a cultivator of noble blood, possessing the power of a special lineage, as well as a couple of weaklings attempting to take her life. Even with all the wounds, the devilish beauty could easily deal with all these people. At that moment, our hero shielded the girl with his body, asking his comrades to wait a little, as he still did not understand why they should take her life. The brave fighter wanted to know from his people, does anyone among them know this girl personally? However, the subordinate concepts did not know who she was, but still, the devilish cultivator must die. But the nobleman loudly reminded that they should not judge things with their hearts. They must use facts. They did not know what this girl had done before, did not know if she was a good or bad person, but his people still tried to take her life, exploiting her wounds, which was extremely inhumane. Of course, Sangxi protested, not understanding why the master decided that there is at least one kind devil cultivator in the world, and reminded him that if the fearless fighter doesn't kill her now, she can kill him as soon as she wakes up. Obviously, at first our hero was completely horrified by this thought because of his human nature. However, very soon the valiant man remembered that this was his true goal. Therefore, he loudly apologized to all his subordinates. However, someone had been spreading rumors all this time that the devilish cultivators bring only misfortune. Brave Wei remembered that it was the work of the immortal sect, for they had always been enemies of the devilish cult. Then Lord Yi suggested that everyone think together about this situation. The immortal sects claimed that the devilish cultivators were mercilessly cruel and greedy. But this description was no different from the behavior of the immortal sect itself. A great many people died because of the actions of the immortal sect. To them, commoners were nothing but cattle. Their greed was many times greater than the greed of the devilish cultivators. According to our hero, immortal cultivators differ from devils only in their method of cultivation. The same applied to swords. Some use their blade to harm people, while others use it to help. And they should not judge a person by his origin, but by his actions. Moreover, they must allow for differences between immortal and devilish cultivators, as well as their abilities. And even the unconscious lady herself understood how interesting a person our hero was. The nobleman himself hoped that he had clearly explained everything to his subordinates, and that they understood what he had been leading to all this time. The young man himself was rejoicing, looking at the agreeing faces of his subordinates, for after his magnificent bluff, no one would be able to save him from certain death. After that, the brave zealot picked up the unconscious girl in his arms. Obviously, his subordinates thought that maybe this woman interested their lord. They were very hopeful that they were wrong. Their lord does not like any witches. And obviously, the valiant fighter immediately caught what their sidelong glances towards him meant. Therefore, he grumbled that he simply wanted to help this lady in trouble. Somewhere around the same time, noble gentlemen gathered at the Marquis's residence at the invitation of the host. Having looked at everyone, the Marquis immediately decided to get down to business and explain why he had gathered everyone today. The fact was that an influential dignitary wanted to discuss once more the situation that happened with the fearless fighter, and the close associates understood that they should have dealt with this boy much earlier. They did not understand who Lord Yi thought he was, considering he was just an ordinary member of the control chamber. The noble gentleman believed that they should once again appeal to the emperor and ask him to abolish the chamber of control. But on the one hand, it seemed like a futile matter. Moreover, the Son of Heaven constantly protected the daring brave man. A few days ago, a serious problem arose at the imperial court, but no action was taken against it. Not at all like the emperor. The Marquis suggested that perhaps the Lord does this only because the brave zealot helped him at the moment when six powers tried to intimidate him. Then it is clear why he is trying to thank the nobleman. It means they could no longer rely on the ruler. One of those present suggested to the Marquis to use a magical treasure called the soul-absorbing lamp, which is capable of killing a person without leaving any traces. And immediately all eyes turned to the Prime Minister sitting in the distance. Rising, he admitted that he really had such a lamp. His ancestor received it after the battle with the cult of poisoning witches 1,000 years ago. After activating this treasure, the souls of all living beings within a radius of 5 li will begin to evaporate, leaving behind only dried corpses. Their souls will be absorbed by the treasure, and they will never be able to reincarnate. Because of this, the treasure was extraordinarily valuable in that no traces remain after its activation. The Marquis really liked the effect of this lamp. He wanted to use it as soon as possible. However, the minister hastened to warn that something is needed to activate this lamp. It turned out that they needed a large number of spiritual stones. Even his personal reserves were insufficient. He would require everyone to make generous contributions to this cause. At this time, a huge number of townspeople gathered at the control chamber, eager to join the work in this sacred department. At this time, Kai Shangao informed Lord Ye that after the selection process, they still had 572 people who met all their criteria. They all praised the gentleman and were very eager to work with such a great man. At that moment, the brave zealot reminded those present that those who join the control chamber today must remember the word selflessness once and for all. The nobleman also warned in advance that those who hesitate or are still unsure may leave this place. However, everyone continued to look confidently at their savior. No one left. The valiant zealot proudly realized that the bravest warriors had gathered here. Therefore, using his golden mirror, the fearless fighter decided to begin the final selection. Immediately, the mirror soared into the sky and began asking questions to the participants. The very first question was why they all decided to join the control chamber. Some came here because of the chief officer, while others could not accept that people were suffering and martial arts masters could not help them without having the authority to do so. And some turned out to be spies who came here from the Marquis and from the Li clan, and they could not hide the truth under the influence of the mirror. Looking at their reaction, even Wei Wentong and Niu Jinxi were amazed, as they did not realize that the mirror had such a strong influence. As soon as the spies confessed their sins, they were immediately taken away, and even our hero was amazed at how easily these guys exposed themselves. Such fools could never have managed to kill him. At that moment, a beggar arrived at the walls of Lord Yi's residence, asking for alms. The wanderer brought a bowl and explained that he was very cold today and had nothing to eat. The old man offered to exchange his lamp, passed down in their family from generation to generation, for food. However, the servant explained that he did not need a lamp to help the needy and prepared to bring him food. However, the beggar immediately stopped the man, explaining that he simply had to take this lamp. He was supposed to take her, put her in the guest room, and not tell anyone about it. In his own words, the mysterious elder hypnotized the servant, who immediately, clutching the treasure, carried it to the main hall. Only when he was about to leave the room did he finally wake up from the delusion. The commoner did not understand what he was doing here, or how he ended up. He did not even remember what he was doing. However, he thought that he had simply started to age, and his memory began to fail him. No one even suspected that by this moment the lamp had already begun its sinister effect. All her energy began to condense around the body of the demonic cultivator. Around this time, the Marquis decided to contact his daughter to talk. An influential official decided to find out from the little girl if she had any news from her sect. Fan Qingshui calmly explained that the master was indignant about the fearless fighter's behavior because it was too arrogant. He had gone mad and believed he could save Great Zhou. Therefore, the master thought that the brave zealot was undeserving of mercy. And considering the fact that they had already set a price on his head, after further discussion the sect agreed to allow the Marquis to kill the daring brave man by any means. If he fails, the sect will deal with the noble husband themselves. However, the Marquis promised his daughter that her father would definitely be able to kill the valiant zealot, and she very much hoped that her father was not bluffing. In case of his failure, she would be very humiliated. However, the influential official promised that if he managed to obtain the immortal ascension pill of the Jade Chamber, he would also be able to become an immortal cultivator. Somewhere around this time, everyone was rejoicing that in 24 hours Lord Yi would finally disappear from this world. That is why they were celebrating. Moreover, the noble gentleman thanked the Prime Minister. Everything became possible only thanks to him. However, he refused praise and believed that he did not deserve it. And his comrades only made him blush for no reason. At that moment, the friends noticed that the man was somehow downcast. Perhaps he felt guilty for the killing of the brave fighter. However, he insisted that he stood on the side of the immortal sect, so he agreed to drink the wine poured for him. Soon, when the drinking bout ended, the gray-bearded minister immediately went to his residence. He looked bitterly at the sign of his residence, which was once written by the great ancestor himself. He was having a very hard time now, because his family had truly been devoted to the entire empire before. At that moment, the old man was unexpectedly called by his son. Standing by the gate, the young man waited for his father to explain where he had been all this time. The man himself became very angry when he saw that his offspring dared to touch the sword dedicated to solitude. Trying to take the blade, the gray-bearded minister reminded his son that this treasure was granted to their clan by the great ancestor himself, and the heir was aware of this. The son wanted an explanation. Could it be that the father had visited the Marquis's residence again and tried to harm Mr. Yi? Obviously, the parent had no idea how the offspring found out about it, and he was very disappointed in his father. Apparently, he forgot that he was the prime minister. Their family descended from generals who gave their lives for the homeland at the very moment of its founding. They were not cowards who were used to surrendering. However, after these words, the man gave his son a sharp slap, causing the young man to fall to the ground. The old man accused the young man of knowing absolutely nothing, since the father always acted in the interests of the Mu clan. However, the son only laughed bitterly at his parents' words, for even ordinary commoners already knew that the residents of the prime minister had betrayed Great Joe. However, he warned his father that he would never allow him to harm a person who is ready to fight for their country, and walked away. Immediately, the man directed beams of his energy towards his son, forbidding him from going anywhere today. These rays struck the young man's body, causing him to lose consciousness and collapse to the ground. At that moment, the old man ordered his servants to take the boy to the study room, where he could rest. The gray-bearded minister hoped that his son would stop blaming him for his actions. After all, it was the only choice he could make for the sake of 50,000 soldiers of the Mu clan in the Scarlet Flame Army. Of course, his son was right. He was a coward, and there was no way back for him. However, the man hoped that the offspring had a long way ahead. If this time Mr. E manages to survive, then the father will also repent before this world. Somewhere around this time in the control room, our hero was doing his work, although it was late at night. However, Zhuan was even happy, understanding. If Lord Yi stayed here under her protection, he would definitely be fine. Moreover, she hoped that the noble husband would be too busy with work and forget about the girl he had picked earlier, because the beauty did not understand what he saw in her. All she had was a cute little face. At that moment, Zhuan realized that she was clearly inferior to this woman in beauty. However, she also did not excel in figure, and the brave zealot noticed how Zhuan was angry, but had no idea what the reason was. At this late hour, the hero was visited by his brother, who had saved a small gift for him, and for some reason, the valiant fighter had a bad feeling about this matter. At that moment, the faithful servant asked those who had arrived and those waiting outside the doors to come inside. At that moment, people entered the room. They were the most faithful, righteous men who had been scattered all over the world. Now they would work for the benefit of the control chamber. Lord E had no idea why he did not know that Brother Sai had planned this in advance, but as it turned out, they were planning to surprise him. Obviously, our hero was very angry. Considering that according to Kai Shangao, these people were very loyal, the brave zealot literally wanted to kill the guy. However, the nobleman understood how strange it would look, so he simply had to remain silent. Moreover, the valiant fighter saw that these people were different from those who had previously served in this place. He felt the noble aura emanating from them and truly could not refuse them the position. Moreover, his golden mirror responded at the sight of these men. For this reason, Kai Shangao congratulated his elder brother, as this time all the candidates managed to pass the test. The fearless zealot also welcomed them as new employees of the control chamber. He also, having gathered everyone, loudly announced that from today the control chamber was fully staffed. Chamber workers must be honest in public affairs, impartially enforce the laws, honor the memory of their ancestors and sages, always stand by the chief officer, and never betray the people of Great Joe. After finishing all the business, Lord E realized that he was literally ready to faint from exhaustion. After they had spent the whole night discussing various ideas and matters with these men, he was also very curious. Does death from exhaustion fall under the systemic requirements to become a deity? Moreover, the brave fighter decided to question the servant about the girl he had taken in. The nobleman wanted to know if she had woken up. However, the servant did not give an answer. Shen could not say that when she looked at the girl, the color of her face looked much better on the outside. No one even knew that at that moment the energy of qi was being absorbed directly into her body. However, it turned out that a small snake was sitting in her sleeve, which was eating all the poisonous fumes that intended to seize the lady's body. Only when the devilish beauty woke up did she realize that her entire body was engulfed in the energy of destruction. Those who wanted to get rid of her would not use such simple methods. So the mysterious stranger realized, while she was sleeping, it seems she managed to perform a miraculous saving of someone's life. However, this was even for the better. After all, she was still Pei Yuhan, which meant she could not remain indebted to the person who recently saved her. Therefore, by destroying the lamp that was attempting to take his life, she thereby repaid her debt to him. At that moment, the Prime Minister woke up from severe bleeding and realized that the lamp-absorbing souls had been destroyed. However, he was not upset at all. On the contrary, it was better that way. This meant that the fearless fighter would live, and perhaps that was his destiny. Soon the gray-bearded minister came to the prayer room not to pray. With the first cup, he honored his ancestors and admitted that their negligent son had gone against what he was taught, committed something that tarnished the honor of their family, for which he was ashamed. With the second cup, he honored the great ancestor. The genealogy of the first minister must go hand in hand with the imperial family. Nevertheless, he became an accomplice of the immortal sect and betrayed the emperor. With the last cup, He honored Lord E, for it was thanks to his late, cowardly, and shameless behavior that their generation became known only through the existence of a brave zealot, and all the man had the strength to do was to stab him in the back. He did not deserve to be considered a human. Moreover, the gray-bearded minister placed great hopes on his already grown-up son. He was supposed to maintain his current passion and always live by conscience. The old man hoped that the offspring would not follow in his father's footsteps. After that, the man directed the sword blade at his own neck to end his life. Around this time, the Marquis beat his subordinate, throwing him to the ground. The influential official did not believe the news he heard and ordered it to be repeated immediately, without missing a single detail. And the almost crying young man reported that the valiant fighter was still alive. At the moment, he was well in his home, and the angry Marquis immediately began throwing things, demanding that the servant get out of the way. The man was outraged, not understanding how that damn prime minister dared to betray them. At that moment, his daughter gave her father one last chance. If he fails to kill the fearless zealot, he can forget about the immortal ascension pill. In the end, all that remained for the Marquis was to fall to his knees, promising Fan Qingxiu that this time he would truly accomplish the task. After that, the influential official turned to his servant Sheng, ordering him to go to the House of Misty Rain and find Master Mu. If this time they manage to unite, the servant will receive a reward 10 times greater than last time. Obviously, the servant thought that the master had gone mad for offering such an amount. He felt very awkward going back to this god-forsaken place, because if the mercenary was in a bad mood, he would definitely kill him. However, suddenly he noticed young Master Mu. It felt like he was running away from someone. At that moment, the young man ran to Mr. E's residence and knocked on his door, hoping that he had somehow managed to survive. Lord E calmly opened the door, explaining to the young master that he was in good health. Everything was fine with him, and the guy even fell from relief, began to pray to the heavens and shouted, warning our hero that someone was deliberately trying to harm him. Later, already in solitude, the young heir explained that he would have arrived here earlier to warn, but his father blocked his meridians. Today, when he was released, he immediately went to the brave fighter and was grateful to the heavens that nothing happened to him. The nobleman realized that the Marquis was trying to harm him again, but he was still alive. Perhaps someone had saved him behind his back once more. However, the valiant zealot was more concerned. Would the young master's father punish him for going against his parents' will? But the heir was not worried at all, for a person must follow their own path. The bond between father and son cannot be compared to the bond between a person and their country, so it does not matter whether he has to go against it or not. Our hero was even amazed by the boy's diligence. After that, he suggested finding the lamp that absorbs souls, which the young man had just mentioned. Of course, the boy tried to warn the gentleman that this lamp was too dangerous. He himself could have taken it. However, Lord E believed that the young man was too young to take the risk. He himself could take it. However, they had not yet reached the room when the fragments of the lamp fell at the feet of the brave zealot. The awakened demonic cultivator quickly realized that this was exactly the thing the noble gentleman had been trying to find all this time. Soon the faithful messenger appeared to the ruthless mercenaries from the House of Misty Rain to deliver the will of his mighty lord. The Marquis was in a fierce determination. He and the noble Lord E were like two enraged tigers, each ready to fight to the last breath. Moreover, the powerful Marquis made a fateful decision to increase the previous reward tenfold. The experienced mercenary almost dropped his jaw at such a generous bonus, and immediately turning to his leader, he froze with a silent question in his eyes. The messenger himself stared with undisguised amazement at the formidable leader of the House of Misty Rain. At that moment, the cunning leader did not hesitate long. He knew perfectly well that the mighty Marquis was capable of fulfilling his promises, for behind him stood the all-powerful Jade Chamber. Therefore, he loudly declared that the House of Misty Rain would take on the appointed task. Initially, he had already planned to take the life of the daring Yi Nin, but he did not expect that the Marquis would dare to offer him such an outrageous sum. Moreover, there had been no news from the mysterious mentor for several days. They searched for her diligently, but in vain, as if she had vanished into thin air. Perhaps a beautiful lady got into some unfortunate trouble, or maybe she never even set off for the brilliant capital. However, everyone knew perfectly well that the actions of women always remained a mystery to male minds. Even trying to understand their intentions was a fruitless endeavor. Therefore, the cold-blooded leader proposed to end this task once and for all. They were to use the head of the daring Yi Nin as a welcoming gift for their esteemed mentor. At that very moment, our valiant hero looked at Pei Yuhan with bewilderment, wanting to find out why the beauty had suddenly awakened from a deep oblivion. This seemed truly strange. The elegant woman even suggested that perhaps the noble Yi Nin did not want her awakening at all. However, the young man awkwardly admitted that he simply did not expect the beautiful maiden to wake up so soon. The wise old man had told him earlier that she had very serious wounds, and it would take quite some time to heal from them. But Pei Yuhan explained with astonishing calm that everything happened thanks to the father of the young heir Mu, who stands behind the gentleman. After all, this person left a small curious trinket in her chambers, thanks to which she was able to recover much faster. Looking at the shattered glass shards, the young boy realized that, apparently, these were the remains of a lamp that absorbed souls. When he approached the shards, he understood that no spiritual energy was emanating from them anymore. Obviously, the mysterious woman had destroyed the artifact. However, the beauty calmly explained that she had simply absorbed the curse hidden inside this sinister lamp. She did not understand the young man's disappointment. He looked as if she was supposed to leave everything untouched. While the boy himself was in shock from hearing about the curse absorption, Noble Enin's indignation was boiling inside. After all, he took this mysterious woman to himself, not at all for her to pull such tricks. Moreover, she belonged to a devilish cult. She was not supposed to save him during sleep. And yet, no matter how much Lord E resisted death, he was immensely glad that at that fateful moment she was nearby. For if the lamp that absorbs souls were activated, there would be far more victims than just him. Bowing deeply, he thanked Pei Yuhan, for he would never be able to forget that she saved his precious life. However, the beautiful maiden calmly reminded that the valiant Enin was also her savior, which meant that now they were even. Our hero himself was extremely amazed to learn that someone from the devilish cult turned out to be a person with unshakable principles. At that moment, a breathless servant ran in to report to the master about the disaster that had befallen them. Obviously, the young boy decided that his parent had ordered him to be brought back by force. However, that was not the point at all. Sobbing, he reported that something terrible had happened to the venerable mentor. Therefore, he tearfully begged the gentleman to immediately return to his native home. Obviously, the young man immediately hurried to his chambers, and the noble Lord E went with him. However, when they arrived, they saw their father already lifeless. The faithful servant fell to his knees, realizing that they were hopelessly late, and Mrs. Pei Yuhan only indifferently concluded that it was surely a suicide. At that moment, the sobbing youth began to interrogate Uncle Fu, begging him to tell what had happened here. The elder, with tears in his eyes, said that the Prime Minister never wished to betray Great Zhou. He did all this for one compelling reason. As the saying goes, a tall tree inevitably attracts the wind. Just as the renowned name of the Prime Minister inevitably drew the attention of the sinister immortal sect. She threatened the family of the Prime Minister and the valiant army of the Scarlet Flame. That is why the minister was forced to join their side to protect his family. He was compelled to act against his own will. Most likely, the Prime Minister decided to end his life in this way in order to take responsibility and explain himself to his family. After that, the Honorable Mr. Fu bowed before Enin, handing him jade tablets with the minister's confession. They contained a list of all the forces in the capital that had joined the immortal sect, as well as a list of all their crimes. This was the last will of the Prime Minister. Obviously, Uncle Fu sincerely hoped that the valiant hero would be able to forgive him. Lord E immediately approached Uncle Fu, asking the man to rise from his knees. After that, he loudly announced for all to hear that he had received a priceless gift from the Prime Minister, and now the followers of the immortal sect would not escape their retribution. However, the young lad literally trembled with terror when he heard about the Scarlet Flame Army. He fearfully reported to the hero that if the immortal sect finds out that Master Ye is still alive, they will realize that his father has become a traitor, and then they will definitely attack the valiant Scarlet Flame Army. Obviously, the noble Enin immediately decided to find out where exactly this very army of flame is now located, and it turned out they had camped at a distance of 30 li from the brilliant capital. Therefore, the hero immediately ordered everyone who wished to go with them to gather, for they had to leave the borders of this unfortunate capital immediately. When they arrived at the place, they saw the blazing camp of the Scarlet Flame. However, their battle banner still proudly flew. The young man could not believe his luck, rejoicing that not everyone had died yet. Soon they entered the camp itself and saw many lifeless bodies. At the sight of such a spectacle, the valiant Enin was breathless. Even the battle-hardened Niu Jingxi had nothing to say. At that moment, Wei Wentong approached on his warhorse, having already surveyed the surroundings but found no survivors. It became obvious. Someone worked quite hard here. First, there was an unexpected explosion, because of which the army simply could not react in time. A real massacre took place here. Unable to bear the words heard, the young heir fell to his knees, not believing what he had heard. He realized their enemies acted truly inhumanely. Previously, the youth never understood his parent, but it turned out that the parent was doing everything right. It was he himself who was wrong for not understanding his father. After that, he shouted loudly and in despair, realizing that perhaps he should have lived the way his honorable father did. However, the valiant hero did not let the youth completely suffocate in despair. Rewarding him with a contemptuous glance, he was struck that the boy was frightened upon seeing such a devastation. After that, he ordered him to immediately look at the fallen warriors behind his back. Now the Prime Minister and another 50,000 innocent souls were watching his deeds, and the young heir was consumed by pitiful madness and regret, while his nature was gripped by the most ordinary fear. He reminded the young head of the house that he simply does not have the right to feel such emotions right now. Now on his shoulders lay a much heavier burden. The honor of the entire lineage of the First Minister rested on him. The young man perked up after these words, and asked the gentleman to advise what he ought to accomplish today. First of all, the youth had to restore the lost honor of the Prime Minister. He had to avenge the valiant army of the Scarlet Flame. After all, as is known, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. After which the valiant hero loudly announced his fateful return to the brilliant capital. The time had come to give the scoundrels who dared to commit such a vile crime their just deserts. Meanwhile, the treacherous Marquis watched the brave hero with hidden malice. Initially, he believed he would never be able to defeat the daring opponent, but now the latter was seeking his own demise. Therefore, the authoritative Marquis immediately ordered his henchmen to go to Ininu. Whoever is lucky enough to kill him will be generously rewarded with gold and honors. Soon, the sinister news of the hero's daring act reached the exquisite brothel. The beautiful Saya Qian could not understand how a noble young man could be so reckless. She immediately ordered her faithful maid to send the most skilled spy there at once with a golden plaque. They must at all costs protect the brave hero from inevitable death. The almighty emperor gave the exact same order, commanding the palace guard to come to the defense of the valiant hero. Obviously, the devoted servant tried to report to His Majesty that he could not understand how the army was going to carry out this order. Suddenly enlightened, the emperor realized with horror the bitter truth. Besides the valiant army of the Scarlet Flame, 3 other troops stationed outside the capital were under the control of corrupt generals. They had long since defected to the side of 6 enemy countries. The capital guard was simply useless. It could not help in this critical hour. Therefore, the wise emperor ordered to send 10,000 elite soldiers from the imperial army to the capital, who were to protect the hero at any cost. Soon the commoners saw that the brave Yi Ning had returned to the city. Watching with what stern determination he rode on his warhorse, everyone curiously wondered which unscrupulous official would meet their doom this time from his righteous wrath. At that very moment, deadly danger was already lurking for him in the narrow alleys of the city. One of the enemy fighters immediately rushed at the hero to cut off his head with a single lightning-fast strike. But at that critical moment, one of the valiant guards of the control chamber jumped off his war steed. The skilled swordsman Wei Wentong aimed the tip of his blade straight at the enemy's throat. At that moment, many enemy warriors finally revealed themselves and unleashed all their fury on the hero, craving his swift demise. The wise Inin immediately handed over command of this battle to General Nu Jingxi, proven in countless battles. He immediately called the entire control chamber to follow him in order to exterminate their enemies to the last one. And so, under the leadership of the strongest guardian, they rushed into a deadly battle. The invincible Nu Jingxi only scornfully mocked the pathetic bunch of rejects who considered themselves worthy to fight him face to face. Everyone fought tirelessly to never allow these scoundrels to get close to their esteemed captain. Obviously, all the enemies held their breath, watching this battle and not understanding when the people from the control chamber had become such fierce and ruthless warriors. Somewhere nearby, through their magical mirrors, sinister ill-wishers were watching the bloody battle. They bitterly realized the control chamber was no longer what it used to be. Moreover, they understood, since they were destined to remain on the side of the treacherous Marquis anyway, they could no longer hide their true power and use all their trump cards. The newly minted servants of the Marquis fully understood that Mr. Shen was absolutely right. If the audacious Ye Ning remained alive, it literally meant that very soon they would all face inevitable doom. At that moment, the skilled swordsman was just pointing his blade at the next enemy, who was about to cut off his head. But the warrior noticed a dazzling attack like a falling star, rushing towards him, and barely managed to defend himself with his blade. But the attack had such monstrous power that upon impact his sword trembled and shattered into the tiniest fragments. And soon everyone saw a bright glow in the air. The formidable members of the immortal sect had arrived. Looking at them, the valiant NEU was already amazed that among this random gathering of cultivators, there were those who had reached the majestic realm of fate. Even the weakest among them was already in the mighty kingdom of enlightenment. However, the brave warriors did not care, even if death was their inevitable fate. They will fight to their last breath to show these insolent ones what true despair is. At that moment, taking advantage of the commotion caused by the arrival of the members of the immortal sect, the treacherous warriors of the Marquis rushed at the hero with the whole crowd. The trio protecting Mr. E immediately noticed that their opponents had called for powerful reinforcements. However, they were ready to defend their lord to the last drop of blood. The mysterious demonic cultivator watched this bloody battle, openly showing her intense interest. Truly, the situation was extremely tense. It was the perfect chance for the hero to attain the desired death. But he also realized the bitter truth. If he died now, he would immensely disappoint the members of the control chamber, who at this moment are risking their precious lives for him. In addition to this, he will not be able to avenge the valiant soldiers of the Scarlet Flame army who died a painful death. But at that moment he saw a panting soldier rushing to him. The soldier came with reinforcements and asked the gentleman not to worry about anything. They had arrived to protect him. Then the slightly displeased hero realized that he had harbored false hopes of achieving the desired end, just as expected. These devoted people will do anything to thwart his plans. But even taking into account the fact that the warriors were dressed in the control chamber uniform, he saw impression that the strength of the recruited newcomers was connected to the actions of this sly person. At that moment their opponents, watching from afar, were outraged that there were so many formidable strongmen in the control chamber. According to their calculations, today the daring Nin was supposed to die, no matter the cost. For if they miss this opportunity, an inevitable end will come for all of them. One of the friends moved closer to his comrade and explained that at the moment, the balance of power was on the side of the control chamber. Therefore, he suggested to their legendary genius to compose a new poem about the battle to inspire the fighters. And the hero remembered that in this amazing world even learned men can contribute to the battle. Their brushes can become swords, and ink, arrows capable of striking down enemies with the help of poems. And this means, if you invest enough spiritual energy into a work, the poem can materialize into a weapon capable of destroying enemies. At that moment, the valiant hero composed a poem about the mighty general who, rushing across the battlefield, draws the string of his bow. At that very moment, a huge number of golden arrows appeared in the sky. Even the seasoned demonic cultivator was struck by such monstrous power. Could it be that a true genius of the Confucian path has awakened in Nin? Finally, when the last lines of the hero's poem sounded in the air, a multitude of shining arrows shot towards the enemies like a swarm of enraged wasps. Only then, when their comrades had already been struck by the heavenly arrows, did the survivors realize with horror that among their opponents was a true master of Confucianism who had decided to join the battle. Observers from afar were deeply shocked to learn that Yi Ning truly possessed such incredible power. It seemed simply unthinkable. Until the sage's garden was sealed, no new master of Confucianism could appear in this world. However, the bitter realization quickly caught up with them. They had provoked a real monster. A monster that could ignore the seal of the sage, which meant it was already over for all of them. At that moment, the insightful demonic cultivator realized the truth. Yi Ning had not yet become a true master of Confucianism. His spiritual energy and qi of virtue had simply reached the level of a genuine expert. It was even difficult to imagine what he could have achieved if the sage's garden had lifted its seal and the Confucian Tao could materialize again. At that moment, looking over his body glowing with a golden haze, the hero realized that he seemed to have become a true monster, although he had not known this before. After that, he ordered his loyal subordinates to clear the square and form a combat group in order to take control of the city gates. Then he spurred his horse and rode on. For the perfect time had come to repay all debts in full. At that moment, everyone began to panic and scatter from the treacherous Marquis's chambers. They remembered that they suddenly had urgent matters. Someone had to visit a mother in labor, someone else elderly wives and daughters. The Marquis himself was burning with rage, seeing that the people who had previously been loyal to him so suddenly tucked their tails and began to avoid him as if he were plague-ridden. And in the end, the treacherous Marquis had no choice but to call upon his faithful servant, asking him to go for reinforcements. However, turning around, he realized with horror that even his most loyal servants had already abandoned their master in the hour of trial. In the end, the unfortunate Marquis had nothing left but to angrily shout about the damned traitors surrounding him on all sides. Finally, he only threw his weapon away with fury, reminding himself that while the others tremble before Nin, he definitely will not. After all, his daughter was a direct disciple of the almighty Jade Chamber. He understood. If he stayed here without moving, the immortal sect would surely protect him from any troubles. At that very moment, the valiant hero burst through the main gates without any obstacles and entered the Marquis's chambers. The warriors tied up the few people who remained to defend the residence, and the Marquis clearly heard their desperate cries behind the guests' backs. Obviously, he was shocked that the audacious Ye Nin dared to touch his people, and was disappointed with the current control chamber. But the noble Ye Nin made it clear that he was in an extremely bad mood today. The Marquis was amazed that the young man had changed his mood so suddenly. However, he approached the Marquis and directly reminded him to his face that this scoundrel was to blame for his gloomy mood. He reminded about 50,000 people, 50,000 lives cut short in the blink of an eye. However, with his villainy, the Marquis taught the hero something. He made him realize that this is not a game where he is the main character. People here die for real, shedding scarlet blood. Of course, for the Marquis, all these words were akin to the ravings of a madman. He could not understand how his order to exterminate those 50,000 soldiers of the Scarlet Flame Army concerned this young man. He made it clear that this was the price for betrayal, and could not believe that Yi Ning declared war on him over some 50,000 strangers. The son of the late First Minister could no longer tolerate these blasphemous words, not understanding how the Marquis could speak of it as if the lives of valiant warriors were worthless. His honorable father simply did not want to get involved with such scoundrels, and this was by no means any kind of betrayal or crime. However, Lord Yi restlessly pushed the young man away, making it clear that it was useless to explain anything or try to appeal to the reason of such animals as the Marquis. Therefore, he ordered one of the guards to come and arrest this scoundrel. Right away, Niu Jingxi and Wei Wentong arrived, taking the scoundrel away. However, the aristocrat reminded them that his arrest made no sense. Sooner or later, he would be released from prison anyway. But at that moment, the valiant Wei delivered a loud and ringing slap to the man. Tears immediately welled up in his eyes. He simply could not understand how they dared to treat an aristocrat like him that way. But in the next moment, the stern man struck him again with his knee straight into the solar plexus. When he was already lying on the ground, barely breathing, Wei Wentong calmly reminded him that the man should have kept quiet, and then this might not have happened. Soon the warriors took off all the man's expensive clothes and led him through the city square, greatly humiliating him in front of the commoners. However, for Inina, it was not even humiliation. After all, as a punishment, he would be chained to the pillory. Of course, the Marquis could not believe that Inin was seriously planning to kill him. He reminded that he simply could not act that way. After all, his daughter Fan Qingxue was a direct disciple of the Jade Chamber. Moreover, he demanded a meeting with the Emperor himself and wanted to be immediately taken to the Son of Heaven. However, for the noble Yi Nina, this request seemed simply foolish. After all, the control chamber has the authority to act at its own discretion. And that means the Marquis will not be able to avoid death even after meeting with the Emperor. And at that moment the man burst into tears in despair, considering what had happened extremely unfair. After all, he was not the only one committing crimes. Yet for some reason death threatens only him alone. In the next moment, Yi Nin showed the scoundrel a list of names given to him by the Prime Minister and asked him not to worry. After all, they would soon catch all his accomplices. And of course the Marquis was convinced that Yi Nin was simply a madman who was ready to ruin him for some miserable 50,000. However, the hero reminded that these were not just 50,000 people, they were valiant soldiers of the Empire, and he demanded that the man take back his words that these people were miserable. After that, the scoundrel was left lying on the ground like a dog on a chain. He was guarded by the resolute Niu Jingxi standing nearby. At that moment, Wei Wentong ran to his master, explaining that they had discovered a tool for conducting rituals, a golden mirror. But the wise Pei Yuhan quickly recognized that this mirror belonged to the powerful Jade Chamber. She touched him, and immediately the gold began to shimmer with all the colors of the rainbow. So everyone saw the beautiful girl sitting in front of the mirror from the side that wanted to know, who were these strangers? Yi Nin immediately realized that the beauty was surely the daughter of the Marquis, Fan Qingxue, and decided to inform her that at the moment her parent was awaiting execution. When all his accomplices are arrested, they will be able to pass sentence on him according to all the laws of the Empire. At that moment, Fan Qingxue quickly realized that the person before her was none other than Ye Ning, and also became convinced that, apparently, her father was simply incapable of anything. However, she advised the young man to act more carefully and consider the consequences of his actions. Inin asked the girl not to worry about anything. After all, countless minions of the immortal sect also tried to take his life, and they were neither the first nor the last. After that, with his usual mischief, he drew a pirate beard, mustache, and scars on this beauty to at least somewhat brighten her gloomy and puzzled face. At that moment, Fan Qingxue said goodbye, and the mirror exploded in the hero's hands. Obviously, he was quite frightened, looking at his trembling hands, and realized this woman was ready to destroy the precious mirror over some small argument. But that was not so important. He gathered all his subordinates and explained that they already had new plans. They must go to the Jungo government. Soon, a eunuch ran to the emperor and reported that the control chamber had arrested the Marquis and was heading to the Jungo government. This became a real nightmare for the ruler. He asked to forget about the problems with the Marquis for now. After all, the officials of Jungo had privileges bestowed upon them by their great ancestors. If the hero wants to touch them, the Son of Heaven will no longer be able to help. At that moment, a new eunuch ran in with alarming news. It turned out that Lord Yi had already used 7 members of the Jungo government to intimidate the officials themselves and then arrest them. At the moment, they were heading to Jen's family. And the emperor immediately realized The speech was surely about the great family of aristocrats, and he had no idea what this young man was planning this time. At that moment, they were already being received at the residence, for it was a great honor that the chief officer personally visited them. After that, the manager greeted His Highness and invited him inside to have a cup of aromatic tea. However, Nin asked the man to forget about any tea party. If he really wanted to drink tea, he could have invited him to the control chamber for that. At that time, those gathered in the yard had no idea whom Mr. E was looking for. Perhaps he was mistaken? After all, they had not heard that the Gen family was in any way connected to the Marquis. The man calmly explained that the family strictly follows the traditions of their ancestors. As is known, the dignity of a noble husband is determined by his deeds. He was puzzled by the fact that His Grace decided to visit them and even thought that perhaps his actions somehow offended His Grace, causing him to hold a lasting grudge against their family. The valiant hero listened to this lie about the family, supposedly strictly following its ancient traditions, and truly, if the noble man had not had irrefutable evidence, perhaps these scoundrels would have succeeded in deceiving him. However, our chamber lord showed them a bundle of jade tablets, after which he loudly declared that this was the matter for which a man worthy of the deepest respect sacrificed his unblemished reputation, honor, and even his very life. Young Master Mu was deeply touched by how Lord Nin spoke of his late parent. At that moment, the arrested realized the revelation. It was about the Prime Minister. Initially, they considered him a weak-willed man in their company, thinking they could easily take advantage of him, but they were terribly mistaken, for by his death he exposed them all to the blow of retribution. The head of the family at that moment continued to pretend with affected nobility that he had no idea what the valiant hero wished to tell him. Therefore, our lord publicly declared that for the sake of Great Zhou, the Prime Minister bravely endured all the humiliations that befell him in order to infiltrate their criminal group. All this was done to obtain the report that the nobleman held in his hand. At first glance, the clan seemed to be a family of respectable specialists, but in reality, they collaborated with immortal sects, and the crimes described on the tablets would have been worth 100 death sentences for their kind. Obviously, the townspeople who heard this were the first to understand. The Prime Minister was a member of the control chamber. They realized the truth. All this time he stood on the side of the common people. He abandoned the sense of justice for a higher purpose. Therefore, everyone immediately began to praise the Prime Minister, while his son, looking at Mr. Nin, could barely hold back bitter sobs. In the end, unable to endure the mental anguish, the young man fell to his knees and began to thank His Highness for the displayed magnanimous kindness. However, Lord Nin lifted the noble young man from his knees, asking him to wipe away his tears and stop the thanks. His Highness did a small thing, only allowed people to learn about a man who must not be forgotten. If you look at the townspeople at this hour, it was obvious that no one sympathized with the Prime Minister more than them. The minister who remained steadfastly reliable regardless of the circumstances. And in the future, it is his offspring who will have to pave the further path of life. In the end, based on the obtained irrefutable evidence, the scoundrel was tied up by the members of the control chamber, and they went to the next family. Many villains tried to flee, but the control chamber caught every single one of them. When the guards led the crowd of criminals through the city streets, the simple peasants could not believe that Lord Ning had accomplished what was told. It was extremely gratifying to watch these cursed officials being arrested. The townspeople thirsted for the death of these people. They threw food scraps and rotten eggs at them, planning soon to even move on to cobblestones. At that moment, the servant bowed respectfully and reported to His Highness that they had checked all the information. They managed to capture all the people listed in the list compiled by the late Prime Minister. Now that their task was completed, they could go to the place of execution with a clear conscience. Such was the order given by the hero. Only now did the prisoners realize the full seriousness of the intentions of the head of the control chamber. They screamed in disbelief that for the sake of some peasants, he was ready to make enemies for himself in the form of the Jade Chamber, especially considering that after their execution, the executioner would leave no living place from the Zhou Empire. The hero almost laughed at their words and pathetic threats, making it clear that leaving such corrupt officials in place was a direct path to the country's destruction. Therefore, he demanded that they be silent and calmly accept the punishment of heaven for their deeds. Just by looking at such a determined ruler, Pei Yuhan understood. When it comes to immortal sex, they simply have no other choice. If they stop now, there will be no way back. She was sorry. If only there had been at least one brave man like our hero before, they would never have been defeated many years ago. By this time, many townspeople had gathered at the place where the execution would be carried out. Even the emperor himself was watching what was happening through his magic mirror. At this moment, Lord Yi loudly announced the order to bring the criminals to the square. They resisted, begged for mercy, so as not to be deprived of their lives. The Marquis screamed desperately, calling the nobleman a madman who wishes for the entire country to fall into ruin because of him. However, the valiant young man reminded that it was precisely because of them that the state has long been in decline. Now the Marquis tried to assure that if the ruler spared their lives, Great Joe would become powerful and prosperous again as before, and perhaps the immortal sex would stop exploiting their country. However, Mr. Yi Ning intended to take their lives precisely so that those who still believe in justice and morality could catch a glimpse of hope and see that the control chamber is still fighting for justice and equality. At this moment, the executioner had already raised his blade amid the cries of the crowd, thirsting for the death of these pig people who only knew how to profit from the suffering of others. By this time, even the nobleman had already thrown forward the sign with the order of execution. In the end, the executioner immediately beheaded those who treated other people worse than animals. Soon the emperor wished to discuss this decision with his close associate Liao Sheng. He supported the hero's decision, but warned that for Great Zhou to regain its greatness, it would have to overcome countless obstacles and hardships. It is even possible that the path they are about to choose will ultimately prove wrong. However, the emperor agreed with the hero's words. Great Zhou had long since declined, so he did not even see the point in making any last-ditch efforts. But the minister was confident that all efforts were by no means in vain. They could have applied their accumulated strength and resources to support Mr. Yi Nin on the path that the young lord chose. At that moment, the emperor saw in the mirror how people glorified the almighty lord, and many also longed to enter the control chamber, not fearing even death. And he saw how the sphere of fate suddenly began to shine with its bright light, showing that the fate of their state had been extended. The emperor realized that perhaps Lord Yi was indeed right, and perhaps the path chosen by Mr. Yi Nin was the one that would lead them to prosperity. However, Liao Shen asked the emperor not to make hasty conclusions. Today Lord Ye Ning stirred up a great many problems. Perhaps if they decide to defend him, they will face great troubles. Soon, a eunuch came to the control chamber, where the noble Yi Nin was doing his work to report about the sage's garden. However, from ancient legends, the young ruler knew that the immortal sex had turned this place into real ruins long ago. But it turned out they did not completely destroy the sage's garden. In fact, for the past 1,000 years, people still had the ability to enter the sage's garden. However, when anyone enters inside, the garden absorbs part of the fate of their state. Therefore, to be honored to enter, a person must be gifted with genius and also be devoted to the empire and his majesty. The emperor believed that Mr. Yi Ning, as well as Mr. Kai, were perfectly suited for this role. Perhaps thanks to this, our hero will manage to survive the impending storm. The valiant hero was surprised that all these risks were taken only for this. And in the end he realized, simply put, the government wants to send him to the dungeon so that he can become stronger and survive in the future. However, to the great astonishment of his close associates, the valiant warrior resolutely rejected this idea. The frightened eunuch immediately fell to his knees and burst into tears, explaining to the noble lord that His Majesty the Emperor was actually very favorable towards him. The court servant begged our hero to follow the august will. As is known, in the near future the immortal sex will inevitably try to take revenge on Mr. Yi Nin. The valiant man cannot escape their wrath, and he was a pillar of the state. Without him, the country will come to an end. Lord Yi asked the eunuch not to cry and to rise from his knees. The noble warrior was ready to agree to anything but not to go to the Garden of Sages. Of course, the faithful servant tried to object somehow, but the master made it clear that he had his own good reasons for this. In the end, the upset eunuch left to report Lord Yi Nin's decision to the imperial palace. Even Kai Shangao then admitted that he did not understand such a decision. But the young man made it clear that there are things that cannot be explained. When the time comes, everything will fall into place. In fact, the valiant man simply wanted to die and return here as the Emperor of the Upper Kingdom. Then all these people will understand his decision. The events moved to the Jade Chamber, where Lady Fan Qingsui was just training. The mentor reported to the girl that the arrogant Ye Ning loves to fight. If they do not give him a worthy resistance, everyone will think that the immortal sex fear him. Obviously, the beautiful Fan Qingsui, as a loyal disciple of her master, asked him to kill this impudent fellow. But as it turned out, at the moment her mentor was going through the most important stage of cultivation. The wise teacher could not waste his energy on some scum. However, the master sent a message to various immortal sects. The arrogant woman admitted that this time Lord Yi Nin had gone too far in his actions. This means that not only the representatives of the Jade Chamber will hunt him. When the immortal sects get rid of the audacious youth, they will use this chance to pressure the Emperor of Great Zhou. Perhaps the august ruler is a much wiser person than he appears at first glance. The way he looks after the noble lord is quite eloquent. Obviously, the cunning master understood better than anyone that Lord Yi Nin was just a small fry. They should control the Emperor himself. The immortal sects need to get rid of the seed of rebellion before it has a chance to sprout. Around this time, Liao Shen and the Emperor, learning about the valiant hero's refusal to go to the Garden of Sages, began considering assistance from the White Horse Temple. Soon the commoners whispered that the monks from the White Horse Temple were heading to the capital for a religious assembly. They decided on this course of action precisely because of the recent mass execution in the capital, and wanted to use Buddhist prayers to free the souls of the dead. Obviously, this news reached the ruler himself very quickly. This was something new. The nobleman did not expect that in this world there were also people practicing Buddhism. Faithful brother Tsai immediately explained that Buddhism began to spread after His Majesty ascended the throne. The doctrine originated in the state of Holo, located in the west. In size, the state is comparable to Great Zhou, but its lands are not as fertile, and spiritual energy is scarce. The inhabitants of this state believe they can ascend to the heavens through rigorous training. An increasing number of devoted followers of Buddhism longed to find the true meaning of Buddhist Dharma, so they began to travel to other countries as missionaries. Over time, Great Zhou became one of their main destinations. For some reason, His Majesty is deeply interested in Buddhism. That is why the august ruler invited Master Yuan Fang to the capital. In addition to building the White Horse Temple for them, the Lord also bestowed upon the abbot the title of protector of the state. Mr. Yi Nin was obviously surprised that their self-loving young emperor had quite a wide range of interests. Moreover, the valiant warrior was puzzled. If Buddhists are held in such high regard, why had he not encountered many of their followers? The devoted Ji assumed that the cause of everything was the overly profound philosophy of the teaching. Moreover, if the nobleman was interested in Buddhism, then fortunately, the faithful companion had some knowledge in this area and could briefly tell him about everything. In the end, 3 hours later, the devoted servant finished his story. However, Lord Yi doubted very much that the young man had told him the traditional Buddhist Dharma. But although the young man did not possess deep knowledge on this subject, his words were not a fabrication. Therefore, at this moment, our Lord realized why these people had no followers. The Buddhist Dharma of this world differed from their native one. Its core consisted of the most superficial parts of Buddhist teaching. At this time, the events moved to the very temple of the White Horse. The little student came to his master to discuss that His Majesty had sent a man to him again, and believed that the reason was to grant a new title to their monk. But as it turned out, the august ruler sent a letter in which he asked the wise abbot to protect one person. Moreover, if they can persuade this young man to Buddhism, then the hope that Buddhist Dharma can spread throughout the world will cease to be mere dreams. Soon the letter from the monk was in the hands of the noble gentleman. However, Lord Yi Nin had no idea why the monk, who could organize his own religious assembly, decided to invite him. The devoted Kai Xianggao revealed that Master Yuan Fan stated the massacre happened precisely because of His Highness. With his appearance, the valiant warrior will bring peace to the souls of the deceased. However, Lord Yi did not think that in his presence these souls would be able to find peace. The nobleman was more certain that the Marquis would die a second time from anger if he saw him praying. But the faithful companion revealed. The monk Yuan Fan also declared that he would free the souls of the warriors of the Scarlet Flame Army, as well as the souls of the Prime Minister and commoners who died because of injustice. And then our hero realized, since their goal was so great, in that case they really needed to attend this assembly. At this time, the mercenary leader learned that the valiant Yi Nin would be present at the religious assembly. This was an excellent opportunity to kill the daring young man. Of course, it was a pity that all this rabble, including the Marquis, died too early, and did not have time to pay them the reward, especially considering that their goal, the Lord Yi Nin, was a very sought-after and respected man. Everyone treated the noble husband as if he were the only ray of light in this world. That is precisely why the mercenary longed to be the one to extinguish that light with his own hands. The villain laughed ominously, understanding that anyone who followed this light would feel all the horror and suffering. After that, the scoundrel made it clear that tomorrow he would kill the valiant hero right before everyone's eyes, as promised. The next day, a huge number of peasants gathered near the doors of the White Horse Temple. Some uninformed people were surprised why so many had gathered to hear the prayers of an ordinary man from the state of Holo. However, the commoners explained that Master Yuan Fan possessed unparalleled strength. The wise abbot should not be underestimated. The power of these monks was at the level of immortals. However, the man felt that Great Zhou had produced a great many talented people who could not be compared to some pathetic state of Holo. But at that moment, in front of all the honest people, they saw a bright glow that even eclipsed the sun itself. After such a divine apparition, 5 monks appeared, chanting one of the most sacred mantras in Buddhism. Soon the holy men descended to the earth, and when their voices merged into a single choir, above them appeared the majestic silhouette of Buddha himself. Immediately the doubter realized the true power of these people and began to apologize for his bold words. At this moment, the commoners noticed that Lord Yi himself had also arrived, which means they definitely should not underestimate the Buddhist teaching. Our valiant hero, approaching closer, introduced himself as Ninum, who was invited to the religious assembly, and the wise monk immediately greeted his brightness as a glorious officer. The holy man carefully looked at Lord Nina, a man who enjoyed special respect among the common people. The abbot intended to incline the noble warrior towards Buddhism. At this moment, Lord E, bowing down, decided once again to thank the monk for volunteering to free the souls of the warriors of the Scarlet Flame Army and ordinary people who died from injustice. However, these were the sacred duties of a monk as a true follower of Buddhism. Moreover, the holy man was grateful to the noble lord, the possessor of a truly golden heart. In his humble opinion, the valiant Nin was an extremely wise person who should join their Buddhist sect. Our lord was amazed that the monk praised him so highly. The humble young man declared that he was not very interested in joining any sect. Of course, the master tried to explain that the Buddhist sect values its spiritual connections. Despite the hero's reluctance, he still remained a kindred spirit to them. The noble warrior only silently listened to these words, remembering how in his past life his grandmother had already tried to make him read several Buddhist scriptures. Lord E no longer wished to continue these predetermined ties. At that moment, Zhuan carefully looked at the demonic cultivator. The girl was able to walk and even run, yet she still remained in their house, refusing to leave anywhere. Moreover, the cunning person had been trying to get closer to Master Ye Nin all this time. At that moment, Pei Yuhan herself suspected that the monk might have evil intentions, which immediately caught the attention of the valiant hero. However, the wise woman made it clear, when a person struggles in all kinds of devilry, they begin to distinguish such false people as this monk. The insightful lady sensed a feeling of falseness emanating from him. Therefore, looking at the holy man, our ruler began to wonder, what was the true purpose of this man? Perhaps he was also one of those who longed to kill him. At that moment, the monk tossed the rosary beads on his hand. When they soared high into the sky, they immediately shone with golden light, blessing all the people standing there. The common people immediately felt the warm light. Their bodies began to feel much better. Even rheumatism in old people went away, which is why their bones stopped aching. Everyone immediately began to thank the master. The power of Buddha truly surpasses the might of the immortals. The holy man rejoiced that he had taken the first step and attracted the attention of the people. Now the abbot had to turn the hero himself to faith. However, unexpectedly, the wise monk felt some kind of thirst for killing. He was clearly surprised that someone dared to act in such a way right before his eyes. Somewhere around this time, Mr. Nin, looking at the mantras, realized that he apparently was not the monk's target. Therefore, the noble warrior calmly sat on the veranda, observing what was happening at the assembly. At that time, the holy man clearly understood that someone was going to attack the valiant lord. The treacherous abbot calculated that if the young man first faced some minor difficulties, it would only work in his favor to draw him to the faith. Somewhere at this time, a mercenary was wandering among the peasants, understanding that he would have only one chance to kill the hero. The villain simply had no right to make a mistake. The monk carefully watched this man, understanding that if he allowed Lord Ininu to feel the approaching death, it would make the noble man lean even more towards Buddhism. Pei Yuhan seemed to hear his thoughts, understanding what an idiot this fake monk really was. At that moment, a loud fiery explosion sounded behind the backs of the townspeople. Immediately they realized that something was burning near their houses and rushed there at once. All members of the control chamber became alert, believing that what happened was the work of immortal sects. However, Wei Wentong understood. If the immortal sects wanted to kill Lord Yanning, they would have come straight here. They wouldn't bother with something like this. Our hero immediately ordered Wei Wentun to take people with him and find out what happened there. However, he did not want to act that way, as he had come here to protect the master. Those responsible for such incidents could deal with this. But the valiant warrior reminded that ordinary people were much more important than him. Here he would be safe, and if the Lord ordered Wei Wentun to go help, he must carry it out. However, even Kai Xiangao considered the elder brother's decision far too rash, but the noble young man insisted that comrades had nothing to worry about. However, in his heart the Lord understood. This explosion was definitely not an accident. If there was someone here who intended to kill him, our hero had to help him with this by being left without bodyguards. The mercenary watched as the valiant Yi Nin, being a complete idiot, personally let go of his bodyguard. The killer only chuckled maliciously, realizing that the young man seemed genuinely tired of living. And at that very moment, 4 armed men, eager to kill him, pounced on the noble gentleman. Lord Yi Nin could not help but rejoice that they had finally arrived for his soul, while Xuan recognized the villains who arrived as from the House of Misty Rain. However, the guys from the control chamber immediately intervened in the fight to protect their lord. At that moment, our hero looked carefully at the peasant girl. Stroking her head, the valiant warrior promised to protect the child, no matter what. However, the little girl understood. She definitely did not need the protection of Mr. E. Nina, because it was she who had to die in order to prevent him from perishing. At this moment, the warriors of the control chamber began fiercely pushing back the mercenaries, who turned out to be mere paper dolls. Therefore, their lord immediately ordered the hiding assassins to step forward. In the end, mercenaries disguised as ordinary townspeople attacked the peasants in the crowd. The noble lord immediately ordered his fighters to stop this bloodshed. The valiant man himself ran to the square. At that moment, someone rushed through the crowd, concluding that the hero's time was up. The 17th representative of the House of Misty Rain was the one who would kill him. At that moment, aiming, the killer felt that he would make his best strike in his entire mercenary career. The monk felt that the blow prepared for the hero was not simple. The holy man should intervene. But Xuan realized that she was late. She would not be able to stop this mercenary. The Lord Yi watched the blade approaching his face, smiling and rejoicing that he would finally take the place of the heavenly emperor. However, at the last moment the killer stopped, hearing a familiar voice behind him. This manner of speech and the voice itself could only belong to his mistress. Pei Yu Han, looking at the mercenary, calmly explained, "The valiant Ye Ning belonged to her, and if the mercenary valued his life, he had better disappear immediately." At this moment, Lord Yi Nin felt a painfully familiar sense of betrayal, as if an old wound was bleeding again in his noble heart. The unfortunate mercenary looked at his mistress, who had put him in a very difficult position. The treacherous woman stopped the murderer in the middle of the act, and the scoundrel did not know how to get out of such a delicate situation. The unfortunate man even broke out in a sweat, so feverishly was he running through various thoughts in his head about what he should do. The valiant Yi Nin looked at the opponent with obvious bewilderment, not understanding why he stopped at the last moment. And suddenly, oh miracle, the man who had wanted to kill him less than a minute ago was already on his knees, humbly apologizing for his action. The repentant killer confessed that he realized the noble lord was literally overflowing with justice and unprecedented loyalty. It is he who is destined to lead the revived Great Zhou. Indeed, the villain was ordered to take the life of this man, but he simply could not commit such a vile deed. While the wise Pei Yu Han giggled at this improvisation, the repentant mercenary confessed to the lord, "If he kills him, this burden will lie on his shoulders until the end of his days." From these words, absolutely everyone froze. The mercenaries' subordinates and even Sai Xianggao and Xuan did not know how to respond to such unexpected speeches. The other killers even thought that their leader had been hypnotized or was being held hostage, forced to say such things. At this moment, the commoners heard how this killer introduced himself. His name was Lan Shiqi. People had heard that members of the House of Misty Rain with the surname Lan are cold-blooded and heartless scoundrels. However, the valiant lord managed to change this man. There could be no mistake. One of the crowd read aloud ancient manuscripts, which said that some assassins refused their contracts if their target was one of the great sages. This confirms the fact that Lord E was one of those very sages. Everyone was uplifted when they realized this man was capable of changing even a killer. It seemed there was nothing our hero could not accomplish. In principle, less was not expected from Lord Yi Nin. He was the reincarnation of ancient sages. The peasants were eager to record everything that happened today in order to spread this news throughout the world. The monk, who until then knew how noble and unusual a person the hero was, could not even imagine that he would manage to change the killer. The holy man underestimated this person. Obviously, if such a strong sage had joined Buddhism, they would undoubtedly have spread their faith around the world in the blink of an eye. At that time, Lord E tried to comfort the young man who had recently attempted to kill him. The magnanimous lord consoled the mercenary by saying that a person ready to turn the page of their life book to a new chapter is more valuable than gold. However, the mercenary himself felt very awkward from the words of this uncle. The unfortunate man wanted him to let him go as soon as possible. The valiant Yi Nin himself realized the mercenary before him was simply crazy. If he wanted to, he could have just calmly killed him. But the scoundrel started all these strange talks about his holiness and nobility. Obviously, our hero was worried that such speeches might scare away other killers eager for his death. Therefore, as a noble warrior, he was very grateful to the man who showed him so much honor. The humble gentleman tried to convince him that he was not as good as he seemed. The mercenary should not belittle himself so much and beg for forgiveness. At that moment, the unfortunate man met the piercing gaze of Pei Yu Han, seated in the chair behind the hero. The killer even shuddered from that look. The man's enthusiasm to run away clearly diminished from such piercing attention. So lowering his gaze, he explained to Mr. Yi Nin that his character was like a star brightly shining in the dark sky, like an oasis in a waterless desert. Any of his actions were capable of inspiring other people. Of course, Lord E was quite surprised by the emotional speeches this mercenary was making. The valiant man decided to respond in kind. After all, the mercenary himself was to blame for starting all this sentimentality. Therefore, kneeling before him, the noble lord admitted that, in his opinion, this man was filled with justice to such an extent that in his eyes he was like a hero. The killer possessed extremely rare skills. Besides that, people with his character were a true rarity in their times. In the end, the mercenary and his target began to exchange exquisite compliments with each other. Like this, even the monk could not believe that he had truly witnessed such an unprecedented spectacle. In the end, when these two shook hands, the mercenary was barely restraining himself from killing this gentleman right then and there, and the valiant Nin was disappointed, realizing he should have humiliated this man to death, for the scoundrel had betrayed him and still failed to kill him. At this moment, tired of these useless conversations, the mercenary decided to take his leave and depart. But before leaving, he warned the young lord, even though he failed to kill him today, other assassins would not be so lenient towards him. Therefore, the lord should take care of his own safety for the sake of others. The loyal servant perfectly understood how right this mercenary was. In the future, our hero could not afford to be so reckless. The devoted companion wanted to hire an elite warrior for his friend, who would watch over his safety around the clock. And Lord Nin was very angry that this guy not only ran away without killing him, but in the end also stabbed him in the back with a knife. Somewhere around this time, the leader of the House of Misty Rain returned home, fuming over the failed mission. Soon his subordinate ran to him to find out if they had really managed to eliminate the target. However, for such stupid questions, the scoundrel received a blow straight to the head, causing him to be thrown back a couple of meters. Approaching the beaten fool, Lan Shichi recalled that behind the valiant Ye Nin was a woman in black robes. This woman was the very lord they had been unable to contact all this time. It was this lady who stopped him from killing the ruler Nina, so he could not go against her will. Of course, the killers were surprised that, as it turned out, their boss was actually a woman. However, the scoundrels had no idea why she was on Mr. Nina's side. Why didn't she just kill him herself? Even Lan Shichi could not know this. From what he knew about his boss, she was definitely not the kind of person who would voluntarily help others. For this reason, they thought that the cunning lady might have been in love with the hero. At this moment, Lord Nin apologized to the master of Buddhism for the interruption of today's meeting due to the attack. The nobleman felt guilty about it. Moreover, to prevent a similar situation from happening again, the valiant gentleman decided to take his leave and go home. However, the holy man felt his responsibility for the fact that Lord Nin almost died at his event, for which he longed to ask for forgiveness. Of course, our hero tried to explain to the monk that he should not blame himself for anything. After all, his character quite often brings trouble upon himself. But the abbot still continued to insist on his own. Of course, the noble warrior did not know this. But His Majesty the Emperor earnestly asked the holy man to protect the valiant Nina from all harm. And the Lord of the Control Chamber was very angry at this damn petty king, who again decided to meddle in his affairs without asking and stab him in the back. At this moment, the monk admitted to the hero that it seems their emperor demands too much from him. After all, the Buddhist sect has little influence in Great Zhou. If he has to defend the valiant warrior, they will have to face immortal sects and destroy even the slightest roots that their Buddhist sect has managed to sprout in Great Zhou. However, here the holy man calmed the hero. Considering the fact that the Lord was a Confucian, in a clash with immortal sects he would only lose. However, if it comes to a Fawai from a Buddhist sect, he will definitely find the strength to fight the immortals. Obviously, the valiant Nin absolutely did not understand what Fa Hui had just told Yuanfan. It turns out that it was precisely about his brightness. If Lord Nin agrees to join the Buddhist sect, the wise mentor will accept him as a personal disciple. The noble man will be given a new name. However, Lord simply calmly reminded that he was not interested in Buddhism at all. The nobleman thought that it would be much better for the wise master to find another candidate as a disciple. But the treacherous abbot continued to insist that there was an unbreakable spiritual connection between the Buddhist sect and His Holiness. At the moment, the mind of the valiant Nin was shrouded in ignorance. He was yet to achieve inner enlightenment. In this matter, the holy man was precisely eager to extend a helping hand to the hero in order to make him stronger. At that moment, everyone noticed that a golden dome appeared above their master. He completely covered the noble warrior, and all the others jumped back in fear. Loyal Kai Shangao also rebelled, not understanding what this bald scoundrel was plotting and what he was trying to achieve. At that moment, the other guards of the control chamber pointed their blades at the monk, believing that he was trying to deceive them. Commoners, also noticing what was happening, rebelled, believing that the famous monk from the White Horse Temple had sinister intentions towards Lord E. Undoubtedly, the person trying to harm him was an incarnation of evil. At that moment, the guards kept trying to break through the dome to their master, but their blades hopelessly shattered right in their hands like fragile straw. The holy man had already calmly asked not to waste strength in vain. A golden alms bowl was placed on the valiant Nina, a treasure of the Buddhist sect that ordinary people would never break. After that, the treacherous monk disappeared from the sight of the guards who surrounded him. At that moment, the Lord was already in the golden cup together with the false monk. The abbot realized that the reason for the nobleman's refusal to join the Buddhist sect might be that he did not fully understand the principles of Buddhist teaching. However, our hero made the monk understand that he should not comprehend these principles. At that moment, the holy man behaved like a true bandit, for when he was refused, he resorted to intimidation and violent methods. But the treacherous abbot insisted that the valiant Mr. E had a special connection with the Buddhist sect. The reason he tried to persuade him to their side was that he longed for such a worthy young man to find salvation. However, Lord Ninu thought that the matter was not at all about any special connection. The whole point was that he could be useful to the Buddhist sect. They wanted to use him to spread their faith. The noble warrior was very disappointed with this bald scoundrel who used such vile tricks. The monk was disappointed by such harsh words from the Lord. The holy man was angry that he refused to save the world. The abbot reminded that when the valiant Nin joins the Buddhist sect and learns Buddhism, he will be able to save people and also allow this world to come to salvation. And immediately the malicious energy began to press on the hero from all sides, making his head literally explode from unbearable pain as if 1,000 lightning bolts struck his noble mind. At that moment, the demonic cultivator noticed fluctuations in energy and realized that the scoundrel Yuan Fan was trying to use the power of Buddha to enchant Lord Yening. Because of this, Kai Shangao and the other guards became even more furious at this bald scoundrel, demanding that he immediately release Lord E. However, the wise Pei Yuhan was not worried at all. She had the impression that this monk took all things too simply. The valiant Nin also felt that the monk was trying to play some low tricks with his will. However, the nobleman should give a worthy response. The Lord explained to the monk that saving the world through Buddhism sounded like a groundless illusion. With this approach, the man would never convince the masses to side with him. But our hero wanted to ask a counter-question to see if Yuan Fan could answer it. Obviously, the monk thought that the valiant Nin wished to discuss Dharma with him. He was a master in this matter and was fully attentive, ready to answer any question. The question was simple. Can a farmer studying Buddhism achieve nirvana? Yuan Fan was convinced that in Buddhism all lives are equal, from high-ranking officials to ordinary farmers. Then the noble hero decided to find out. What does the work of a farmer involve? How many times in his life does a farmer plow the land? How many seeds does he plant? How often should the crops be watered and when should they be harvested? And also how to deal with pests. The monk reminded that he only helps to achieve salvation. He does not necessarily need to know all the intricacies of the farming craft. But the Lord could argue with this. If a man is unable to understand a farmer, it means that he will not be able to realize the fact that in every planted seed there is hope for the coming year. And he will also not understand the difficulties faced in the fields. For example, the loss of most of the crop due to pest infestation. The conclusion is clear. All monks who simply sit in the temple day after day reading Buddhist scriptures, but actually know nothing, have no right to claim that they can help others achieve nirvana. Obviously, the treacherous abbot considered the hint that Buddhist Dharma does not understand all living beings quite audacious. Lord Yening made it clear that all living beings differ from each other. No one except themselves can understand them 100%. However, the cunning monk pointed out that in such a case, the very words of the valiant Nin make no sense. If neither Buddhist Dharma nor Lord Nin himself can do this, then he cannot speak of saving this world. The noble Ning never claimed to be capable of such a thing. After all, he could never train all living beings. Moreover, the master believed that living beings simply do not need his teachings. Each person has their own circumstances in life. They should not cling to anything. Birth, death, illness, aging, love, hatred, and forgiveness. In his opinion, this is just as natural and understandable. When people are born, they are stubborn and quickly show their appreciation or even hatred. When they grow old, they enjoy simplicity and begin to value health. When they hate, they carve this feeling on their own heart so as never to forget. And when they leave, they must learn to let go. In this lies the true meaning of each person's life. After all these wise words, Yuan Fan even froze for a moment, not knowing what to say. But bowing in a respectful bow, he admitted that the words of the valiant Nin made him enlightened. Considering his wisdom, the holy man realized that he had no right to teach him. The Lord really was not suited for the role of a student. Therefore, the man strongly insisted that Mr. Ning become his teacher. If His Highness joins the Buddhist sect, he will start at the same level as Yuan Fan himself. Our hero realized. Apparently, the brain of this man was as smooth as his shaved head. The scoundrel did not understand what the Lord was trying to convey. At this moment, a golden light surrounded the valiant Nin. like around a jewel, and the monk realized, the nobleman truly possesses an extraordinarily strong enlightenment. He saw something like this for the first time in his life. This meant that soon a new arhat would appear in their Buddhist sect. The holy man also asked that His Holiness not worry from this day forward. After all, they would do everything possible to protect his life. If the Lord fears that even so he will be in danger, then Yuan Fan could take him to the temple in the Hollow district. However, the valiant Ye Ning perfectly understood. In this god-forsaken place, it would be much harder for him to die than to ascend directly to the heavens. At that moment, the monk began to wonder how to convert Lord E Nina to the faith. He had to do it, even if he had to offer the most valuable treasure of the Buddhist sect. At this moment, the false monk had nothing left but to summon the very silhouette of Buddha. When everyone else saw this silhouette, they thought that the bald scoundrel had completely lost his mind. At that moment, Lord E realized this was the end of his life. Apparently, the man failed to overcome him with arguments and decided to resort to other methods. At this moment, the guards were still trying to break inside. They understood. The bald man clearly wanted to die, and they threatened that if the scoundrel did not release the master, they would burn his temple to the ground, leaving not a stone unturned. At this moment, a eunuch arrived with an order from His Majesty the Emperor. The holy man must immediately release the valiant Lord E, otherwise the Buddhist sect will be considered fraudsters and will no longer be able to continue missionary activities in Great Zhou. However, this did not scare the cunning monk, for if the Temple of the White Horse were destroyed, they could rebuild it, and if they had no disciples left, they would be able to recruit new followers. Moreover, only the Great Zhou's loud name remains now. Without the valiant Ye Ning, complete devastation will begin here. Therefore, the Emperor's word meant nothing to the false monk. He intended to tame the hero by any means and make him his own. Lord Enin realized it was better to finish off this scoundrel here and now. Otherwise, if the nobleman escapes, he will make the villain experience true horror. But suddenly the melodious voice of the wise Pei Yuhan arose in his head. She ordered the hero to use his virtues, then he would be able to resist the Buddhist power of the monk Yuan Fang. The valiant warrior had nothing left. He shouted loudly, calling upon the power of virtue slumbering in his body. And suddenly the entire golden dome was literally enveloped by dazzling powerful energy. As soon as the dome collapsed, Lord E Nin recalled the words of an ancient sage. In the celestial empire, harmony is most valued. Like the heavens that never stop, a person must always strive to become better. At that moment, it seemed simply impossible for such a young boy to completely break their imprisonment. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, the power of virtue began to fiercely repel the treacherous abbot away from the young man. And after that, she was completely swept up in a real hurricane. Our hero remained safe and sound. Thank heavens, his mind was not clouded, and the noble warrior was in perfect health. At this moment, the valiant young man was surrounded on all sides by commoners to find out how the young man was feeling. The Lord could only apologize to the kind people and townsfolk for making them worry. At this moment, the monk realized that besides possessing natural wisdom, Master E was a born specialist in the art of virtue. But unfortunately, the era of such specialists has come to an end. Even if the nobleman possessed an entire ocean of virtuous energy, it would be of no use. However, irritated by his words, the young man immediately ordered the smug bald man to shut his filthy mouth. The holy man was greatly impressed by how persistent the master of virtue was, but warned that such persistence would not help him become the Buddha himself. However, the man, surprised by his words, explained that Buddha was the quintessence of all existence. There is only one Buddha. He would not even dare to think of such blasphemy. And then the thoughtful young man realized that in this world, Buddhism was quite different from what he had known before. In that case, our hero had nothing to fear. The valiant warrior mentally asked Yuan Fan not to blame him for what would happen next. After all, no one asked the treacherous abbot to subject the young man to such cruel tortures. At that moment, approaching with a sly smile, Lord E decided to ask the master a little about the ideals of the Buddhist sect. Of course, the man was surprised that the young man had so suddenly changed his attitude. He even thought that perhaps an enlightenment had descended upon the noble lord. Bowing in a respectful bow, the holy man made it clear that he could not call this the ideals of the Buddhist sect. They call it phala. A person can become a monk by studying Buddhist dharma and performing Buddhist rituals. If a person reaches the ideal by practicing Buddhism, it means that they have attained phala. For example, Arhat and Bodhisattva are embodiments of phala. Upon attaining phala, a person is assigned a certain rank. The higher the rank, the greater the Buddhist power. And as for Buddha, also known as Gautama, the earthly Buddha is above all. He watches over the world and possesses unparalleled power. Lord E realized that in such a case, Arhats and Bodhisattvas cannot become Buddha, and even practicing Buddhism in the usual way, This was truly impossible, for the Buddha was the crown of all existence and was unique. This was truly a very strange Buddhism. However, our hero found in this story the perfect hook for these people to stop bothering him in the future. At that moment, while the valiant warrior was contemplating, Yuan Fan joyfully thought that perhaps the Lord had decided to join them. However, Lord Yi quickly interrupted him, for he realized one truth. Every time the Buddhist sect arrived in Great Zhou to engage in missionary work, their efforts ended in failure. And in this, his brightness was right. Otherwise, the man would not have bothered the young man. The noble hero hoped that the monk had already realized why it was so difficult for the Buddhist sect to carry out missionary work in Great Zhou, and why they had achieved nothing. Obviously, Yuan Fan had no idea about this, and the valiant warrior told him 3 strong reasons. The first was that, considering the fact, at the moment Great Zhou is in decline, it still remains a land blessed by the gods, on which there is a huge number of natural treasures. When the people of Great Zhou see foreign guests from poor lands, they are filled with pride. That is precisely why they are not interested in the master who arrived from a distant land for missionary work. Secondly, Buddhism seems too unrealistic. It contains too many prejudices and fantasies not supported by real experience, which makes it very difficult for people to accept it. And thirdly, the Buddhist sect was too hypocritical and narrow-minded, which greatly offended the cunning abbot. The scoundrel even demanded that his grace watch his tongue, and Lord Yi Nin understood that the master was outraged. Then the nobleman decided to ask him one question. Since the Buddhist sect is not part of the common people, what right does it have to preach about salvation? This is literally equivalent to the usual shouting of various slogans. If the Buddhist sect is not narrow-minded, who can explain the mystery of why those who join Buddhism can only become arhats or bodhisattvas, regardless of how much they practice Buddhism? It was completely unreasonable that the followers cannot become the Buddha himself. Of course, the monk tried to justify this by saying that Buddha is unique. He is the quintessence of all existence. And indeed, the treacherous abbot encountered a discrepancy. After all, if all lives are equal, Buddha cannot be the quintessence of all existence. He himself began to wonder why no one can become Buddha, and how Buddha himself became who he is. Lord Yi Nin, seeing his pensiveness, decided to reveal to the master the reason for it. It's all because the Buddhist sect preaches Hinayana, not Mahayana. The other followers were shocked that according to the valiant Yi Nin, they practiced Hinayana, which is far inferior to Mahayana, where Hinayana means small wheel and Mahayana means great wheel. Some even rebelled, believing that Lord Yi did not understand what he was talking about at all, and immediately aimed their weapons at the hero. However, the guards of the control chamber stood up to defend the gentleman, demanding that the monks not even think of doing anything. Even Yuan Fan believed that the valiant Ye Ning insulted the Buddhist Dharma. However, the noble Ye Ning only stated that they practiced the wrong Dharma. But apparently, the monks were so stubborn that he was even allowed to tell the truth. In the end, in order to fully grasp the wise viewpoint of the hero, Yuan Fan pleaded to explain what Mahayana truly represents. And this very type of teaching states that any being in this world is free to become a Buddha. Buddhists do not save Buddhists, and yet those who seek Buddhism beyond their own body may never realize that understanding their own mind is also Buddhism. Buddha does not chant from morning till night, does not give endless instructions, does not break sacred vows, does not do good or evil. If the search for Buddha consists in comprehending the nature of living beings, and if the nature of living beings is Buddha, then the refusal to understand the nature of a living being will no longer be Buddhism. Since a monk himself can become Buddha, his disciples can also become him. In general, all beings of this world can achieve enlightenment, for Buddha dwells in the heart of every creature. In addition to this, the so-called Buddhist Dharma they practiced considers only one person, ignoring all other living beings, and this was Hinayana. The pious man's body trembled as he realized the truth. Anyone can become Buddha. It turns out that Buddha truly dwells in the heart of every being. Truly, if all living beings are equal, this means that anyone can achieve enlightenment regardless of their earthly status. And obviously, it will be easy for any person to believe in such Dharma. Their Buddhist sect has fallen far from the true path. The monk finally realized, the nature of a living being is Buddha. In the end, although it was painful to admit, he humbly agreed that the former Dharma he practiced was incorrect. It is not surprising that the Buddhist sect never managed to grow. It is not surprising that people did not want to accept his teachings. He was mistaken, and quite categorically so. Observing the changes in Yuan Fan, the wise Pei Yu Han realized that the words of an educated person can truly be dangerous. After all, the monk became obsessed just because of a couple of phrases from our hero. However, the noble lord himself was by no means striving for such a result. It seemed that the monk was beginning to lose touch with reality, so he made it clear. The original Bodhi is by no means a tree. The bright mirror has no stand. Originally there were no things, so there is nowhere for dust to come from. And as soon as the valiant man read an excerpt from the Sutra of the Sixth Patriarch's platform, it seems that Yuan Fang experienced a true enlightenment. At that moment, the man fell prostrate, acknowledged the hero as a bodhisattva, and began to pray that he would teach him Mahayana. Obviously, our hero could not believe that he was mistaken for a bodhisattva. Once again, he bit off more than he could chew. Originally, the nobleman simply wanted to use the knowledge from his past life to tease the monk a little. But now he was begging to be taught Buddhism, and Lord Yi did not even know what to do. However, suddenly Yi Nin remembered. In the Buddhist scriptures of his past life, it was said that it was possible to look at the memories of past days with the help of miraculous powers. He made the monk understand that Mahayana had just been revealed to Buddhist practitioners, and other living beings still had to fully comprehend it. But he has a copy of the Heart Sutra, which might be useful. He read this sutra several times when sitting with his grandmother out of boredom. After that, the nobleman sat down among the monks and began to recite the sacred sutra. Immediately, his voice literally exploded, spreading through the area with a golden glow. At that moment, Yi Nin explained that form is emptiness, and emptiness itself was form. After these words, a pillar of energy soared from the temple walls. When he continued reading excerpts from the Heart Sutra, everyone saw silhouettes appearing above the sacred temple. Everyone who witnessed this miracle felt how in an instant the fate of the Buddhist sect changed. At that moment, the sacred lotus of treasures appeared on the temple grounds, and grace finally returned to the holy chambers. At the same instant, they saw the silhouette of Buddha himself, who began to recite a magnificent sutra that made the monks literally hold their breath. The same was observed in the other temples. The monks realized that this sutra was created by the disciples they sent to Great Zhou, and that means they finally had hope for the revival of the Buddhist sect. At that moment, Yuan Fan began to attentively listen to every word of the sutra, passing the sacred sayings through his soul, and suddenly reached the level of a perfect arhat. Energy literally oozed from him. Those present could not believe that a golden glow had just appeared around the master. So he attained enlightenment by listening to the sutra of Lord Yi. At this moment, the man bowed before the hero, thanking the bodhisattva mentor who guided him on the true path. Our hero hoped that this appeal to him did not at all mean that he had gotten himself into even more trouble. At that moment, Lord Yi bowed in response, but suddenly felt that his body had become somehow strange. It began to shine with golden light again and seemed to start transforming. The noble man felt a powerful surge of strength throughout his body. Even those watching had the impression that he had become much more powerful. There was a feeling as if the aura of a fragile scientist surrounding the Lord had disappeared, and now he looked like a true martial arts master. At this moment, Yuan Fan congratulated the bodhisattva. He conveyed the true teaching of Buddhism and was honored with Buddhist consecration. The monk formed a sacred shield from the purest energy, Vajra for the bodhisattva, Vajra of the pure land, making the bodhisattva's body as strong as the diamond hardness itself. As a result, the noble man became invulnerable to attacks by any weapon. With this, the monk congratulated the hero. He managed to compensate for the weak points of the Tao researchers. Now his safety was ensured. Everyone gathered around the gentleman began to congratulate him on having managed to get rid of vulnerable spots. This was simply excellent. He had a new way of protection. Lord Yi simply wept from the injustice of fate that had struck him once again. Moreover, at that moment the monk comforted his spiritual brother, reminding him that if he wished to immerse himself in the study of Buddhist Dharma, he could definitely become a Buddha. However, Yi Nin repeated again that he would never join the Buddhist sect and asked to stop calling him a bodhisattva, as it angered him. At this moment, Kai Xianggao was glad that Master Ye was now safe. However, despite the miracle that had occurred, the actions of the monks violated the laws of Great Zhou and could not go unpunished. Yuan Fan understood that he was wrong and would not dispute his punishment. Moreover, the Temple of the White Horse was no longer necessary for him. The control chamber can use it at its discretion. They could even demolish this temple, and he would not object, for the Temple of the White Horse owned hundreds of thousands of mu of fertile land. The Lord could distribute them among the needy townspeople. If that was not enough, in the future, when Yuan Fan returns here again, he will confess his sins. Here Lord Yi realized that the man plans to leave these lands, and the whole point is that he has already received the true teaching and attained Mahayana initiation. So he had to return to his temple and share the discovery with the other Buddhist practitioners. Obviously, Yi Nin wished the man all the best and a safe journey. Finally, Yuan Fan revealed that even considering the fact that the Bodhisattva does not wish to join the sect, he longs to express his deepest respect for the transmission of the true scripture. From this moment, the monk can no longer be considered a simple master of Buddhism, but will try to gather all familiar practitioners of the Great Zhou to protect the hero, and will continue to spread the words of kindness he has received. Inin only asked restrainedly, so that the monk would behave at least once like the most ordinary person. In his soul, however, the nobleman prayed that no one would bother him with such speeches anymore. The monk could not understand the true reason for his patron's dissatisfaction. Then our valiant hero explained that the immortal sects possess extraordinary power, and if the holy monk loses their patronage, hostile sects may turn against them all. The whole point was that the 10 sects have a very weak foundation, and if something happens to all of them, no one will be able to bring the teachings of Mahayana back to the Western lands. The master has already achieved true enlightenment, and in the lands of China there are a great many practitioners of Buddhism confused in their quests, who long for his wise guidance. At that very moment, the monk realized that it was better for him to obey the senior mentor, for he cared about him only because above all he was concerned with the interests of the Buddhist sect. The sage was convinced that Yi Ning was able to comprehend Mahayana precisely because of his nobility. This man was so pure in soul that he was ready to give his life for his sacred principles. The gentleman mentally excused himself, watching the departing monk, understanding that this time his journey to spread the faith would be far from simple. In the end, he was just one person, and it would be practically impossible to make the others abandon their former Buddhist beliefs. Moreover, our hero had the depressing impression that they would never see this monk again. Soon the valiant Einin joined Pei Yuhan, patiently waiting nearby by the carriage. The lady was quite surprised that our hero created the Mahayana doctrine, but expressed concern in just a couple of phrases, whether their sect, which they had so carefully nurtured, would soon be destroyed by the hands of Lord Yi himself. The nobleman realized that this woman thought similarly to him, or even completely read his innermost thoughts. She calmly explained to the others that from now on, the Buddhist sect would have two paths, Mahayana and Hinayana, and heated debates would inevitably begin between them about which teaching is true. The events moved to the inner chambers of the palace, where the noble lady learned that Ei Ning now holds the high title of Bodhisattva and has established excellent relations with the Buddhist sect. Seeing the clearly frightened servant, the lady thought that he wanted to insult the immortal sects if this bothered him, and she ordered not to bother her anymore with such joyful news. Otherwise, she would immediately ease his suffering forever. The loyal servant was ready to give his life for his mistress to atone for the guilt of excessive worries. The mistress, however, thought that perhaps the servant, who once served the late master and now followed her orders, harbored resentment towards her. However, the devoted servant himself understood that he was able to reach such heights only thanks to the lady's mercy, and was ready to fulfill any of her wishes, even if it turned out to be death. At that moment, the lady threw a pouch to the servant, inside of which was a mysterious powder, the fruit of immortal emotions. The mistress believed that the faithful servant perfectly understood what to do with this potion. Moreover, she was confident that the adopted children, whom her husband had taken under his wing, would not want him to act rashly. The prudent husband was well aware of the threats to these children and assured that he would not disobey her in anything. At that very moment, our hero was sitting in his office, realizing that it would now become even harder for him to die. He understood that the immortal sects would have to make an effort, for if they did not destroy him now, it would be even more difficult in the future. At that moment, Kai Xiangao rushed headlong into his chambers, bringing an invitation to a lavish banquet. This invitation was sent to our hero by a certain Mr. Hun Wang. Around the same time, Mr. Van was walking through the square with his faithful servant. Everyone looked at the man with sincere sympathy, for he was once known as a great talent at the imperial court. But apparently, he offended someone and ended so tragically. Therefore, the unfortunate man ran through the street, performing wild dances, while the servant begged him to calm down and return home. At that moment, the madman saw on the ground the remains of animal life, and also desired to taste this delicacy, while the devoted servant dragged the unfortunate master away, explaining that it was not fit for consumption. The gathered crowd wondered what had happened to Hun Wan. The hero's servants explained that according to their information, the man had completely lost his mind. The people no longer remembered him, and someone even saw the unfortunate man eating cow dung by the roadside. Of course, Einin was quite surprised by the man's madness, but he had no idea why he was even invited to the banquet. In the end, the noble lord ordered his subordinates to respond on his behalf that he would not be able to attend this celebration, as he would be occupied with other important matters. After that, our valiant hero, together with his entire retinue, went out onto the street, still pondering the mysterious invitation he had received. At that moment, he saw Pei Yuhan sitting in the yard, who suggested that perhaps this Hun Wang had just been pretending to be mad all this time. Of course, Mr. Yi did not rule out such a possibility. After all, from his past experience, he knew that people often pretended to be crazy or foolish to avoid trouble. Moreover, he was struck. This demonic cultivator almost never shows herself, But in those rare moments when she utters something, she always manages to get to the heart of the matter. Therefore, when Ye Ninu was given such a chance, he desired to uncover her true nature. At that moment, Pei Yuhan noticed that her words had aroused unprecedented interest in the hero, and since they have known each other for quite a long time, she decided to reveal her cherished secret. The lady revealed that she is the heiress of a demonic clan. Everyone immediately opened their mouths in astonishment. This was truly a stunning revelation, especially considering that this clan, according to rumors, was destroyed several eras ago. However, Lord Yi only politely asked his comrades to explain to him what the demonic clan was, as he had not heard of it before. Then Kai Shangao told an amazing story. Long ago, 7 followers of the demonic clan created 7 clans of the demonic Tao and opposed the 13 clans of the immortal sex. Their forces were equal. Thanks to the birth of the demonic Tao, the demonic clan possessed unparalleled power and spanned an entire region, existing for many millennia. A little later, traitors appeared within the ranks of the demonic clan, who added fuel to the fire, causing numerous bloody clashes with the immortal sects. As a result of these conflicts, the demonic clan plunged into chaos. Being suppressed by the immortal sects, the demonic clan had no choice but to swear allegiance to the great ancestors of the Zhou dynasty, after which they were finally able to rest. Meanwhile, the immortal sects underwent a real bloody massacre that lasted over 1,000 years. After the disappearance of the great ancestors, the immortal sects recovered and began to exact their terrible revenge, methodically destroying the demonic clan. However, our Nina was most interested in how such a powerful and prosperous clan came to have a fateful split. Pei Yuhan kindly enlightened the noble husband, explaining that this happened because of the kung fu of the divine demonic art. He told Sansa in detail about the legend that the divine demonic art is the first kung fu of this world. It allows a person to use the power of others to enhance their own cultivation. Obviously, Lord Yi concluded that since Pei Yuhan is the heiress of the demonic clan, she must be familiar with the divine demonic art. After which, to the greatest shock of the assistants, he grabbed the woman by the hand and led her to his chambers. Suspicious Xuan watched all this closely, unable to understand when these two had become so close. Of course, the young lady decided to follow her master to make sure that Pei Yuhan was not plotting anything improper. However, before entering his chambers, the noble Yi Nin forbade the maiden to follow him, and with the sternest expression, he made it clear that children were strictly forbidden to enter, after which the gates loudly slammed shut. At this moment, looking at the hero, even the wise Pei Yuhan began to worry, unaware of what the valiant man was plotting. However, from joy, Lord Yi remembered that the dear guest still had not recovered. Perhaps she wishes to eat something? The maiden awkwardly explained that she can truly absorb the strength of other people in order to heal her wounds. Yet there were no people of suitable power in the capital, and if she uses this ability on ordinary cultivators, the effect will be practically negligible. When our hero offered his candidacy, she was extremely surprised that he allowed his powers of virtue to be absorbed. Moreover, in that case, Yining would become completely useless when she absorbs them. However, the valiant man saw no obstacles in this. He willingly took this step. Moreover, if the noble maiden recovers as quickly as possible, she will be able to stand against those who are hunting her life. In fact, Pei Yuhan was extremely shocked by his decision. After all, Ye Ning, being a follower of Confucianism with noble intentions to save Great Zhou, possessed a uniquely vast amount of virtuous energy, but was willing to let her absorb it. The young woman obviously thought that perhaps the young man liked her, and that this was his way of trying to help her. The lady had long been accustomed to men trying to attract her attention in various ways, looking at her with a mad gaze. However, the hero's eyes were absolutely pure. Moreover, he never once declared his love. Instead, he bravely and voluntarily offers his candidacy when it is needed the most. Of course, any girl could not help but be touched by the fact that her husband gives himself to her completely, even though she promised him nothing. Moreover, the lady herself understood that she still had a sacred mission entrusted to her, for which energy would definitely come in handy. At this moment, the noble hero once again began to hope that she would agree to his proposal, for they did not have much time. Immediately after these words, Pei Yuhan took the young man by the hand. She herself understood that she had to control her strength, and under no circumstances should she harm the core of the hero's virtue. At that moment, obviously, Zhuan was eavesdropping on everything from the other side of the gate. However, hearing some indecent and mysterious sounds, the girl even became embarrassed, not understanding what these two were doing. At this moment, the energy was already slowly flowing from Yi Nin's body into the flesh of Mistress Pei Yuhan herself. The nobleman honestly admitted that he never thought absorbing his power could be so pleasant. He wished that she would draw as much energy from him as possible. The lady noticed that her wounds had almost completely healed, while Yi Ning was still continuing to emit quite powerful forces of virtue. It gave the impression that in terms of energy volume, he was a real monster. If Confucianism had not died out, it would have had every chance to become a great sage. At that moment, Xuan on the other side of the gate did not understand what was happening to her master. She did not see that a small black cat was watching her, tracking her movements. The kitty quickly figured out, since this girl guards the entrance, then Inin is surely inside the chambers. The little animal was about to attack in order to deal with this hero as soon as possible. However, unexpectedly heard the moans of Inin, who begged Sister Pei Yuhan to continue sucking out more and more strength. Pei Yuhan herself was quite surprised by the hero's behavior, but he insisted so much on it that she was not opposed at all. After some more time had passed, the woman honestly admitted that she was already giving her all. It was the first time she encountered a situation where her husband was so resilient. However, Inin continued to believe in her and hoped that she could exhaust him completely. And the cat, hearing this at the doorstep, simply collapsed onto the cold ground unconscious. The news shocked him so much. He could not accept that his blood enemy suddenly became the husband belonging to his mistress. At that moment, Pei Yuhan decided to explain to Yenin what had really happened. After she absorbed a huge amount of his energy, his virtue did not diminish at all. Moreover, after she absorbed it, energy regeneration increased tenfold. In the end, our hero realized that he was still as strong as he had been before. For this reason, he immediately decided to stop such a useless procedure in his case, and sincerely cried, not understanding why this did not work and what he did wrong. Pei Yuhan tried to comfort the hero, understanding that everyone would start to envy the young man if this news suddenly spread. However, Ye Ninu honestly did not care about this envy. He simply wished to die peacefully and become the heavenly emperor, but for some reason he kept getting stronger. Only now did the noble husband finally remember the wounds of Sister Pei Yuhan, and offered her to take some of his energy if they were not yet fully healed. But it turned out that the girl had already fully restored all her strength. After that, she explained embarrassedly that although she no longer needed energy, she still required a little rest because her body was simply exhausted. After this, the lady looked at the hero who was lying on the ground. For some reason, she had a feeling that she was going to learn a lot from this strange young man. Moreover, she never repaid him for healing her wounds, and could not let it go just like that. After all, she, Pei Yuhan, was the heir of the demonic cult and never left debts unpaid. After this, leaving the young man to rest, she finally decided to go outside, where an especially displeased maid was already waiting for her. However, the lady only smiled maliciously, looking at the little servant, after which she turned around and walked away. Zhuan could hardly contain her anger, so as not to immediately tell this treacherous person everything she thought of her. She was angry that Pei Yuhan strutted around their residence like the mistress and kept sticking out her chest. Soon the leader of the House of Misty Rain returned home, where a subordinate servant began to ask him what information he had managed to gather about the young master. However, the leader made it clear that gathering information was simply useless, as soon the House of the Misty Rain would belong to Eninu. The frightened subordinates immediately realized that the hero's connection with their milady was probably much stronger than it seemed. The leader calmly explained that at the moment their mistress is in the residence, and to be more specific, they were locked in the hero's bedroom. He was about to reveal the details he had heard, but suddenly a lady appeared behind him, demanding some explanations from the man. Len Shichi, along with the servant, immediately fell to their knees, greeting the arriving lady. Pei Yuhan herself scorched her subordinate with a glare, and reminded him that only 10 years had passed since their last meeting, but he seemed to have become far too bold. Moreover, she was angered by the fact that he dared to spy on her. The leader immediately hurried to justify himself, saying that he would never dare to commit such audacity. He entered the residence only to contact the lady. The man was gripped by fear, for on the day they last saw each other, the lady had been very kind. It seemed that her temper had changed, but now it became clear. The gentle side of the lady was meant only for one scoundrel, Eninu. However, fortunately for these unfortunate ones, the noble Pei Yuhan decided to forgive them this time. And now she wished for them to mobilize their capital branches and help her accomplish 2 deeds. The first is to spread the news that she is in the capital and has received a mortal wound from which she is currently recovering. And secondly, to gather information about those who intend to harm Inina in any way. Immediately find these scoundrels and at the first opportunity quietly eliminate them. Soon the news of the appearance of the heiress of the demonic clan reached even the imperial palace. The arriving Xia Qian reported to the emperor that Ye Ning was so noble that he even sheltered a person of such origin. The emperor could only hope that this woman had no ill intentions towards the hero. However, Sima Qian could accurately state that they met by pure chance. Moreover, according to her observations, at the moment these two were in quite an intimate relationship. After all, A Nin was a free man, and could be intimate with anyone. However, Xia Qian was worried that the head of the control chamber was meeting with a member of the demon clan. This could provoke the immortal sects to take more radical actions. However, the wise Sima Qian knew Ening very well. Most likely, he did not care at all about the opinion of the immortal sex. The emperor understood that Sima Qian was right in some ways. Considering the hero's character, he cared little about his own safety. Nevertheless, he was confident that for the widowed empress's birthday, they should increase the number of guards in the palace as a precaution. They got along quite well with the Dowager Empress, but after the emperor ascended the throne, they never communicated with her, and now, out of the blue, she wants the emperor to prepare a lavish banquet for her birthday. To be honest, when the previous emperor was on his deathbed, he warned his son several times not to trust the reigning empress. However, honoring parents is of great importance. Although this woman was not his biological mother, she still remains the Dowager Empress, so he was obliged to arrange this banquet. But their guard must watch the Dowager Empress closely. Soon the invitation came to our hero as well. However, he firmly rejected it, as he did not want to go anywhere. And Cai Xianggao tried to explain to the gentleman that he should go there at least out of respect. After all, it was about the Dowager Empress. Even the servants reminded that A Ning was the head of the control chamber. It was simply unthinkable for him to miss such events. He was also obliged to prepare a worthy gift. And of course, the nobleman was surprised that even these three talents said the same thing. Apparently, he really simply had no choice, which means he would have to go. At that moment, Cai Xianggao decided to take on the responsibility of preparing a gift for the birthday of the Empress Dowager. However, the suddenly appeared Pei Yuhan asked the guys not to rush too much. The widowed Empress was a rather unusual person who required a special approach. Everyone immediately decided to listen to the wise woman, and Lord Yi was glad. Perhaps the Empress was the one who wanted to kill him. At that moment, sitting down in a free seat, Pei Yuhan asked everyone to share how well they knew the Empress Dowager. Cai Xianggao heard that the surname of this woman was Bai. It is said that she came from an aristocratic family, and she and the previous emperor fell in love with each other in their youth, but their love later withered. She also had no children of her own, and was not the biological mother of His Majesty. Pei Yuhan summarized what was said. The Empress's family was not aristocratic at all, but a family of cultivators. And Wu Sanxi quickly explained to the hero that this is what groups of cultivators, divided into entire families, are called. It is said that in ancient times there were many powerful cultivator families, but most of them fell to such an extent that they are left only to depend on the immortal sects. Pei Yuhan confirmed the truth of these words. The real name of the widowed Empress Bai, she comes from the Bai cultivator family. Regarding the Bai family, they were not members of the immortal sect, and their lineage was directly connected to the very Jade Chamber. And immediately everyone realized why. After so many years of seclusion, the Empress had appeared here again and decided to hold a banquet. Apparently the Jade Chamber is pulling the strings behind the scenes to get to their lord. However, the assistants also knew that their lord was filled with the forces of virtue, moreover possessed an indestructible Vajra of pure earth, and therefore the Empress could in no way compare in power with their milord. However, the wise Pei Yuhan knew perfectly well that the ways to harm another person were never limited to just physical weapons. After that, she instantly snapped her fingers, spreading the poison. At that very moment, all the servants fell to their knees. They had no idea when Pei Yuhan had managed to poison them. However, with just a flick of her finger, the heiress began to suck all the dispersed poison back into her body. Thus, she demonstrated to everyone that harming another person was extremely easy. Lord Yi was only glad that he could actually be killed with poison, which he had not suspected before. The heiress of the demonic cult herself decided to find out whether the hero wishes to attend the banquet on the occasion of the Empress's birthday, even after everything she warned him about. However, the nobleman reminded that he is still an official, and his absence at the banquet in honor of the birthday could be regarded as a violation of the code of conduct. Pei Yuhan was not surprised at all, unlike all the other servants. She simply calmly asked the master to come closer to her, then took his hand. Of course, our hero was surprised and thought that perhaps the woman would try to absorb his power again. However, at that moment she showed a small snake. Her name was Zelyonka. She found her many years ago. In the snake flows the blood of an ancient venerable blue-eyed python, thanks to which she is able to detect any dangers. And this snake, by the lady's command, slowly crawled onto the hero's hand, after which it instantly disappeared, and the valiant man fearfully began to search for it. However, Pei Yuhan explained that the snake will sense danger and immediately warn the hero about it. Meanwhile, it will hide inside his body. The nobleman tried to calm himself by thinking that this was just an ordinary snake that can sense danger, and hoped that if he wanted to die, this would not stop him. Somewhere around that time, in their chambers located in a real desert, two men were discussing that the traitor Asura was in the capital, as they had expected. Moreover, she had already contacted the leader of the House of Misty Rain. The chief was glad about the news and ordered the servant to deliver his command. to send 4 of the eldest warriors there to capture the sorceress and not mess up this time. Soon at last, the birthday of the widowed empress arrived, and a huge number of carriages with officials were heading to the palace. Many rejoiced seeing such lively streets. People had the feeling that their great power had finally begun to prosper, and of course, the officials could not help but praise these achievements to each other. However, unexpectedly, one of the carriages rushed forward between the 2 conversing officials. This carriage belonged to the head of the Chamber of Control, so it became obvious he will also be present at the birthday banquet, and many were worried that with its sinister aura, it would kill the entire festive atmosphere. At that moment, Brother Tsai noticed that all the officials were looking at their carriage as if they were some kind of lepers. Moreover, he honestly admitted that he was very grateful to His Majesty for sending him to the Chamber of Control. Otherwise, he would have been like the same corrupt officials as all these men, and he really did not want to sink to such a miserable state. Finally, after calm conversations, they arrived at the palace for the birthday of the widowed empress. The palace servant met Mr. Inin, asking him to follow him. They strolled around a small artificial lake filled with beautiful carps. These fish were the favorite creatures of the widowed empress, and she often came here to feed them personally. Our hero awkwardly noted that the glances of these cold-blooded ones were filled with wisdom. They were truly intelligent beings. Soon they were led to the tables where many officials and ministers had already gathered. The seating was quite loose, which is why Lord Yi and Sai Xianggao sat at different tables, so they said goodbye until the end of the evening. Many saw off the noble husband with a displeased look as he passed by. They did not believe that he truly dared to appear. Yi Nin was angry at such views of some bunch of idlers. They all whispered behind his back, but none of them even dared to look him in the eyes. However, suddenly, when the valiant man walked through the hall, he realized that no place had been left for him. Moreover, looking at the other officials, he understood that they would hardly resort to such cheap provocations. Most likely, this was the decision of the widowed empress. In this case, our hero simply had no other choice but to add fuel to the fire. Therefore, he shouted loudly, demanding that he be given at least some explanation of what was happening. And immediately one of the officials rose from his seat, giving Mr. E his chair, and awkwardly apologized for the palace maids getting completely flustered and making a mistake with the seating arrangement. However, our hero was clearly angry that he seemed to have become invisible among the others. Apparently, those responsible for this event remembered everyone except him. However, the official who also rose from his seat reminded the hero that the banquet was managed by the concubines of Her Majesty the Dowager Empress, and everyone hoped for the prudence of the Lord, who would not express his dissatisfaction towards the Empress. And of course, Inin would not dare to allow such audacity. But he was still very curious. Why, while he was still standing on his own 2 feet, did everyone else decide they had the right to take their places? And the officials even shrank into their chairs, not daring to raise their eyes to the noble husband. For some reason, his words turned out to be too authoritative, even considering that he spoke in a very calm tone. However, suddenly one of the husbands dared to stand up and expressed suspicion that in this way the widowed empress wished to warn the hero that he was abusing his position to mock other people. The other officials were shocked that their comrade tried to get out of the situation by admitting his actions and presenting a counter-argument. Of course, they tried to explain to their colleague that he should not act in such a way. Soon everyone had already gotten up because they heard the sound of heels. The Dowager Empress appeared, who greeted the excellent minister Mr. E and was very impressed by the performance he arranged. When she came closer, everyone without exception bowed, greeting the widowed empress. However, Inin continued to stand straight. At that moment, the woman looked at the young man, not understanding how she had offended him. However, Lord E was unable to say anything, as at that moment the arrival of His Majesty the Emperor was announced. The arriving ruler immediately greeted the Queen Mother, and the widowed empress was touched that despite his busy schedule, the Emperor still attended the banquet. However, leaning down, he reminded that the Queen Mother is his senior family member, and juniors are never allowed to skip the banquet on the occasion of their senior's birthday. The woman immediately ordered a place to be prepared for the Emperor so that he could sit down. The ruler announced aloud how great today was, after which he asked all the standing ministers to sit down so they could begin the banquet. However, obviously Inin did not move. Therefore, the Emperor kindly invited the minister to sit with him at the same table at this celebration. Soon they moved to their table. However, despite the fact that a place for Inin was still found, the atmosphere was still too strange. Moreover, suddenly the young man felt some pleasant Swedish aroma. And what was most surprising, this fragrance came from the Emperor himself sitting nearby. Our hero carefully looked at the ruler. He was definitely a fine fellow, but at the same time he was more attractive than most maidens, especially if he wore women's clothing. There would be no equal to him here. The Emperor was quite embarrassed, noticing the minister's intense gaze examining him. He became worried that perhaps Yining suspected something. For example, that he was actually a woman. At that moment, the embarrassed nobleman turned away from the ruler, thinking that he might have been some kind of pervert for looking so intently and thoughtfully at the man. At that very moment, the emperor extended the cup to the hero, inviting the minister to drink with him. The embarrassed young man agreed and drank. He could only hope that he had not become a lover of the male sex after ending up in this strange place. Soon a musician came to everyone present and began to play a plucked instrument. The divine sound spread throughout the district, and everyone was struck by this melody. At that moment, the widowed empress praised the musician and asked him to come to her. She did not expect that the court musician would manage to compose such a wonderful piece. However, the man honestly admitted that he did not compose this work at all. After that, he explained to the empress that the author of this composition was currently sitting nearby her. He looked at the hero and made it clear that this work, High Mountains and Flowing Waters, was created by Minister E, head of the control chamber. Of course, the musician praised the young man, who possessed truly unique musical skill at such a young age. Lord E felt quite awkward that this esteemed musician praised him so much. He tried to disavow all these compliments. The Dowager Empress was very disappointed, realizing that the hero was involved in this again, so she sent the musician away. Even the musician was left puzzled as to why the Empress's expression changed so sharply when she learned about the involvement of the Minister of the Chamber of Control in the music. As soon as the man left, the widowed Queen Mother grew tired of these entertainments and hoped that the servants had prepared something else. Nin was amazed that the mood of this woman changed even faster than the color of a chameleon changes during danger. At this moment, it was time to present the gifts. Count Xiangcheng gave the widowed empress 20 deep-sea pearls, which symbolized eternity and happiness. The Minister of Finance gave the widowed empress a couple more precious jewels. However, everything seemed quite useless to this woman. She saw nothing in these ministers except a bunch of opportunists who did not take her seriously because she was often in the company of concubines. At this moment, it is time to announce the gift from the head of the control chamber, Inina, who gave the lady a painting with calligraphy. All the ministers immediately considered the brave man a madman. This was too modest a gift for such a mistress. At that moment, she turned the picture around and realized that Lord E had expressed some act of contempt, since he gave her something worth several layon of silver. Kai Xiangao only sighed heavily, for he had warned the gentleman not to give something like that to the lady. However, he refused to listen. At that moment, the nobleman rose from the table, explaining to the widowed empress that even a cheap gift can hold great significance. However, he could assure the lady that this was quite an expensive painting. But even so, the widowed empress considered this gift too outrageous. The emperor immediately stood up to defend the minister, begging the queen mother to calm down. And Nin rejoiced, looking at the lady's anger, hoping that she would definitely kill him. At that moment, the ruler Jimin Yue explained that Minister Ye was an honest and straightforward official. It would be strange to expect any other gift from him, so he suggested taking this opportunity to have the minister, as an expert in poetry, compose a poem in honor of the Queen Mother's birthday. And obviously, Nin could not help but be angry because the emperor decided to protect him. In the end, due to the personal request of the ruler, the Empress Mother decided to grant the hero a chance for redemption. He had to create something incredible while she was still willing to hold back her anger. Our hero himself began to wonder what kind of poem he needed to compose. After all, he knew many poems, so he could recite at least one. At that moment, Kai Shengao suddenly rose from his seat, asking His Majesty to allow him to write down the poem that the gentleman was about to recite. And immediately everyone froze in anticipation. What poem will their hero compose this time? In the end, Lord E raised the cup of wine and began his poem. The jade cup is filled with priceless wine. Even this very first stanza was truly filled with deep meaning. The officials were amazed, realizing that Nin was seriously going to compose a poem to soothe the empress. They expected nothing less from a poetry expert. In the end, the noble man continued reading the poem aloud, and Kai Shangao, who was recording it, understood that the very concept of this work perfectly matched the lines that Ye Ning had spoken at the very beginning. The officials began to whisper among themselves, for the beginning of this poem sounded strange in relation to the continuation. However, it was impossible not to admit. This was indeed a rare and exquisite poem. The last words of this poem were that sooner or later waves of opportunity will rise before every person, and they must ride them. And as soon as he uttered these words, his body immediately shone with a bright light of virtue. At this moment, around the hero, besides the golden energy, the Wences Mark also appeared. Obviously, officials and sages considered this impossible, given that Wenzi disappeared along with the decline of Confucianism. They suspected that it might have been revived by a poem told by the hero, and even Kai Shangao realized that this poem was practically at a heavenly level, which means it was exalted under the heavens. And immediately everyone began whispering after his words. After all, the last poem, exalted under the heavens, was created several thousand years ago, which means Nin was truly worthy of the title of poet sage. At this moment, Emperor Ji Mingyue decided to ask the gentleman what he had decided to name this poem. And the title of the poem was appropriate: The Difficult Human Path. After he came up with the name, the mark around it shone even brighter, after which it reflected on the youth's forehead, and all the energy also absorbed into his brow. All that remained for the hero was to hope that the arisen mark would not become the cause of further oddities in his life. But suddenly, looking back, he saw that while he was reading the poem, the Empress Mother had already managed to run away somewhere. At that moment, she was already in her chambers and had sent the servants away, ordering that no one be allowed inside without her command. A quiet sound of doors was heard behind the woman. After the maids left, she immediately knelt down and greeted the honorable immortal. He emerged from her shadow, gradually taking shape, and praised the Empress for a job well done. Moreover, the immortal saw the hero, and suspected that the young man was nothing special. At that moment, the Queen Mother, leaning forward, explained that she had decided to challenge the hero to a small duel, but he chose not to abandon his values and to fight her face to face. Obviously, such a person faced a short life. The guest was already amazed that, being an ordinary person, the hero dared to provoke the Ascension sect. For this very reason, the Queen Mother insisted on eliminating him as soon as possible to spare herself from potential troubles. However, the immortal only became angrier at the Empress, attacking and making it clear that no one cared about her insignificant opinion. After starting to strangle the woman, the alien ordered her never to forget that after the grand plan went awry because of her, she was banished from the Bai family. The sect took pity on her and did not decide her life, and only when the Queen Mother began to apologize for her mistakes did the immortal decide to give her a chance to rehabilitate out of personal kindness. All the woman needed was to help them in the murder of Inina. When they do this, she will return to the Bai family, and they will also help her leave the palace and regain her freedom. At that moment, the officials, after listening to the hero's poem, immediately began discussing it while emptying their glasses. But Lord E was more worried that the widowed Empress had run away halfway again. He just wanted to die, but everyone kept preventing him from doing so. But suddenly the young man caught a pleasant scent. Looking back, he saw that the officials seemed to be frying fish right in the yard. At that moment, they begged His Highness to release the unfortunate fish and not to eat them, for they feared punishment from the Imperial Guard, which was abundant in the district. At that moment, our hero approached closer, amazed by the unique way of celebration from Hun Wang, and realized that this was the very legendary Mad Prince. Hun Wang himself could not believe that Ye Ning had come here to scold him. However, the guy calmly explained that he came here because of the appetizing smell of fish and would like to have lunch with the prince. He just laughed, amazed that such a noble man decided to keep him company, and was convinced that Yi Nin was truly an insanely interesting young man. After that, he threw the wine into the young man's hands, because fried fish definitely had to be washed down with good alcohol. Lord E was immensely happy with such a gift. As is known, the friendship of two kind-hearted men was like crystal-clear wine. He was very pleased that such a person as His Highness honored him with this drink, and the prince laughed, accepting the hero as his friend. They could have called their friendship over fish and wine. And Nin just smiled, for he did not expect the Mad Prince to behave so openly and unrestrainedly, without worrying about any formalities. Thus, a whole hour passed during their small feast, and they continued cheerfully drinking wine. Only then did Hun Wang admit that he was very grateful to the widowed Empress. If she had not arranged a banquet for the birthday, he would not have had the opportunity to leave his residence, and he would have missed the chance to meet such a wonderful person. However, Inin wisely noted that the previous emperor had left this world quite a long time ago. He thought that Hun Wang should have no difficulties leaving his residence. And indeed, if you think about it, not so many people now required a constant order from the emperor. However, Hun Wang could not even leave the house without it. Moreover, even if he is the uncle of the current emperor, he will ignore his orders and will not be able to demand the same compliance from others. Of course, commoners could ignore the emperor's words, but he was a prince. No one cared more about the laws and honor of this country than he did. After hearing Enin's words, Hun Wang was convinced. Pei Yuhan was right, the prince was indeed not mad. Therefore, Lord Yi even suggested to the man to help the emperor, instead of behaving as he was behaving now. And the nobleman perfectly understood. Enin was hinting at his feigned madness. However, the young man could learn the reasons for his behavior if he met one-on-one with the widowed empress. Of course, our hero had no idea how Hun Wang and his behavior could be related to this woman at all. However, the prince calmly explained that even at today's banquet in honor of her birthday, she had not prepared a place for him, although he was a family member. But he was not upset at all, for Hun Wang himself did not wish to see her. Suddenly, he remembered the past connected with a woman. However, he could not find the words to say it, when suddenly he felt unwell. In the end, right in front of the hero, the man bent over, and he was seized by a severe, painful cough. Obviously, Inin immediately threw away his wine in fright, trying to help the unfortunate man. At that moment, the voices in his head ordered him not to accuse innocent people. After that, barely managing the pain, he tried to leave in order to catch his breath a little. However, Yining stopped him, explaining that the widowed empress had also not prepared a place for him. He asked Hunwang not to be upset, since they were in the same boat in this situation. In fact, Hunwang was not very surprised by such news. After all, the Dowager Empress was from the Bai family, and Yining dared to insult the Jade Chamber. At that moment, the nobleman noticed that there was some dark energy in the man's body, and even his powers of virtue were unable to remove this dark energy. The prince was grateful for the hero's attempt to improve his condition, but warned that this power could not be removed, so it was not worth wasting his virtue's strength on him. After that, he thoughtfully remembered how once a scandal happened because of his exposure. Then the immortal sex cursed him. In addition, the late emperor issued a decree that he could not leave the residence. At that moment, Hunwang lost all hope. Although Einin had no idea what exactly had happened, from his observations of his brother Ji Minyue and Wu Sancha, he could draw only one conclusion. In the presence of the immortal sex, this former prince became weak, but towards his own people he was extremely strict. At that moment, Hunwang decided to ask Yanin if he suspected why the prince had sent him an invitation and why he wanted to meet with him. The matter was simple. When he heard about his achievements, he saw at least some glimmer of hope. Thanks to Inina, he realized that such an evil person as the widowed empress will sooner or later receive her punishment. And thanks to Inina, he understood that even such a huge monster as the immortal sex can die. Only thanks to Ininu did he see the future of this country, and continued to live in anticipation of this happy day. And of course, all that remained for Lord E was to promise the man that he would do everything possible to fulfill these dreams. After which they clinked to their wine bottles, both understanding that they did not know what the future held for them. Nevertheless, Yining would continue to move forward, and that was already enough for Hunwan. Thus ended the banquet, and the next day of the hero's stay in the control chamber began. There, sitting with the documents together with Pei Yuhan, our hero dared to ask the sister if she could lift the curse from Prince Hunwang. The woman calmly explained that ancient curses merge with the victim's soul. After the curse takes effect, it is almost impossible to remove. Moreover, she felt that something dangerous had happened to Einainen during yesterday's banquet, and the noble husband was surprised that she truly showed her concern for him. Only then did he notice how a small snake appeared from behind his sleeve, and guessed that all this time the woman had been asking the snake about what had happened. Lord E made it clear that everything happened quite the opposite. He felt that the Dowager Empress should not be feared. Pei Yuhan did not argue. The woman herself was nothing special, but the immortal sects that support her are a bad matter. And since today Ye Ninu is to attend a small banquet at the Emperor's palace, the little snake will stay with him a little longer. Soon our hero was walking to his comrade and heard the whispers of the servants of the control chamber regarding the poem he had written. At the same time, the nobleman very much hoped that the widowed empress would kill him, so that when he returned as the heavenly emperor, he could lift the curse from Prince Hunwang. At that moment, in his office, Kai Xianggao was hiding with the poem, The Difficult Path, holding it like a true treasure. Seeing this, Einin also turned around and left, understanding that it was better not to take Kai Xianggao along, especially for some small banquet. Soon he found himself in the Garden of 100 Aromas, where he was met by a servant who once again escorted him inside. There they were already awaited by the Dowager Empress, as well as numerous officials sitting at their personal desks below. The nobleman was grateful that at least this time his own place was prepared for him. However, suddenly he felt some strange premonition. Goosebumps ran down his spine. Moreover, he had the feeling that today the Dowager Empress was looking at him differently. He felt the thirst for murder emanating from her. It seemed the woman was really planning to kill him. Moreover, there was neither the first candidate for the murderer nor the second fool here, and the members of the control chamber were waiting for him outside. This really was just a great opportunity for the Empress to finally kill him. Obviously, the Queen Mother saw how foolishly the hero was smiling and understood that this would be the last smile on his lips. After this banquet, he definitely would no longer be able to smile or breathe. Einin could not even imagine in his worst nightmares who was currently controlling the Dowager Empress. Therefore, the puppeteer on the other side knew that today the brave man would surely lose his miserable life. At that moment, the eunuch suddenly remembered the Emperor's order. He had strictly commanded to watch Einin's behavior, so that God forbid he would not start arguing with the Dowager Empress. Just at the moment when the eunuch was lost in thought, the other palace servants approached him. Obviously, the loyal servant was quite surprised, as the subordinates were supposed to be working in the kitchen at that hour, since the current day was marked by a magnificent banquet. However, bowing low, the man reported with the greatest respect that the members of the court, by order of the Dowager Empress, were preparing for the feast themselves, and therefore their help was extremely necessary. Of course, Eunuch Lu could not help but be struck by the fact that the widowed lady wished to personally prepare the banquet. This seemed an excessively suspicious act. Meanwhile, the events shift to the imperial kitchen of the Dowager Empress, where servants were constantly bustling about, and the managers watching them ordered to carry the dishes with special care, for negligence towards the sovereign was simply unacceptable. At that moment, the eunuch Liu was watching everything happening in the kitchen from afar. He had no idea why a certain manager was assigned on duty today. It seemed the previous one had long since left the imperial chambers. There was a sinister feeling that the intentions were far from pure, and not only because of the manager, for the loyal servant did not know anyone currently on duty. It gave the impression that the widowed empress had something sinister in mind. Moreover, when he tried to enter the courtyard, he was forbidden from doing so, being declared an unauthorized person who was not allowed to observe the ongoing feast. Of course, the devoted servant was extremely shocked that the other eunuchs did not recognize him and called him some stranger. Everyone was well aware of the eunuchs from the imperial stables, as well as the famous assistant of His Majesty. Then Eunuch Lu, using his high status, made it clear that he had arrived here by direct order of His Majesty the Emperor to serve the current guests. However, he was told that the Dowager Empress had strictly ordered that unauthorized persons not be allowed inside. But at that moment, the bold guards received a couple of sharp slaps from the senior eunuch to make them come to their senses. The loyal servant was extremely angry at the behavior of the men, who clearly did not understand the dangerous situation they had gotten into. After that, he reminded for the last time that he acts on behalf of His Majesty the Emperor, and all servants must clearly know who has the final word in the imperial palace. Looking at the back of the departing eunuch, the guards immediately began whispering about the best course of action. There were not many options, so they decided to report the incident to their superiors immediately. At that moment, the Empress warmly welcomed all the guests who had taken the trouble to make such a long journey to attend the feast on the occasion of her birthday. She wished for their efforts not to be in vain. At that moment, the officials noticed that the mistress was planning to present them with a divine drink. Immediately bowing low, they made it clear that spending such treasures on unworthy people like them was excessive extravagance, although they were undoubtedly filled with gratitude for such great courtesy. However, the ruler reminded those present that this wine was created precisely to be tasted. Moreover, considering the honorable status of the gathered, she was confident they deserved to try this precious drink. Nin, listening to the speech, understood how obvious her treacherous plans were, but was glad that he would finally have a chance to become the heavenly emperor. At that very moment, the servants had already begun bringing in the very immortal wine and were themselves slightly intoxicated by its heady aroma. Of course, the manager was angry that this useless handful of servants was intoxicated by just a fragrance, so he immediately ordered to call another servant. But at that moment, the eunuch Liu who appeared behind him ordered everyone to stop immediately. It was not difficult to guess that the widowed empress had hired a steward specifically to serve wine to the ministers. There was definitely something wrong here. If the widowed lady truly intended to harm Mr. E, he simply could not remain indifferent. However, by intervening right now, he would thereby offend not only the manager, but also everyone present. The eunuch Liu was scared, which was natural, considering that he had been a cowardly weakling since birth. Since childhood, he had no friends. No one treated him with respect. They only mocked him and considered him a useless eunuch who even needed more time for laundry than others. However, Mr. E never despised him. Despite the fact that the loyal servant was a eunuch, the nobleman sincerely regarded him as a true friend. But he hardly deserved such treatment. After all, he had always been a coward from the very first day. But he was simply obliged to protect his friends. Therefore, the eunuch Liu decided to find out from the steward whether he had tried the wine that was going to be served to the guests. Of course, the manager did not like that the loyal servant suspected that poison might have been mixed into the widowed empress' wine drink did not meet his exquisite standards. The noble young man honestly admitted that it was indeed excellent wine, but the reason for his condition was that his heart was filled with anxious worries, preventing him from fully enjoying the drink. However, the empress only laughed, explaining to the guest that alcohol was created precisely to drown out human torment. But it turned out that the hero's worries were related to the fact that alcohol would only add fuel to the fire of his mental anguish. Officials were amazed by such wise words. They expected no less from a skilled master of poetry capable of shaking an entire state. Of course, given the fact that they were celebrating Her Majesty's birthday, and that they were allowed to taste such amazing wine, one of the dignitaries asked the hero to compose another poem for them. However, unfortunately, no matter how much the nobleman pondered, he did not feel any inspiration for writing on this day. The empress obviously believed that this was due to the divine drink simply not meeting his highest standards. Therefore, she immediately ordered the servant to bring out the drink made from 100,000-year-old flowers, specially prepared for Mr. E. Everyone immediately held their breath upon hearing what precious gift the widowed empress bestowed upon the noble hero. At that moment, the manager immediately ordered the servants to bring him wine, after which he looked back at the eunuch Liu, who at that moment was simply unconscious from the amount of alcohol consumed. When he saw the bottle of wine, images of the little children he had taken under his protection immediately flashed through his memory. With a heavy dare to touch him, they all had to know what this sacred sign was. If he broke this precious item, all the palace units would immediately arrive here. The manager was extremely surprised that His Majesty the ruler granted this thing to the eunuch. Perhaps the Lord of the Celestial Empire truly valued the life of Master Nin extremely highly. The manager himself did not care about either Lord Yi's life or his own. The most important thing was that his family remained innocent. Realizing that the eunuch truly desired to taste this wine, he did not try to dissuade him. After all, he tried to help him, but it was the nobleman who insisted that he was ready to accept death. When the faithful servant held the cup in his hands, the manager tried to dissuade him. It was not too late for him to stop. However, he only finished the alcohol, apologizing to Mr. E for the fact that he would not live to see that blessed day when he would change their great power. At this moment, the hero was looking boredly at the empty plates with dishes. But suddenly, the jade snake activated and crawled out from under his sleeve. It immediately became clear that she sensed the deadly poison, although nothing had been brought to Nina yet, including the drink made from 100,000-year-old flowers. However, unexpectedly, everyone present heard a loud human scream about the poisoned wine. Lord E immediately recognized the voice of the old eunuch Liu. The attending servants looked at their manager, not believing that the nobleman had truly fallen lifeless to the ground. However, the manager quietly ordered the two of them to keep their mouths shut. At that moment, breaking through the crowd of servants, the hero ran up to the respected eunuch Liu. He immediately lifted the husband and began shaking him to find out what had happened. At that moment, the steward explained that they had been ordered to bring wine. The eunuch tasted it according to the sacred palace rules, but suddenly fell dead. Obviously, Mr. E immediately set to work on the husband to help him remove the poison from his body. However, the faithful servant seemed to feel that everything was already over for him, but he was glad that he managed to save the hero, be able to enjoy peace and prosperity. Unable to bear the pain, the hero shouted loudly, and the energy overflowing his body burst out in an instant. The officials who witnessed this scene began to stagger, not understanding who could have been so reckless as to try to poison someone in the sacred imperial palace. At least it was gratifying that these people only managed to kill one eunuch. At that moment, everyone respectfully stepped aside before the Dowager Empress, and the authoritative woman immediately ordered the Ministry of Punishments to investigate the committed crime. The lady herself was indignant in her soul, realizing that the hero had once again managed to avoid his demise. After that, she made it clear that she was tired today and asked everyone to disperse. However, the hero looked disdainfully at the Empress, making it clear that he would not let her leave without getting to the bottom of what happened. None of those present could escape from the crime scene. Of course, the royal mother was struck by the act of treason. However, at that very moment, members of the secret spy unit appeared around the hero. Surrounding their lord, they made it clear that they would not allow anyone to touch their lord. In the end, the widowed Empress had no choice but to summon the Imperial Guard, so that at least they would capture these rebels. But at that moment, the Son of Heaven himself had already arrived at the place, ordering the ministers to step aside. After that, he loudly demanded that everyone gathered immediately come to their senses and calm down. Upon seeing the Emperor, the Queen Mother believed that by such actions His Majesty was trying to demonstrate his power, for while someone was poking her in the face with his sword, he stubbornly pretended not to notice anything. However, the Son of Heaven made it clear to the Mother Queen that if she had lived honestly all this time, no one would have dared to treat her as a complete fool. The authoritative woman could not believe that the Emperor had seriously uttered such words, and moreover, in front of all the honest people. However, the ruler of the Celestial Empire did not intend to take them back, only repeated and shouted aloud to further disgrace the sovereign. After that, the Emperor ordered the servants to immediately take the widowed Empress to the palace, and also reminded that no one may cross the palace gates without his command. The royal mother could not believe that such a whiny boy actually dared to order her arrest. All she could do was swear in anger that in the end they would all die, and it wouldn't be long before those damn young men had anything to rejoice about. However, Nin, maddened by grief, could not allow the villainess to go unpunished, for the situation still remained unresolved. At this moment, the Emperor tried to stop the head of the control chamber. He made it clear that he understood his feelings, but now was not the right time to hold a public execution. The most important thing was that the eunuch Liu was still alive, which meant he could be helped. Therefore, the Emperor granted her Nina the opportunity to save her devoted husband, if he wished for the faithful servant to continue living. Soon the events moved to the Imperial Hospital, where the doctors tried to help the eunuch Liu. However, the overall mood was quite depressed. Soon the chief doctor reported to the Emperor that he had done everything within his power, At the moment, the best they could do was to use some remedies to slightly prolong the life of the noble husband. However, the ruler only became angry at these useless healers, demanding that they bring here the one who could heal the sufferer, for they could not allow him to give his soul to the heavens, no matter the cost. In fact, the Lord understood that if something happened to the eunuch Liu, then Yi Nin would lose his temper, and no one would be able to calm him down. At this moment, the bowed servant reported to His Majesty about the arrival of members from the control chamber, and immediately the hero jumped up from his place, running to the maiden and begging the sister to look at the eunuch's condition. However, it turned out that the beauty was already aware of what had happened to him. After that, she touched the man's chest with 2 fingers to understand what changes were now happening in his body. The emperor, looking at the woman, realized she was the very disciple of the demonic clan. Moreover, the girl was a true beauty as one would expect. It was obvious that Lord Yi immediately rushed to her, begging for help, which means he trusted her deeply. The emperor obviously did not show him such a level of trust, which was not surprising given their complicated relationship. At this moment, Pei Yuhang completed the analysis and explained. The eunuch was poisoned with the 7 emotions powder. As far as she remembered, only Shu Wan from the Jade Chamber possessed such a poison. Moreover, she could confidently state that the enemy of Ye Nin was none other than Shu Wan herself, for she was a master of shadows. Obviously, the ruler could not believe that, according to Pei Yuhang, the Jade Chamber used the widowed empress to kill the minister. The hero could not understand why Fan Qingshui, who hated him so much, suddenly decided to entrust his assassination to the widowed empress. However, Pei Yuhanya suggested that all this time the widowed empress was merely a pawn in someone else's hands. Obviously, the hero realized that in this case it was not surprising at all that this time a strange, ominous feeling was emanating from the widowed empress. At this moment, Pei Yuhang made it clear that after poisoning, a person has only 7 days to live. In that case, it was already impossible to cure him of the poisoning with this powder. However, fortunately, the virtue of Inina somewhat suppressed the poison all this time. She gave the man a pill that could extend his life by another 7 days. However, to completely remove the poison from the body, they will have to use the purest treasures in the world. The very first of these treasures was pure water yan. Right away, Inin rejoiced that there was still hope for the elder to survive. However, the ruler sadly explained that pure yang water is one of the most valuable treasures among all yang items, possessed only by the strongest of the immortal sex. He doubted they would agree to help save some servant. However, Pei Yuhang knew that there was one item similar to pure yang water in its cleansing properties. Although it was not nearly as powerful, this item was right here in the center of the capital. The hero immediately began to go through all the treasures known to him that possessed similar properties and could be found in the city. However, having thought of nothing, Pei Yuhang herself revealed that the subject was water from the Dao spring in the sage's garden. Suddenly, Kai Xianggao exclaimed, recalling the ancient legend. It stated that in ancient times, when some of the sages were thirsty after long reflections, they discovered a spring nearby. Some of the scientists dared to take water from this source, but the wise men refused it. The whole matter was in the name of the source, Dao, which meant theft. Because of this incident, a saying appeared in subsequent generations. Do not take water from the Dao spring, meaning that a person should adhere to their principles until the very end and should not engage in corrupt activities. After this, when the sages built the sage's garden, the source of the way also became part of it. Over time, those who were gifted with reason and had scholarly blood flowing in them became completely pure. In the end, Inin realized that in order to obtain water from the Dao source, he must inevitably go to the sage's garden. Pei Yuhanya confirmed this. They could save this eunuch if the ruler sanctions the opening of the sage's garden and allows the hero to take the necessary water. In principle, His Majesty was not against it. He himself was thinking about allowing Inina to enter the sage's garden, but he refused. However, now the situation was different. The hero himself wished to enter the sage's garden and obtain this water from the Dao source. Of course, His Majesty reminded that quite recently the hero had completely different intentions. However, he made it clear that the elder ended up in such a situation because he wanted to save him. No matter how many excuses he tried to find, they would not be enough to avoid the situation that had developed. In the end, the ruler realized that he needed to immediately begin the necessary preparations. However, Ainin asked the Lord to stay. After all, before he entered the sage's garden, they had to deal with one unfinished matter. At that moment, Fan Qingshui was beside herself, realizing that Yening was still alive. The very matter that the hero wished to tell about turned out to be that he needed to execute the villain who had poisoned the old man. However, the emperor tried to reason with the hero. After all, the widowed empress could not die by his hand. At this moment, even Prince Hun Wang was indignant. Such a venomous, vile woman. Not only did she poison him in the past, now she was trying to send Yi Nina to the other world as well. He could not forgive this, for Nin was the only hope of the great Zhou, as well as his only friend. He simply could not sit idly by while this worthless woman tried to get rid of him. Even the fact that he allowed this scoundrel to live for so long was already a huge mistake he had made in the past. This man, burning with anger, reached the hall of the clan ancestors. Immediately arriving there, he gave his true name, Ji Chengdao, and only after this did the gates open to him inside. When he entered, he saw many people. The elders were covered in mantles and awaited the patriarch to say something. However, he fell to his knees before the portrait of the clan ancestor and, introducing himself as his unworthy descendant, decided to pay him respect. The nobleman admitted that, despite the fact that the dynasty of the Great Zhou continues to this day, the hearts of the people have fallen into despair, and corrupt officials run rampant at court. He was an unworthy descendant. He was terribly ashamed that he was unable to protect this state and its people, that he was unable to eradicate all the filth and help govern the Celestial Empire. He understood that he had disgraced his glorious ancestor, and when he met him in the afterlife, he would surely bow to personally apologize for his actions. But while he was still alive, still in this world, he wished to do at least something worthy. At this moment, the hero realized, since His Majesty the Emperor forbade him from acting independently to punish the criminal, perhaps he himself intended to personally arrest the royal mother. Otherwise, it all looked as if he was going to destroy the remnants of hope for the restoration of his lineage for the sake of so-called imaginary justice. In the end, the emperor had no choice but to start begging Nina to grant him at least a little more time. Then he would definitely figure out how to deal with the criminal. But at that moment, a frightened servant ran in, reporting that the prince had gone to the Hall of Ancestors to receive the Ancestor's sword. At that moment, he was leading people to storm the chambers of the Dowager Empress. Obviously, the emperor could not believe that the uncle had really done this. The hero was also confused, but only for a moment. After that, he addressed his followers, ordering them to immediately go to the chambers of the widowed lady. Soon, when they arrived there, the empress's chambers were already blazing with a bright flame. The woman herself, stripped, was tied to the ceiling, and all she could do was scream. Looking at her husband approaching her, she demanded that the prince come to his senses. He clearly did not understand the hardships their family would have to endure in the event of her death. However, the elder knew, if he did not kill her, the fate of their state would be even darker. Of course, the empress tried to convey that after her murder, he definitely would not survive. However, Hun Wang was not afraid of this at all. He just liked how pitifully this woman lamented. He would even not mind drinking excellent wine to her screams. At this moment, the emperor together with Ininum finally arrived. Looking at the people gathered there, the emperor wanted to know why they had come here instead of continuing to defend the Hall of Ancestors. However, they calmly explained that Prince Hun Wang came to them and asked for the ancestor's sword from the ancestral hall as a representative of the clan. Inin did not listen to their explanations and immediately decisively headed deeper into the chambers of the Dowager Empress. He shouted, demanding an explanation from his older brother. What was the nobleman doing? However, he calmly greeted his younger brother. He made it clear that he was doing what he should have done a long time ago. However, Inin shouted decisively, reminding his brother that the death of the widowed empress was not worth it. He had no reason to follow her to the grave. However, Hun Wang believed that such a miserable woman was simply not worthy of his company. He only wished for her to die in his sight. Even when they both ended up in the afterlife, he would continue to watch over her. The emperor immediately ran closer to his uncle, not understanding why he hated the royal mother so much. However, unexpectedly, she laughed loudly, realizing that these fools still understood nothing. Laughing maliciously, she explained that if that scoundrel former emperor had not taken the dragon throne, she would not have even looked his way. Even after their wedding, all she did was continue enjoying her life. However, Hun Wang was extremely furious that such a pathetic woman still dared to open her mouth. He threatened her with a blade, unable to believe that the royal mother was so disorganized as to engage in such abominations with the disciples of immortal sex who came here to receive an offer from the imperial court. Behind her husband's back, she was creating her own harem. Moreover, if King Hun had not found out about it himself, it is unknown how long this despicable woman could have hidden this fact. However, the empress only screamed, reminding the prince that he was also placed under guard precisely because of that scoundrel, the former emperor. A noble man could look at himself. What reaction did he receive for finally revealing this secret? At that moment, the hero rushed to his brother, begging him to be silent and not to worsen his situation. But at that moment, he was stopped by the strong hand of Pei Yuhan. She regretfully made it clear that the curse placed on Hun Wang's body had already begun to take effect, meaning that the noble husband could not be saved. The old man himself, crying bloody tears, made his brother understand that he was very tired. All these long years he had been in hellish flames, and was glad that he could finally become peacefully free. Moreover, this is the only thing he could do for the Great Zhou and including for Ye Ning himself. Now that the curse has engulfed his body, nothing will stop him, and he could calmly carry out his plan. This meant that from this moment he would kill the villain who was the last obstacle in the way of the imperial family. Finally, he promised that he would watch over how Yi-Ning leads the great power to its former glory from the afterlife. In the end, his body was completely engulfed in sacred flame, and all that was left for Ininu and the Emperor was to weep, realizing that neither of them could save him. At that moment, some black substance, resembling a snake, suddenly crawled out of the window, heading somewhere into the bushes. However, the escaped one was already ambushed by Pei Yuhan, who stepped on her foot, not even giving this unidentified creature a chance to move from the spot. Soon when the fire was stopped, Yi-Ning returned home with his close associates. No one could believe that on the day they were supposed to celebrate a birthday, they had a funeral. Moreover, His Majesty ordered not to disclose information regarding what happened. However, everyone clearly understood. Surely their leader was having a very hard time right now. At this moment, literally feeling the hatred with which the hero was obsessed with the immortal sex, Pei Yuhan decided to show him something that would help him ease his anger. After that, she showed a small bottle with some kind of purple shimmering contents. She calmly explained that inside this jar was a fragment of Fan Qingshui's soul, infused into the body of the Empress. Yi-Ning quickly realized that it was this very substance that had been controlling the Empress Mother all along. He had no idea that their one-on-one meeting would happen so quickly. At this moment, Fan Qingshui made it clear to Yenin that his future was already predetermined, which means they would definitely meet face-to-face again. But this meeting could be the last. Pei Yuhanya was also surprised. Even the imprisoned fragments of Fan Qingshui's soul radiated such strong confidence, as expected from a member of the Jade Chamber. However, using the powers of a demonic cultivator, she strengthened the protection of the jar in which she was sitting. Obviously, Fan Qingshui immediately decided to find out who Pei Yuhan was at all. She had never encountered anyone so powerful in the capital before. But the woman made it clear that she should not waste her energy on questions in vain. Even if she told her about her identity, the soul still would not be able to convey this information to its main body. At this moment, the energy released by Pei Yuhan had already completely bound and immobilized the remaining fragment of Fan Qingshui's soul, causing him to lose all self-control. Looking at the frightened shard of the soul, the demonic cultivator asked the entity not to worry about anything, as she simply wanted to send it a small gift to the main body. At this moment, a fragment of the soul finally came to its senses. However, Pei Yuhan ordered not to be so complacent. When her main body arrives here with the forces of the immortal sect, she will pay for these crimes. From these words, it was not difficult to conclude that the members of the immortal sect were already halfway here. One thing was obvious. In this case, Yi-Nin had very little time left to visit the sage's garden. Lord Yi realized that the immortals were truly determined to achieve his death at all costs. Of course, he would have preferred that they not kill him, but first he needed to save the eunuch. For this reason, he suggested that everyone immediately discuss the matter concerning the sage's garden and go straight there. Somewhere at this moment, Fan Qingshui realized that the connection with her spirit was lost. She did not understand what was happening, but apparently, there was someone in Great Zhou who had the ability to harm her soul. Moreover, right now she was experiencing very intense pain, causing her face to contort into an unimaginable grimace for the first time in a long while. At that moment, a friend ran to Fan Qingshui to check what had happened to the lady. However, as soon as she looked at her face, she was immediately horrified, unable to utter a word. Fan Qingshui had no idea why the girl was screaming. However, the frightened one pointed to her older sister's face, and then, looking into the jade mirror, the girl discovered that one half of her face had completely lost its human appearance. After this, Fan Qingshui panicked and ran wildly around the huge ship floating in the air, with heart-wrenching screams, which was this very jade palace. Not even 10 minutes had passed when the unfortunate girl was already kneeling before the elder, praying for help, for someone had used some evil magic on her, causing her to look completely inappropriate. The elder of the Fan Qingshui species only sighed heavily, averting his gaze. She did not understand at all why the student suddenly caused such a panic. No more than the most ordinary curse was reflected on her face. After this, she immediately threw an amulet that drives away curses onto the girl's forehead. Immediately, her entire head shone brightly with a golden light, and Fan Qingshui understood. The elder could be trusted. She would definitely be able to calmly and painlessly rid her of this curse. Finally, when the amulet fell off and its effect ended, the maiden, looking at her mentor, hoped that her face looked better. However, to the greatest regret, the swollen part of her face swelled even more, causing the other half of Fan Qingshui's face to look even more terrifying. The elder could not have predicted such a reaction to the amulet, so she asked the disciple to come to her so that she could remove the curse using the secret technique of their sect. Obviously, the grateful girl immediately approached and knelt down again, thanking the elder for helping her in her difficult situation. At that moment, barely holding back a bout of nausea, the woman asked the student to turn away and not distract her while she completed the secret technique. A considerable amount of time passed while the elder was reading spells, trying to help the poor girl. No matter what she tried, unfortunately nothing was able to help her. Therefore, the lady immediately rushed to her casket, sorting through many magical and other items contained within it. Having thrown away all the unnecessary things, she got to a mask resembling the shape of a human face. She gave this mask to Fan Qingshui and with the greatest awkwardness informed that the curse placed on her was quite clever, which meant she would have to wear the mask until they figured out how to remove the curse. All Fan Qingshui could do was scream in despair and swear that as soon as she reached Ye Nin, she would tear him to tiny pieces. At that time, the hero himself was walking with Kai Xianggao. The young youth was very worried that in the sage's garden, which they were about to enter, dangers might be lurking. However, he was not at all surprised that everyone was very concerned about Ye Ning's older brother. However, Nina was completely puzzled by the enthusiasm of his young assistant. It turned out that the thing was that he never even dreamed that in life he would get a chance to at least glance at the sage's garden from the outside. However, this became possible only thanks to the gentleman's reputation. Of course, Yi Ning just awkwardly rubbed his head, letting his brother know that if the immortal sex had not once sealed the sage's garden, considering Kai Xianggao's talent, he could have gotten in there very easily. But Kai Xianggao was convinced, if the garden had not been sealed, then no one would have been able to enter it at all. Throughout history, only those whose talent and morality had reached the highest perfection could enter the sage's garden. Unexpectedly, their conversation was overheard by the approaching emperor, who calmed the agitated young man, for even if the requirements to enter the sage's garden were so high, these two would still easily be able to enter inside. Immediately, having heard the words of the Lord, both servants respectfully bowed before His Majesty in a bow. After that, Enin awkwardly apologized for their impatience. They should have waited for the emperor to send them an invitation himself, but the situation took a very unexpected turn. However, the ruler held no grudges. There was no point in dwelling on the past about the fact that Yi Ning once refused this procedure. The most important thing now was to focus on the near future, and given the situation that had developed, that future was the immediate sending of these two to the sage's garden. Taking a small burgundy box, the emperor showed it to the guests and explained that the entrance to the sage's garden does not exist in the real world. For this creation, they will need national treasures. Also, when the immortal sect sealed the sage's garden, they set many traps there, making this place even more dangerous. Therefore, the ruler asked the noble youths to be as careful as possible. If they felt anything or realized they could not cope with the assigned task, they should immediately return home. Carefully listening to the emperor's words, Yi Ning caught himself thinking that the ruler was giving him a rather strange look. He thought that maybe he had done something wrong, which immediately caused the hero's facial expression to take on the darkest and most uncertain features. However, when the emperor encountered such an expression on the young man's face, he immediately turned away, causing the noble boy to become completely confused both in himself and in the ruler. Very soon a smile returned to his face, as before, and the young lord decided to open the passage for the two heroes to the sage's garden. Placing both hands on the box, he began to mutter some kind of spell under his breath. At that moment, a huge golden dragon appeared in the middle of the sky, and immediately opened its mouth, aiming as if it wanted to swallow the ruler. However, in an instant, the dragon shrank to the size of a snake, and immediately swirled around the box in the hands of the young ruler. At that moment, an unprecedented column of bright golden energy burst forth from the very jewelry box. It hovered over the earth for some time, and thus formed a gate of enormous size. It was many times taller than even the imperial palace itself. After that, obeying the emperor's order, they began slowly opening their massive doors. Immediately after this, the young man began to be sucked inward. It felt as if they were traveling through the galaxy itself. For some time, Enin was completely unconscious in this void. However, very soon he opened his eyes but realized that he had no idea where he was. He, together with Kai Xianggao, sat in the boat, which was steering them somewhere forward along the rocky shore. Fortunately, the young man knew the text of the tale perfectly. The Sea of Knowledge has no boundaries. Therefore, Kai Xianggao assumed that they had ended up in this very Sea of Knowledge in the boat. According to rumors and legends, the water in the Sea of Knowledge was liquid scholarly qi. The young man was fully aware that if the ancestor who created the Sea of Knowledge were still with them, the immortal sex would not be so unrestrained. However, Yi Ning succinctly noted that due to the decline of Confucianism and Taoism, they would never know the true power of their ancestors. After that, he decided to ask his comrade if he had noticed that the rook had frozen in place and had not moved anywhere. Fortunately, Kai Xianggao had an explanation. According to legend, there were no waves in the Sea of Knowledge. They had to use their scholarly qi to move the boat forward. The first to take on testing this hypothesis was Kai Xianggao himself. As soon as he released his scholarly energy, the rook immediately moved forward unhurriedly. However, Yi Ning clearly understood that at the speed the rook was moving now, they would not reach the shore anytime soon. However, he did not say anything simply because he did not want to offend Kai Xianggao. Instead, he decided to try to help him. In an instant, he unleashed a part of his inner powers. A bright pillar of golden color rose to the very heavens. In the end, the rook rushed forward at such a speed that Kai Xianggao barely managed to cling to the seat of the rook to avoid being blown backward. Not much time had passed when they reached the shore, and Kai Xianggao, who was clearly seasick from such an extreme trip, realized it seemed his brother was not human at all. Still, he stepped forward and saw a building surrounded by golden light. This was sacred ground, and Kai Xianggao had never even dreamed of setting foot on it. Yi Ning clearly did not share the young man's enthusiasm. On the contrary, he was wary of the powerful energy lingering everywhere. He wanted to carefully obtain the source of life and preferably not do anything unnecessary in the process. Soon our travelers followed the winding path inside, leading them to unknown distances. At this momentous instant, they passed the first majestic statue, the great sage, to whom fate granted the talent to create the legendary 13 articles about Wenzhou. Upon seeing this stone shrine, the venerable Kai Xianggao finally realized in what sacred lands they might have found themselves. The young man's suspicions fell on the fact that this place was nothing other than the heritage. From the very name, it became clear that this abode holds within its depths the wisdom of previous great mentors of Confucianism and Taoism. If the sages recognize someone's spirit as worthy, then that person can acquire their priceless heritage. The noble Kai Xianggao was firmly convinced that if the valiant Yi Ning unleashed his divine aura, he would surely receive the blessing of the ancestors. And then the young apprentice realized it was better for him to remain unnoticed, like a shadow, for this place held great danger for him. God forbid Master Yi gains even greater power, and then truly no one will be able to harm him. At this fateful moment, the brave young man decided to take a risk. Respectfully bowing, he greeted the esteemed ancestors and introduced himself as a humble student of the Confucian school, who had come to express his deepest respect to the sages. After which the young novice, straining all the forces of his being, released the learned energy accumulated in his body. Immediately, the energy rushed to the nearest statues like a river to the sea, absorbing into the sacred stone. However, only a single statue deigned to respond to his call. In the end, the young seeker was congratulated for having received the recognition of one of the great sages. And immediately after these solemn words, a small scroll tied with a scarlet ribbon materialized before the young warrior. Kai Xianggao was beside himself with unspeakable happiness, realizing that he had obtained the legacy of Master Shizhou himself. And yet the mighty Yi Ning, who was 100 times stronger than him, could try to do the same to find out whose favor would descend upon him. Our hero restrainedly praised the outstanding achievements of the youth, but in his thoughts he clearly noted that the young man had hardly managed to obtain the true heritage of the sages. This meant that the ancient elders were quite selective in their decisions. Upon arriving at this sacred place, Lord Yi was truly curious to test his own strength, so he decided to take a risk. In the end, the noble gentleman released only a small fraction of his energy, but immediately found himself under the keen gaze of many curious eyes. Very soon he shone with an even brighter divine light, being chosen by several sages at once. And then our hero realized he should have listened to the voice of reason and not attracted such excessive attention. In the end, Kai Xianggao, watching the events with bated breath, began urging Mr. Yi Ning to hurry and unleash even more divine power, for he would surely be recognized as an even greater sage. However, our hero instantly dispelled his energy, refusing the rightful gifts. He justified this by saying that, despite the presence here of a huge host of sages, he believed that a completely different path was destined for him, and therefore there was no need to meet with any of the past great ancestors. Of course, the Honorable Kai Xianggao was greatly impressed by the determination of the senior fellow disciple. Bowing respectfully, he immediately acknowledged that these words were truly worthy of the great lord. However, Yi Ning simply ignored his bow and walked away, understanding that one should not linger too long near the legacy of ancestors. At this moment, the wise men watching the receding silhouettes realized they had encountered a very proud and arrogant young man. Immediately, the news of the newcomer spread throughout the entire territory of the Garden of Sages, and the ancient elders themselves began to wonder, who was the last person who possessed the same incredible strength and arrogance as this young man? However much the venerable elders racked their brains, they could not recall such people, for throughout many centuries no one had managed to gain the recognition of all the sages at once, not to mention boldly refusing such recognition. Mr. Yi was the first person to achieve such an unprecedented result since the very founding of the Confucian school. In the end, the ancient elders realized, since the young man was already so brilliant for his age, it was very likely that he simply did not need their legacy. At this momentous moment, our hero came across something that made him realize how truly incredible the power of the sages was. Even the venerable Kai Xianggao understood that seeing this place with one's own eyes was hundreds of times better than listening to many legends. Therefore, both immediately bowed reverently before the towering mountain, recognizing it as a true masterpiece created by the sages. This mountain was bookish, and on the way to its summit there were 33,000 steps. When a person stepped on the first of them, his special trial began. However, if he could not pass it, he was mercilessly expelled from the mountain, and then the unfortunate lost all his qualifications. But if the mountain of books recognizes a person as worthy, then he will be able to overcome 1,000 steps in just one stride. However, if a person barely passes the test, he will only be able to take one pitiful step after waking up. Mr. E perfectly understood. Kai Xianggao was surely tormented by nerves due to the difficulty and ambiguity of this trial. Therefore, encouraging the young man, our hero admitted that he believes in him and that he should not underestimate his own strength. However, as the elder, he resolutely moved forward and took the first step. The sages watching him wondered how long it would take the youth to climb the cherished mountain peak. They even doubted whether he would be able to overcome this obstacle at all. However, his strength surpassed that of anyone else. If Inin himself could not accomplish this, then none of the current representatives of the Confucian and Taoist schools could perform such a miracle. However, after these words, an elder accused his brother of the fact that because of his stubbornness, Confucianism and Taoism are now in a deplorable decline. However, the ancient sage awkwardly tried to justify himself, saying that although he was stubborn, he was not mistaken in his views. He was very sorry that his brother had taken the wrong path and continued to argue with him. After all, the two of them bore responsibility for the decline of Confucianism and Taoism. In the end, the venerable elders had been unable to resolve their long-standing conflict for many hundreds of years, so they hoped that at least the noble Yi Ning could decide who was right and who was wrong. However, one of the brothers found it hard to believe this. After all, due to their advanced age, it was not so easy to convince them otherwise. Moreover, ideological disputes had troubled them for countless years, and it was unlikely that this young man would be the one to resolve their centuries-old dispute. However, the wise elder suggested at least testing the young man with the first trial. For the young man, this was to be the temptation of power and ambition. At that very moment, our hero was seated on the majestic imperial throne. All subjects greeted him as His Imperial Majesty. A huge crowd of officials praising his deeds was gathered. At that time, the young man pondered, can he truly, as a son of heaven, give orders to those who walk under the heavens? The ancient elders, observing the actions of the young man, were convinced. He was truly fully immersed in the process of vision. Although even when these two were very young, they had to spend several days in a similar vision before they were able to get out. At this moment, the eunuch solemnly proclaimed the new imperial decree. Whoever the person who broke the law may be, they will be judged as an ordinary mortal. Of course, such an unprecedented law could not fail to interest the experienced elders. At that time, the guard detained a certain prince. He only wept and shouted that he could not be arrested, for he wished to appear before the emperor so that he would acquit him. But according to the new decree, the man was sentenced to death by beheading with a guillotine. Soon they brought another criminal. He wept inconsolably before the emperor, reminding him that they were blood relatives. But even so, the unfortunate man was beheaded. The ancient elders had no idea what the youth was doing. Perhaps he was trying to exterminate the entire royal family to destroy the very foundation of society. They were worried that he was seeking his own destruction. At this moment, a new decree from His Majesty was announced again, to raise the tax on commercial activity, and immediately the wealthiest merchants ran to the palace, begging the emperor for mercy. For with such exorbitant levies, they certainly would not be able to pay. The next decree stated that children from commoner families could freely attend any desired school. Another decree was also issued on the radical reform of the imperial examinations. And soon the wise emperor founded a majestic academy of sciences for all those thirsty for knowledge. Obviously, very soon fierce riots and rebellions broke out in the state. All the aristocrats believed that the emperor wanted to exterminate them, for he had carried out a bloody massacre in the royal family, oppressed the noble aristocrats, destroyed the sacred imperial exams, and increased the number of crimes punishable by death. At this momentous moment, the ancient elders realized. It turns out, our hero was trying to invent new ways to govern his state. And this was truly strange for the wise men. For all their long lives, they had known only one side of the ruling class. However, all this time they completely forgot about the voices of ordinary commoners, who benefited the most from the new policy of the noble Yi Nin. And then the venerable elders became interested in the philosophical question of what the world would become if Mr. Yi's policy lasted for tens, hundreds, or even thousands of years. All wise men understood. If all rulers could behave like a wise dragon, an unprecedented era of prosperity would reign in the world. However, to great regret, no matter how noble the idea belonging to the Honorable Nin was, he underestimated the boundless power of aristocrats and influential merchants. Moreover, he also angered the immortal cultivators, and they all longed to overthrow the tyrant emperor in order to achieve peace throughout the world. At this tragic moment, the unfortunate servant knelt before his majesty, begging the Lord to at least slightly temper his boundless pride, for at that moment the whole world was against him. However, Yining only sneered contemptuously at the words of the naive servant. Not the whole world desired his demise, but only that insignificant part which he could see from his high vantage point. After that, proudly standing up and looking ahead with a majestic appearance, the young ruler admitted that they consider the elite and nobility of most of the world. However, underestimating their influence and power, the brave guy achieved that very soon the entire imperial palace was blazing with fierce fire. The ancient elders were saddened that Nin truly ended his fate so sadly. It was an incredibly sorrowful sight. However, they were proud that the young man, being so young, was nevertheless full of determination in choosing his path. Perhaps, if he had a little more time, this path could have been successful. The wise elders even began to ponder. Perhaps Mr. E will truly succeed in creating the measures that the sages only tried to embody in their daring fantasies. One of them even decided, if the youth manages to reach the cherished summit, then he will pass on all his invaluable knowledge to him. And so the ancient sages began to debate what kind of legacy our hero truly deserved. Somewhere at this moment, the finally lifted foot of the young man touched the solid ground of the next step. Quickly glancing around from the height of the mountain, Yining realized that he had managed to escape the treacherous illusion. It was astonishing that the vision turned out to be so realistic. When he was inside, he completely forgot about what was happening to him outside. Moreover, he clearly remembered everything that had happened and realized that even in the illusion he had behaved far too recklessly. Looking into the distance at the clouds from a sky-high altitude, the noble young man wondered how many steps he managed to overcome in one stride. However, the elders watching him knew. One of his steps overcame 16,650 steps. Thus, Mr. E proved that he was truly a monster in strength, as even in their best years the ancient sages managed to overcome only 2,000 steps per step. At that moment, the young man tried to catch his breath a little to finally get rid of the obsession that had attacked him, after which he continued the ascent of the high mountain. Taking just one step, his entire body was illuminated by a bright golden light, flowing from his feet to his head. Our hero had no idea what was happening to him until he suddenly felt something soft and springy pressing against his face. Right now, a very voluptuous and seductive female chest was looming before the guy's eyes. Even the venerable elders hastily closed their eyes, amazed at the unworthy thoughts of the young scoundrel. At that moment, the lovely maiden, approaching the lord, asked him to taste the sweet water from her delicate hands. Our hero awkwardly lifted his gaze from the charming figure of the girl to her face. For some reason, the silhouette seemed very familiar to him. It turned out to be none other than Madame Pei Yuhan, a demonic cultivator who offered a treat to the gentleman with a sweet smile. As soon as he tasted the cup of sweet water, he immediately sat down in the office chair, where he found himself in an unknown way. After which, as if nothing had happened, he began to admire the concubine who at that moment was hanging up his washed clothes. Everything seemed perfect. Heavenly birds were singing. The weather was excellent. But in his soul, Nin felt some oppressive emptiness and a strange thirst for death in his heart. From these dark thoughts, the young man even began to ponder which way he would prefer to die among all possible options. And suddenly, with some strange thoughts in his head, he grabbed the beautiful Pei Yuhan by the wrist and led her straight towards the bedroom. The elders, closely watching the young man, decided that he apparently also had certain weaknesses, which meant that it would be quite difficult for the young man to pass this level of the trial. 5 days passed at such a pace, and the out-of-breath Pei Yuhan sat in bed with the hero, apologizing to the milord for her deadly fatigue and even suggesting that the guy take another wife. And indeed, the young man understood that considering the amount of energy overflowing his body, it seemed vital for him. Not much time had passed before he was already lying with a new girl in his own bed. Her face was hidden by a red opaque cloth, so the young man carefully tried to reveal the maiden's face. The beauty had light brown hair and bright green emerald-colored eyes. Her appearance was like that of a brothel madam. In the end, all the bliss that our hero had previously shared only with Pei Yuhan continued with his new wife. The elders watching this were amazed at the young man's endurance. It seemed as if fatigue was an unknown concept to him. Still, the ancient sages believed that the hero would overcome his trial. He still had time that he could spend ascending this mountain. At this moment, the elders saw how the hero brought another wife to our garden. It seems this time she was already the lawful wife. Before leading the woman to his bed, the young man recited a solemn prayer, kneeling before the earth and the heavens. After that, he also gently took the silk fabric to reveal the maiden's face and vowed to his wife that he would always be by her side. Although this was their first meeting, the young man jumped up when he looked at the face of his new wife. This was the face of the ruler of the empire, who sent him here, to the Garden of Sages, to undergo the trials. Of course, she also became worried that my lord found her ugly. However, that was not the point at all. The young man clearly saw that the lady before him was a true beauty, and undoubtedly of noble origin. But for some reason, he felt an instinctive repulsion. At that moment, the worried wife began asking her husband what had happened to him. For some reason, he looked as if he were seriously ill. After that, unable to bear the grief, the girl burst into bitter tears, believing that from their very first meeting she had done something inappropriate, which angered her husband. Therefore, Mr. E had to explain fearfully that his wife was not to blame at all. The problem lay elsewhere. Soon the two lay down in their bed, but both could not sleep because of what had happened, and of course, Amin blamed himself for all the problems that had occurred. The elders, watching the young man from the side, had no idea what had suddenly happened to the young lord. In the end, 7 days passed at such a pace, and after the shock our hero experienced from meeting his new wife, he decided to completely renounce all worldly temptations. At that moment, the first wife came to her husband to find out what was happening with the lord. However, the woman understood that he wished to enjoy silence and peace. The beautiful Pei Yuhan could not believe that everything with the gentleman was the same as before, considering that he had not touched her for several days in a row. However, our hero was somewhat offended by her words, as everything sounded as if he were a person fit for nothing but carnal pleasures and could only indulge in all sorts of improper activities, having no other noble interests. However, to his shock, the beauty Pei Yuhan did not dispute his words at all. She truly perceived Mr. Ye as some kind of pervert. In the end, the young man had no choice but to directly discuss with Pei Yuhan the identity of his new wife, who seemed very strange to him. But Pei Yuhan, no matter how much she pondered, could only say that the woman was truly good. She was well-mannered, educated, and a sensible young lady. Moreover, she possessed an elegant appearance and a noble character. However, for some reason, Yi Ning could not get rid of the feeling that this beautiful young lady looked too much like a man. When he shared these torments with Pei Yuhan, she thought that the gentleman must have gone mad to see such things in the beauty. And the young man himself realized, apparently this was partly his punishment, for every time he wished to touch his concubines, the image of his lawful wife appeared before his eyes. Or perhaps in his youthful years, he was already too much satiated with this ordinary world. At the very moment our hero spoke these words, the vision of the strange world ended for him. The young man, looking back, discovered that he was in the exact same place where he had fallen into this very illusion. Only later did he feel very awkward, for he realized that in the vision he had mistaken Sister Pei Yuhan for another person and had done unforgivable things with her. However, our hero could not help but rejoice that in his visions even Qian herself could not escape his grasping and lustful paws. After that, pleased with himself, the fine fellow began to recall the women who had given him divine pleasure. And of course, in this list immediately appeared his official spouse by concurrent position, the emperor and ruler of the state. And from the shock experienced, our hero immediately began to spit, not understanding how it happened that the emperor appeared to him in a female form in a dream. He even began to curse some perverted creator of this vision for sending him such a terrible delusion that caused emotional trauma. But fortunately, the young man was strong enough in spirit to somehow endure this. Otherwise, he would never have been able to look at women for the rest of his days. At that moment, listening to the young man's words, the ancient elders realized that he had successfully overcome the second trial. However, there was a feeling that he had a somewhat childish approach to passing the trials. However, it did not really matter how a person overcame difficulties. The most important thing was to achieve a certain result and successfully complete the test. In the end, the young man managed to reach the mountain summit in just 2 trials. Obviously, no one had ever achieved such unprecedented success before. Mr. E was able to create such a sensation among the wisest thinkers. However, looking at the young man's body, which was enveloped in a golden glow, the 2 observers wondered why the sages did not give Ininu their guidance directly. At this moment, energy began to gather before the young gentleman into something resembling a mystical portal. Therefore, the observers suggested that perhaps the wise men wanted to watch Ininin a little longer and see what performance he would put on for them in the near future. At this momentous moment, having passed through the portal, the young man found that he had already reached the very top of the mountain. It was through this very portal that the young Kai Shengao also joined his elder brother. Obviously, the young man could not believe that Mr. E had reached the cherished summit so quickly. Apparently, he managed to completely conquer the trial of the Book Mountain. Initially, the young man was in a treacherous illusion, but it suddenly disappeared, It must have happened precisely because of the incredible abilities of Nin and how amazing a warrior he was. However, our hero awkwardly scratched the back of his head, admitting that he himself did not fully understand what had happened. In any case, they had little time and they had to find the source of life as soon as possible. Somewhere around this time, the events moved to the Imperial Palace. The ruler pondered that 3 days had already passed since the hero and his assistant set off for the Garden of Sages, and wondered how the two of them were doing. But at that moment, the ruler suddenly heard some noise outside. At this moment, Pali's servants and even commoners on the street looked up in horror, gazing into the sky. A great multitude of flying ships arrived to them. They could only belong to members of the immortal sects. In fact, even the members of the immortal sects looked at the capital they flew over with less enthusiasm. They saw her in person for the first time, but could conclude that she did not at all live up to her loud reputation. The beautiful Fan Qingsui, who approached the young men, made it clear that there was nothing impressive here. In any case, the capital had long since lost its value and significance. And immediately the men began to bow and apologize for having said such nonsense in the presence of the elder sister from the Jade Chamber. The girl herself, whose face was hidden by a mask, carefully gazed at the city they were flying over in the sky and swore that the first thing she would do when they landed was to find the cursed Nin and make him pay back for her suffering 1,000-fold. And, looking at the lady's reaction, even the subordinates of the Jade Chamber were struck by her icy aloofness, but did not pry into their mistress's soul. At this time, 2 travelers reached what at first glance appeared to be a small, secluded, and even somewhat empty village. She was very simple and at the same time elegant. It was not surprising at all that this place was the refuge of the great sages of Confucianism. Such an atmosphere suited them perfectly. But at that moment, Brother Kai Xianggao saw something to the side and immediately, smiling, pointed the hero specifically there. This was a playing field, and Kai Xianggao suggested that it was the sages who left the figurines here. Perhaps it was necessary to decipher the course of the game or some meaning embedded in these figurines. Although Nin did not know whether the younger brother's guesses were true or not, in any case, he was not very good at such ciphers. Deep down, he slightly laughed at such a banal cliché from martial arts novels, where the main character obtains something after decoding, but he was not going to participate in such adventures. But suddenly Kai Xianggao opened his eyes wide, looking into the distance. When Nin followed his gaze, he saw a huge tree that was sending its roots directly into the water. And since the roots went there, it was probably that water that was the very source of life. When he dipped his hand in there, he found that the water was crystal clear and also icy cold like ice in winter, which fully matched his expectations when he read the legends about this lake. At that moment, the young man took out a small bottle. Sister Pei Yuhan said that this vessel could hold a huge amount of liquid. Although Nin did not know if this was true, as soon as the bottle was underwater, it immediately began to absorb literally the entire life-giving source. Our hero and Kai Xianggao were even frightened, for it happened so swiftly that another moment and they might have been late. The water suction power was such that it seemed this magical little bottle could absorb all the local water in a second, so they were wrong to doubt the skills of the skilled Pei Yuhan. Finally, when the bottle was filled, the mission of these valiant young men was accomplished, and they could return home. However, to their great astonishment, absolutely nothing happened. Neither gates nor a portal leading to the real world appeared. Mr. E immediately looked questioningly at Kai Xianggao, who was an expert on local legends. However, the young man himself had no idea what was happening. Earlier, the ruler claimed that if they managed to pass the trials of the Mountain of Books, they would easily be able to leave the Garden of Sages whenever they wished. However, Ye Ning understood that this young and incompetent ruler could not be relied upon. He realized this from the very beginning. Moreover, besides his stupidity and naivety, the cursed emperor stabbed the hero in the back several more times when sabotaging his plans. The worst part was that he became part of the trial, where he appeared in the image of his lawful wife. While our hero was indignant pondering this, suddenly the area before the 2 young men began to change. Instead of a tree and a secluded village, these 2 found themselves in a bamboo forest, which was shrouded in some misty clouds. The travelers had no other way out, so they decided to explore the space where the sages had unexpectedly moved them. Very soon they reached the blade, which was displayed at the very top of a small rocky mountain. By appearance alone, Nin realized this was the very blade that led to the decline of Confucianism and Taoism. Realizing this, Kai Xianggao became quite angry. It seemed that any moment now he would start stomping his feet like a child. But, having calmed down, he admitted that to some extent the decline of Confucianism and Taoism is the work of immortal sects. However, it all began long before the emergence of the Great Zhou dynasty. Otherwise, the immortals would have had no chance of success. He asked that the older brother follow him. If he remembered correctly, there is a special place on the Book Mountain. This is how they spent some more time on the road until they reached a place that even amazed the imagination of our hero. This was completely different from anything they had seen before. The burial of the sages was something like majestic rocky sculptures. At that moment, the ships finally stopped and froze in the air near the imperial palace. And immediately, the beautiful Fan Qingsue demanded to be told where the thief Yaning was. The ruler calmly explained that at the moment Minister Yi is handling very important state affairs, and therefore he cannot meet with the guests. However, the emperor has prepared a feast in the palace where they could discuss all claims during the meal. However, the elder and teacher Fan Qingsue calmly made it clear to His Majesty that they had made the entire journey not at all for some kind of snack, and quite unequivocally declared that today, at all costs, the cursed Inin must die. Observing the arriving ships from the side, the courtiers began to wonder how His Majesty would act in this situation. The other officials standing behind the ruler and looking at the ships hanging in the sky were thinking about the same thing. Members of the control chamber also did not know what was about to happen. Pei Yuhan was amazed that the immortal sects were truly masters of intrigue. The intrigue was that they could easily get rid of Inin before he gained his current fame. However, they allowed him to become the hope of the country and gradually strengthen his position. Perhaps now they longed to personally destroy the hope of Great Zhou and enjoy the spectacle firsthand, as well as the despair of the citizens that would arise at that moment. For the support of the population, which he earned with such difficulty, will perish, and it will also collapse. Moreover, Great Zhou may follow him to the grave. At this moment, the ruler could barely stand on his feet from the fury that overwhelmed him. He had no idea when the guests decided that they could demand something from him, considering that they were merely guests in their empire. The elder was clearly offended by such a statement from His Imperial Majesty, and reminded that the fact that Yi Ning dared to mourn the immortal sect was quite enough to demand his presence. At that moment, frightened officials began to beg the ruler not to make such harsh statements anymore. However, unexpectedly, one of the officials took the position of his ruler. He was completely in agreement. After all, their empire had its own laws, and the immortal sects had no right to accuse anyone. Obviously, no one had any idea why the official's behavior changed so suddenly. Usually he behaved differently. In the end, others also joined him, supporting their comrade's opinion and considering the accusations of the immortal sects unfounded. Moreover, if the imperial court agrees with these accusations, it will become a disgrace for the entire country. Seeing such changed behavior of the ministers, the courtiers realized these people were clearly tired of constantly holding back and living under oppression. In the end, their emotions took over. However, in the situation that arose now, they simply had no reason to hold back, since even politeness would not help here. At that moment, the simple peasants were silent, awaiting some response from the representatives of the Jade Chamber. Pei Yuhan also clearly understood. No matter how clever the immortal sects were and whatever schemes they plotted, they underestimated the changes that Ye Ning brought to people's hearts in such a short time. At that time, our hero himself was walking through the burial ground of the sages. He realized that this was the special place where Kai Xianggao wanted to take him. The reason for this was that the true cause of the decline of Confucianism and Taoism was located here. At that moment, he pointed to Mr. Yi at the massive chains, reinforced with bloody energy. These chains were called taboo chains, binding thoughts. These shackles appeared because of two opposing ideologies that once prevailed and were revered in Confucianism and Taoism. And Yi Nin perfectly understood. The followers of these ideologies apparently opposed and competed with each other and never thought about universal unity. It was precisely this problem that over time led Confucianism and Taoism to decline. At that moment, one of the observing sages turned to his brother, for he was sure, if his brother had chosen the right path in time, Confucianism and Taoism would not be in such a miserable state. However, the man reminded his brother that he was not allowed to make such a claim, since, in his opinion, everything happened because the brother did not consider the opinions of others, and therefore, it was precisely because of him that Confucianism and Taoism declined. In the end, despite their venerable age, these two ancient sages literally started fighting. In the end, they reached no common agreement. At this time, our hero asked Kai Xianggao to explain what the two ideologies he mentioned were about. And then the youth pointed to the stone pillars, each of which had inscriptions with the ideas of the sages. Two pillars, located closer to them, belonged to two great sages, Master Cheng and Master Wan. However, Nin noticed with surprise that there were no inscriptions on these pillars, and this was not strange. Kai Xianggao explained to his elder brother that these two lived in the same era, and each was a leading figure in their field. Master Cheng leaned towards the importance of rituals and laws, while Master Wang advocated mercy and forgiveness. Between these two ideologies, there were intense conflicts, yet each of them managed to achieve great success. As a result, the followers of both ideologies also split into two factions. This is exactly how the decline of Confucianism and Taoism began. Moreover, since these two could not decide who was superior, even after their deaths they refused to leave their names on the pillars. Our hero understood that regarding the sage who leaned towards rituals and law, he apparently meant sacred things such as the relationships between the ruler and his subjects, father and son. Kai Shangao also explained that the master believed everything in this world must follow the laws of nature, and no one has the right to break the law. He said that if someone does not follow the letter of the law, they do not deserve to exist in this world. And our hero realized that this so-called sage did nothing but promote a set of beliefs designed to preserve the laws of nature and completely exclude human desires. He thought that this man was not even worthy of the title of junior sage, although even Kai Shangao asked his older brother to be more careful with his words. At that moment, the wise man, having heard this, began to resent the small, uneducated brat, while his little brother giggled at him, rejoicing that finally someone put this ignoramus in his place. At this time, Yi Nin tried to understand exactly what the hierarchy between ruler and subject, husband and wife, father and son consisted of, and on what grounds the sage insisted that if the ruler demands the death of his subject, then the subject must inevitably die. This ideology literally meant that even if the monarch is a tyrant and despot, he still deserves eternal loyalty, which was completely wrong. Moreover, considering that the father could use his children in any possible way and treat them like slaves, he does not even have the right to be called a father. Mr. E wishes to convey that the reason they are human beings lies in their human nature and their rights. That is why specific situations must be considered individually. This is definitely better than the option proposed by Master Chen, in which human nature was reduced to its roots. Having listened to these words, Kai Xianggao could not help but admit that the elder brother's words truly inspired him. He was literally delighted and decided to hear Mr. Ye's opinion about Master Wang. He believed that everything in this world should be under the influence of mercy and righteousness. And obviously, Yi Nina immediately raised the question. Since Master Van preached that every being in this world could be saved through virtue, would he really have treated evil on his path with virtue as well? Of course, he understood that the desire to accept and understand everything in this world is a noble desire. However, blind faith that every being can be convinced through virtues was foolish. Therefore, Enin was not at all ceremonious in words, calling this younger sage nothing less than a pedant. And at that moment, obviously, the sage was outraged, considering the words of Inina to be nonsense. Even Kai Shangao tried to explain that Mr. Ye should not trample Master Chen and Master Wang into the ground, as he was greatly exaggerating their wrongdoing. However, Yi Ning calmly decided to ask his brother what he would do if it concerned the real world. And he had to convince the immortal sex or the six states through virtues. Obviously, he would not succeed. Moreover, if he had tried to discuss virtue with the strangers who killed his compatriots, it would not have brought them back to life. Virtue has always been something that a person must cultivate independently. It cannot be imposed on another person. And then the young man decided to ask his older brother what, according to Mr. E, the current generation of scientists should do. However, our hero could confidently state, for today's scientists, knowledge and action must be united. The wise men, having heard these words, immediately began to repeat them to themselves in a whisper, as if contemplating the entire context embedded in them. These simple few words seemed to them very profound. Moreover, the two had the impression as if completely unexplored paths had been opened to them. At this moment, a wave of satisfaction from the ancient sages swept across the entire great empire. Even our hero felt from here that the atmosphere around had somehow changed. He believed that this was the result of his actions. However, the young man who did not notice the change asked his older brother to explain to him what his profound words meant. The youth had the feeling that he understood part of them, but was unable to grasp the deeper meaning hidden within. However, it was impossible to explain everything directly to the young man now, as the surrounding atmosphere could change again. Of course, he was not afraid of death, but he would not want to involve his younger brother in this. Therefore, in simple terms, he explained that the phrase, knowledge and action are one, means that a person must back up their words with deeds. Our little brother still could not understand how a person should speak and act, and prove that all this is correct. However, Inin gave his brother a smile to show that words are not so important, because the whole point lies precisely in actions. After all, if a person performs a certain action, he can definitely prove whether it is right or not. Also, our hero recalled the words of a certain sage. Practice is the main criterion of truth. And upon hearing these words, Kai Xianggao began to gradually understand everything. He interpreted. Some researchers regard learning as the sole purpose in their life, and they never manage to realize the fact that knowledge is merely a tool for achieving their dream. If a person talks about their dreams but does nothing to achieve them, it means that knowledge holds no significance for them. The reason Master Chen and Master Wang were junior sages is that they possessed moral values and otherworldly talent. However, in practice it turned out that there were gaps in their way of thinking. Even wise men are capable of making mistakes. The only annoying thing is that they were too stubborn and focused only on themselves. That is why they never managed to get out of this fog. Hearing this, the ancient elders finally began to realize that all the time they had spent debating among themselves had actually been pointless. The young minister began to contemplate the hero's words that knowledge is merely a tool for achieving a dream, and started to wonder what his dream was. However, Inin decided to make the task easier for his brother, and find out what exactly he was studying for. However, all the young man could say was that he wished to show his loyalty and serve the country. But he still felt that his thoughts were too vague. He had spent many years studying, definitely not for such a superficial statement. The elders remembered that when they were the age of this young man, they dreamed of carrying forward the path of the wise. Moreover, they had become so accustomed to the sight of homeless wanderers everywhere, and to the ugliness of human nature, that they wished for people to learn to love one another. However, right now they were most interested in finding out why Inin had embarked on the path of learning. And as if in response to their pleas, Kai Xianggao decided to ask exactly the same question to his older brother. However, he did not remain silent for long, looking at the tall pillars reaching into the sky. In his head, images of poor people struggling to survive and dying while trying to earn a living also began to surface, as well as immortal sects that oppressed people, making them nothing more than their puppets. Then our hero realized, above all, he desires to ensure prosperity and security for the people, as well as to continue the teachings of the sages and build a peaceful world for future generations. Having spoken these words, he immediately touched the empty pillar rising to the heavens with his right hand, shining with golden light. Golden hieroglyphs immediately began to appear on it, as if carved by a sword. However, when the proposal was finished, the pillar suddenly began to collapse. But at that very moment, his gray shell fell off, and there appeared a golden pillar shining with divine light. Obviously, our hero had no idea why his words suddenly appeared on the pillar without any inscriptions. Of course, Kai Xianggao quickly assumed that perhaps the junior sages heard the hero's words and agreed with them. However, Mr. E objected that this could not be, considering that these two were dead. Moreover, for some reason, he once again experienced the well-known feeling of betrayal. Perhaps they want to make him stronger again. At that moment, the sky under which they stood was covered with dark clouds, and long lightning bolts began to flash everywhere. As soon as they hit the pillars, they immediately lit up with a purple light. Kai Xianggao knew perfectly well that when the purple energy appeared from the east, it was a good omen. This phenomenon heralds the birth of a sage, and that means Yening's words were definitely approved by the sages themselves. This is roughly what our hero expected. His body was already trained to recognize such moments on a very subtle level. At this moment, the great sages pondered the hero's words about the desire to ensure prosperity and security for the people and to continue the teachings of the sages. Immediately, all the lightning gathered into something resembling a purple portal, and this portal immediately tried to pull the hero into itself. He began to soar into the sky with incredible speed. It seemed he was about to reach outer space. However, at some point everything froze as if nothing was happening. Only Inin remained, shining bright gold. Looking at him, the younger brother immediately realized that Master E had indeed managed to break the seal of Confucianism and Taoism, and he had also reached the level of a Confucian scholar. Two ancient enemies looked at the young man with pride, understanding how much had changed thanks to this one person. Moreover, they were glad that after such long years of disputes, they would finally be able to break the chains that had restrained Confucianism and Taoism for many thousands of years. Immediately, the wise men ordered the chains to break, and everyone supported their call. They controlled the body of the hero, clad in golden energy. And he himself, with his own hands, tore apart the chains binding the schools of Confucianism. And, looking at this moment, unable to hold back, Kai Xianggao simply burst into tears, realizing that his elder brother's actions could save all Confucianism and Taoism of this world. At this moment, bright golden pure scholarly energy began to seep from the very imperial palace. And looking at this, Pei Yuhan understood. Everything was done thanks to Yenin. Now the great power will be able to go through grand changes. At this moment, the officials stood behind their ruler, reminding that they had sworn to follow him, and the intimidation of the immortal sects had gone too far. They no longer saw any reason to tolerate this world, so they ordered the degenerates to return to their mountain. Immediately, the members of the control chamber grabbed their blades, ready to defend the great power even at the cost of their lives. The warriors of the empire itself also armed themselves, ready to accept any fight. Immediately, looking at this, the emperor made it clear to the uninvited guests that their country had already made its choice. The elder merely snarled discontentedly, making it clear that the emperor would surely regret this decision. However, at that moment, another old woman approached the edge. She praised the emperor for managing to deceive them all, but suggested that the ruler simply continue hiding somewhere, as he cannot be sure that their current forces are enough to defeat the immortal sects. However, the ruler understood that there was no point in any escape, for the person he was waiting for had already returned. The elder only concluded with some cunning smile that if Nin had not interfered in the affairs of the immortal sect, perhaps their country would have lasted a little longer. After that, she loudly ordered her comrades to do everything to get the head of Nin today. They had to kill anyone who stood in their way, showing no mercy. And immediately the entire gathered immortal sect declared a real war on them. And immediately, after the emperor gave the battle signal, the gates of the imperial palace opened, and there appeared an army of valiant soldiers. First of all, the cavalry charged into the attack, rushing at their enemies. At this moment, other warriors on the walls of the imperial palace were already loading the crossbow cannons. In the end, mass firing from all the guns began at the ships, and the frightened peasants ran away to avoid getting caught in the shooting. At this moment, the ruler gave his subordinates the order to immediately take all civilians behind the palace walls. At that very moment, the first immortals appeared from the ships, surprised that the emperor had indeed restored the Dragon Guard and even the mythical battalion. They even felt a bit sorry for the unfortunate ruler, as all his actions were useless. They would destroy them all to avenge Ininu for killing one of them. At that moment, seeing the silhouettes, the emperor also immediately recognized among them the 4 ascended immortals. Even Pei Yuhan recognized at a glance that they were at the Tianshu level. There were several levels of cultivation. First, purification, then, foundation building, then, immortals, then, heavenly mandate, next, heavenly questions, Tianshu, and true immortals at the very end. At this moment, the immortal addressed his imperial majesty, making it clear that the 4 of them did not wish to mock the weak. The officials realized, in this war an unexpected variable had appeared, and it was not worth making such senseless sacrifices. It would have been better to retreat. But the immortals made his majesty understand that they would allow him to leave. However, the others who rose up against them will have to stay here forever. With their divine palms, they attacked the land and almost hit their own spies who were working undercover in the imperial palace. One of these palms immediately rushed at the cavalry. Many people were killed in an instant along with their faithful steeds. The ruler ordered all the warriors to immediately return to the palace and not to worry about him, for the ruler knew that no one would dare to touch him. However, unexpectedly the immortal laughed at the ruler's foolishness. They had already given him too many chances, but he himself decided to stay. Therefore, the next divine palm was already directed towards the ruler. And everyone realized, with such assassination attempts, the 4 exalted ones were clearly overstepping. However, just when it seemed the palm was ready to crush the unfortunate emperor, a huge blade of divine light protected the man. Then before the immortals appeared a Tianshu-level priest. She was a young lady, and no one expected that such a powerful man would be on the side of the unfortunate emperor. Obviously, the frightened ruler immediately asked his aunt to retreat. However, the woman ordered the emperor to retreat with the others while she held off the enemies. In the end, officials and soldiers immediately began escorting the townspeople under the piercing gaze of the emperor. At this time, a ringing erupted in the sky from the unceasing battle. The Ascended surrounded the aunt, making it clear that she could never defeat them alone, which meant that by opposing them, she had already signed her own death warrant. However, although the woman knew she would not be able to defeat them all, she was sure she could take a couple of immortals with her to the afterlife. At that moment, she attacked the immortals with her arrows, and they immediately retreated in fear, soaring into the sky. Only later did the elders realize that all this was nothing more than a trick of this woman. Taking advantage of this retreat, she was already rushing towards the imperial walls, and His Majesty immediately ordered his soldiers to help the ant get to the fortress as soon as possible. The whole point was that the fortress was surrounded by an immortal barrier. However, the exalted immortals perfectly understood that such protection would not be able to stop them in their righteous anger. They decided to destroy the barrier protecting the city and burn it to ashes in retaliation for the bold resistance offered. Even the loyal disciples of the Exalted could not believe what they heard. It seemed utterly unthinkable to them to destroy the barrier erected by the great ancestors of the Great Zhou dynasty several eras ago. Not a single soul had managed to break through it all this time. However, the wise Ascended reminded the naive students that the great ancestors were no longer among the living, which means the barrier had considerably weakened. In the past, they could not destroy it. However, this did not at all mean that they would not be able to do so now. After that, all four combined their mighty forces and continued to fiercely attack the barrier in an attempt to crush it. At this moment, they cast a spell on some demon-like dragon. He rushed towards the golden barrier and clung to it with his sharp claws and strong teeth, like a hungry beast. Pei Yuhan clearly saw that the immortal Ascended beings were methodically exhausting the barrier's energy with systematic attacks. Moreover, if not a single soul in this city can strengthen this barrier, its destruction will be only a matter of time. Mr. E had too little precious time left to provide assistance. At this moment, our valiant Enin was still trying to digest the fact that he had suddenly received approval from 2 junior sages at once. And then Kai Shangao joyfully shouted upon seeing a bright glow high in the sky. That was the star of Wenqi, one of the great sages of the past. This star could only mean one thing: Confucianism and Taoism have been revived. The guy could not help but rejoice in his soul, for this meant that today the millennial seal imposed on Confucianism and Taoism was completely destroyed. At this moment, the fluctuations of energy were felt by the exalted immortals, and they could not believe that someone had truly managed to break the seal that had restrained Confucianism and Taoism for so many centuries. In the sage's garden, high in the sky appeared a wooden plaque of the heavenly ruler. She descended straight into the hands of the young man, and he immediately caught her with reverence. Now, no longer hiding, the junior sages appeared before our hero, amazed that he had managed to gain the recognition of the very heavenly ruler. This meant that from today he became the owner of the Garden of Sages, as well as the master of all researchers. Kai Shangao almost lost his spirit when he saw that the junior sages themselves had appeared here, Master Cheng and Master Wang. The venerable elders themselves, smiling kindly, admitted that compared to Lord Yi, they had disgraced the title of junior sages and therefore entrusted the future of Confucianism and Taoism to the young man. They respectfully asked so that the young man would not refuse this burden, for they were merely 2 restless souls who had to pass their titles to the new generation. After that, the sage raised his hand to the very sky and a bright star instantly lit up above it. Immediately, a sign responded to this radiance, which was found in the noble youth, and the warm glow spread throughout the surrounding area. The sage could not help but rejoice that the young man had already managed to obtain the mark of the Wanxi star, for this would save them a great deal of time. After which the young gentleman's body began to change, acquiring a completely different majestic appearance. In the end, all his clothes were replaced with completely different garments filled with gold, rubies, and precious blue fabrics. Frightened by such a transformation, the young man immediately pulled back, and the clothes disappeared. The sage explained that it was the starry robe of the sage, with which our hero would receive protection from the sages themselves and be shielded from any spells. And then Mr. E realized that he had involuntarily become stronger again, even though he had not asked anyone for it. At that moment, the elder handed the young man a small golden statuette, shining with precious gold, which might be useful to him in the future. However, our noble Enin firmly refused it. But it seems that no one took his opinion into account at all, because she instantly ended up behind the young man's back. Immediately, the frightened young man tried to pull her away from himself, letting the sages know that he did not deserve such a gift. Of course, this was all just a modest excuse. At this moment, the content younger sages realized that now they and their brother could finally rest in peace. Moreover, they congratulated the hero on the fact that even being so young, he had chosen a much greater path than these 2 had once taken. Therefore, they very much hoped that Mr. E could fulfill his noble ambitions and lead all the explorers. After which the 2 souls disappeared like morning mist. Our Enin still couldn't say anything to them, while Kai Shangao was insanely happy to have met the youngest sages themselves. They were quite freedom-loving and left, leaving Lord E with a feeling of striving for greatness. The hero himself could not think of these old men any better than of the old tricksters, because of whom he became even stronger. He clearly felt that his strength had increased many times compared to his previous state. Hardly even the immortals from the sects would be able to withstand his newly acquired power. At this moment, the sinister dragon continued its attempts to break through the golden barrier. The defenders began to panic. The barrier was starting to fail, so they wanted to engage in battle, at least trying to distract the monster. But the Emperor, more than anyone else, knew that this was useless, and outside awaited only death. Thus, they would only add to the ranks of meaningless victims. Fan Qingsui mocked the bunch of nobodies who were merely delaying their own demise. She asked the residents to look around. Now they were fighting alone, despite the fact that they were defending Inina, who was responsible for what happened. Fan Qingshu had no idea why people continued to resist and reminded them that a coward like Inin did not deserve their loyalty. However, enraged by her words, the warrior immediately shot his arrow towards Fan Qingshui, ordering her to shut her filthy mouth. However, as soon as the girl gave the arrow the command, it froze, hanging in the air and never reaching its target. At this moment, the immortal elders ordered the assistants to put even more power into the created dragon, in order to eventually break through the barrier, even if it required using all the healing pills brought along. In the end, the dragon began to strike its head against the golden barrier with even greater force, trying to break through it. The peasants saw that a little more, and the barrier would not hold. This meant that they would all die. At that moment, the emperor gave the order to the warriors to prepare for a possible breakthrough of the defense. Obviously, they ended up in a situation where everyone will fight not for life, but to the death. At the moment when the warriors prepared to meet the battle, the elders ordered everyone to give their all in order to finally overcome this barrier. And indeed, not a moment had passed after his words when the first cracks began to appear on the golden barrier. Immediately after this, all members of the immortal Dao rushed into the imperial palace to kill absolutely everyone. However, Fan Qingshui did not manage to warn her comrades in time about what she noticed in the distance. It was a huge multitude of golden shining pillars that appeared throughout the territory of the imperial palace. Many were endowed with extraordinarily strong energy of virtue. Immediately, the wisdom of our hero spread throughout the district, and everyone heard what he desired. Their consciousness was illuminated by the star of the empire's founder. Moreover, everyone felt how the research energy was literally calling out to them. Everyone felt how the chains that bound Confucianism and Taoism gradually fell away. This meant Confucianism was revived, and that means the sages have returned. Liao Shen could not help but rejoice that someone had managed to destroy the ancient chains for the first time. He suspected that the revival of Confucianism was surely the work of Mr. Yi, who had gone to the Garden of Sages. The emperor did not restrain himself and simply burst into tears of happiness, realizing that our hero had accomplished the task set. Pei Yuhan was also looking high into the sky at the brightly burning yellow star, foretelling great changes. It was Lord Ye Ning himself, who had finally returned from his most important mission. At this moment, the immortal elders began to understand why they felt the auras of Confucianism and Taoism. Apparently, several Confucian and Taoist rats still managed to survive in these dark times. However, the elder warned the unfortunate people that no matter what era they were in, neither Confucianism nor Taoism could save them from righteous punishment. He swore to destroy absolutely everyone, for when he said that the people of the empire would be wiped off the face of the earth, he was by no means joking. However, our valiant hero appeared in his path and challenged the old man to try to carry out his plan, if he dared. Obviously, the man flying on his divine blade immediately stopped upon seeing the power emanating from the hero, for he did not understand who this guy was. However, the elder clearly felt that something had gone wrong, for from the mere aura of the youth before him, his soul was thrown into turmoil. At that moment, the members of the control chamber rejoiced upon seeing the return of the chief officer. Even the simple peasants immediately chanted, hailing the honorable gentleman Yi 100 times. They rejoiced that the noble man had not abandoned them after all. He cared for them, and for this they were ready to stand by him until their last breath. Only after these loud welcoming shouts did the elder realize that the very Yi Nin was standing before him. Frankly speaking, he was surrounded by a rather frightening aura, but still all 4 old men decided to attack at once, believing that Lord Yi was deceiving himself by wanting to protect an entire city alone. Even the emperor panicked, realizing that things were very bad, so he ordered the soldiers to immediately assist the minister. However, Pei Yuhan quickly made it clear that their help would not be needed by Mr. Ye. The emperor doubted the woman's words, but she asked to just observe a little and see everything for himself. At this moment, the clear silhouette of our hero began to constantly change, illuminated by a bright light. At that very moment, the young man was already surrounded by the divine hands of the immortals, wishing to crush him like a worthless bug. But as soon as they dared to approach Ininu at an unauthorized distance, a loud explosion occurred, coloring the entire sky yellow-orange. The divine elders immediately flew away. That was how powerful the recoil was after that strike. They immediately realized that apparently Mr. E possessed some kind of magical treasure that reflected the full power of their attacks. And our hero looked at the old men as miserable rejects, who were not even worthy of a fraction of what the guy expected from them. However, the immortals demanded that the hero not become conceited, believing that he was strong only because of his treasure. Perhaps he could protect himself, but he definitely cannot protect everyone else. Therefore, they headed to the city to start killing and to provoke the hero. However, the noble young man understood that all these efforts were useless, even despite all their cunning and audacity. At this moment, our Yi Nin blocked the way to all the scoundrels who were trying in any way to harm the townspeople. Looking at all this, they realized he was a true researcher of Confucianism. What other person could possess such power? However, suddenly the hero's body was clad in armor, and his energy became even more noticeable. Then it became obvious. Such power and virtue are not inherent to an ordinary researcher. Moreover, the stamp imposed on Confucianism and Taoism was removed not long ago. However, Mr. Yi Ning managed to become such a monster in a very short period. The only option is that he broke the chains that had bound Confucianism all this time. At that time, the elders were not surprised that the young man had been absent for so long. It turned out he was in the Garden of the Wise Men, and now he was so strong that if they left him alive, they would face very serious problems. Fan Qingshu was furious, not understanding who gave this insolent person the right to resist fate itself. Literally, a nobody had no right to oppose people like them. At this moment, the elder ordered Fan Qingshui to request reinforcements from other sects as soon as possible. Given the current situation, they cannot defeat this guy alone. Therefore, they immediately ordered the members of the immortal sects to retreat. They had to wait for reinforcements and return again. Even the immortal elders were struck by the order to retreat, but understood this was the most logical option. Therefore, in conclusion, they only warned that they would definitely return to settle accounts with the young man for the deeds he had committed. However, our hero blocked their way, not understanding who these old men thought they were. They were clearly mistaken if they believed they were allowed to come and go here whenever they wished. Despite their battered condition, the members of the immortal sect believed that Lord E alone would never be able to stop their retreat. However, the hero decided to quickly change their minds when he began to summon the blade that had been polished for 10 years. These were words from the poem about the battle between Confucianism and Taoism. Right there, before everyone, a huge shining blade appeared. Seeing the light for the first time, at the mere sight of such a weapon of mass destruction, everyone realized they needed to flee immediately. But, unfortunately, they were simply not destined to run far, for with his energy of virtue, Yi Nin bound the old men, not allowing them to escape. After which he loudly declared that today, drawing his blade, he would show the immortal sects their place. At that moment, all the people on Earth noticed how their swords began to move, as if responding to the poem spoken by the gentleman. After that, the warriors calmly put down their weapons, and all of them ascended into the sky to the huge divine sword controlled by the hero. In the end, they all lined up in a row, obeying only the movement of the young gentleman's hand. Although it was late, the young man intended to wipe such miserable people off the face of the earth. The elders, looking at this, could not believe that someone like Yi Nin would really dare to kill them. However, the young man calmly noted that anyone would have done the same, given that they had rudely trespassed on his lands. After that, he attacked those old men who, using their last strength, built a protective barrier around themselves. One of them reminded that he is an elder of the Ascension sect. If Mr. E kills them, then everyone from the Ascension sect will hunt him for the rest of their days. Therefore, he suggested the guy simply let them go in peace, hoping that there would be no grudges between them. However, these words sounded almost like mockery, considering what they had done to their land, where many fallen people lay. And he reminded that if not him, then no one else would succeed in avenging those who fell today by their hands. The old man tried to explain that today only a couple of commoners had died, not worth making such a scandal over. However, our Yi Nin was furious that all these people thought they had the right to control other people's lives. After the hero's attack, 4 old men instantly lost their physical bodies, and their souls rushed to flee, hoping for salvation. However, even so, the righteous hand of Inina caught up with them, piercing right through. All this was observed from the ships by astonished elders accompanied by Fan Qingshui, and only then did Mr. E notice the ships behind, which had been trying to flee in fear all this time. Of course, armed with his blades, he rushed towards them. After that, he calmly reminded those cowards that he would not allow them to escape from the battlefield. Everyone on the ships immediately understood what was about to happen, so they tried to escape by fleeing. And our hero literally began to suck in the enemy ship with his virtuous energy, trying to destroy it along with everyone who was inside. However, an attempt was made to resist him, and once again the divine hand was directed towards him. But the sky was full to the brim with these palms. Looking at this, Pei Yuhan quickly understood. It was the work of the priests of the 13 Immortals. They all decided to act together to oppose Lord Ye. The ruler had no idea why the chief priests of the immortal sects decided to come into the light to kill just one person. Pei Yuhan also suspected that the physical bodies of those old monsters were far from this place. Perhaps they decided to manifest precisely because they sensed an aura that posed a threat to all immortal sects. It was about the great revival of Confucianism and Taoism. The frightened warriors wanted to know what to do now, for the great barrier protecting the city had been destroyed. And indeed, Pei Yuhan understood. A person capable of restoring such a barrier was needed. However, in the current situation, there was only one outcome. They all needed to flee immediately to save themselves. Moreover, Pei Yuhan asked His Majesty, even despite the sacred duty to protect the empire, to leave, for if the capital is destroyed, he will not be able to avoid death. He needed to leave while the opportunity still existed. However, the ruler firmly refused to flee the battlefield. Even his loyal assistant and servants begged His Majesty to leave, for he was the future of their country. He was forbidden to die. However, the ruler, like no one else, knew, if the capital is destroyed, then the country will also come to an end. Moreover, since they were unable to protect their subjects, they had no right to think about the future of the great country. These words were spoken excellently. Therefore, the loyal subjects of the empire led by Liao Sheng also decided to stay here and perish together with the country. They were uplifted in spirit, understanding that they would continue to fight for the homeland, and were even ready to give their lives for it. However, the ruler immediately warned his sister Pei Yuhan that she was in no way connected to this country. She had to flee as soon as possible. However, without saying anything, the woman noticed that Mr. Yi Ning did not look the least bit excited at that moment. Moreover, just one look at the expression on his face gave the impression that the guy had some kind of plan. At that moment, our Yi Nin was struck by the fact that when he destroyed 4 scoundrels, 13 more immortals appeared in their place. However, he made those who came understand that as long as there is at least one living soul in this city, he cannot just stand by and watch them kill people. At that moment, everyone froze when they noticed the power radiating from our hero. And then they realized he had become the new bearer of the barrier. Right now, he began to restore this barrier. In the end, Lord Yi only warned the opponents that they were the only ones here who deserved death, unlike the ordinary citizens living in his country. The elders saw this is not a mistake. Inin truly became the bearer of the capital's barrier. The indignant old woman wanted to know what other secrets he was hiding from this world and how long he had possessed such power. At this moment, the members of the control chamber could not help but praise their lord, who had become the bearer of the barrier. Ordinary citizens and officials also praised the hero, rejoicing that he would be able to restore the Great Barrier and protect his people from inevitable destruction. The members of the immortal sect were very displeased with such behavior. Their ghostly smoke silhouettes were outraged that he had managed to become the bearer of the barrier, for this meant they would have to kill him at any cost. Moreover, besides his death, this cursed city also had to pay for the demise of the immortal disciples. As everyone knows, the Tao of the immortal sects is the law of this world, and Mr. Ye has decided to oppose this. So as revenge against the heavens themselves, an entire city will be wiped off the face of the earth because of him. And the guy could not help but be amazed at the egocentrism of these idiots. They truly believed that this city would be destroyed if they were not allowed to destroy the Great Barrier. Apparently, they did not consider that the entire country would die along with the one and only city. However, our hero made it clear that they were very mistaken from the very beginning. The Great Barrier was supported by this very city, which means it will continue to exist here as long as the city itself exists. Also, as long as millions of residents of this city remain alive, the barrier will not fall. This was called the power of ordinary people, whom these scoundrels dared to despise all this time. After that, our hero unleashed his power of virtue and began pushing the opponents away from himself backward. However, they were still amazed at the audacity of the pathetic insect who dared to challenge the very heavens. But at that moment, a bright golden brush appeared in the hands of the noble young man. With this brush, he began to paint attacks directly in the air. These attacks gradually started to gather into sacred symbols. This symbol was exactly the same as it once appeared on the forehead of the young man himself. This was the beginning of the barrier. Therefore, our hero explained to the scoundrels, who considered themselves heavens, that the human will is capable of overcoming even the heavens. At this moment, the frightened shadows ordered their disciples to do everything possible to kill this man. However, the guy understood. The elders were idiots for planning to fight him using students. After which Lord Yi threw his brush, and when it made a full circle around the young man, all shadows were completely erased from the face of the earth. Only then did these arrogant idiots finally realize what our hero was truly capable of. At that moment, the entire land of the empire was illuminated by a bright, warm, golden light, after which a blessed rain descended upon the earth. Obviously, the common people believed that their lord had humiliated these degenerates so much that they even began to cry, which caused the rain. The elders, together with Fan Qingshui, remained standing on the ship, unable to believe that the hero had managed to suppress them so easily. And the loyal subjects of the control chamber could not stop rejoicing that huge losses were avoided thanks to their master. As a result, all over the city, everyone immediately began raising flags of great joy, celebrating the fact that they managed to stand against the immortal sect. The ruler perfectly understood. Their minister was literally full of surprises. He could not have imagined that Mr. Yi would become so powerful in just a couple of days. Pei Yuhan helped to recognize that Ye Ning was indeed very strong. However, the strength was temporary. He gained it only because he redirected the power of the Great Barrier into his body. The powers that Lord Yi possessed at the moment came from the city itself. If he leaves this city, he will no longer be so powerful. However, much still differed from the power of the Great Barrier. It was precisely this that the girl never fully understood. It was known that this Great Barrier he managed to erect was not an immortal barrier. It was an earthly barrier formed with the help of the combined strength of people. At this moment, our hero looked at the townspeople who were finally able to breathe calmly. Among the crowd, he saw the little maid Zhuan, who was happily waving her hand to her master. Everyone froze in anticipation of when Mr. Yi would finally condescend to them so that they could all celebrate the great victory together. As soon as the hero landed, the emperor immediately ran up to him, thanking him for everything, because if he had not intervened, it was unknown what would have happened to their country. They could have been completely destroyed. However, our Nin asked the emperor not to lavish thanks, as everything he had just done was part of his job. After that, the young man looked at the barrier on which the first deep cracks appeared. He directed his power, and immediately it spread throughout the entire city, and then over the barrier that surrounded it. Not a moment had passed before it shone with even greater energy than before and was fully restored. At this moment, the ships that were standing in the path of the barrier were destroyed by the inevitable collision. Only then did the townspeople realize that the Great Barrier protecting them had returned, and now nothing threatened them. Our Master Yi calmly explained to the gathered people that the strength of every inhabitant of the great country helped to strengthen this barrier, making it truly impregnable. However, instead of fully relying on the Great Barrier, they should have learned to protect each other. For this reason, our hero explained that from this day the Garden of Sages would be open to all students, and this meant that they would be allowed to cultivate in the Garden of the Sage and become stronger every day. At this moment in the mountains near the Jade Palace, everyone heard the loud scream of the High Priest. Obviously, they thought that while he was in isolation, something terrible had happened. However, when they ran up, they saw that the High Priest was kneeling, his whole body trembling with genuine terror. He looked at his sweaty body and kept repeating the name Yi Ning endlessly. Many had never even heard this name before. They thought it might be some new villain who gained power with the help of a demonic sect. The elder was surprised that his followers knew nothing about this man. After all, only he and the chief priests of the other 13 sects fought with Mr. E. Obviously, the followers could not believe that the chief priests of the other 13 sects were now experiencing the same torments as their master. The master explained that initially they considered the hero just a miserable insect and expected nothing special from him. Playing with fire, they almost burned themselves. One thing became clear: they could not leave this E Nina alive. They had to kill him as soon as possible before he became even stronger. At that moment, our young man ran to the eunuch, who was finally given water from the Garden of Sages, and he began to regain consciousness. The hero felt unprecedented relief and immediately rushed to the respected grandfather to find out how he was feeling. And the old man almost cried when he looked at Lord E, who was worried about his well-being. Soon the man confessed to Mr. E Nin that he thought he would never see him again, and from relief, he wept like a little child. At this moment, Pei Yuhan stood in the palace garden, realizing that the guy now definitely had enough strength to protect himself. This meant that it was already time for her to set off on her way and attend to her own affairs. Somewhere around this time outside the control chamber, they caught a member of the Immortal Sect, who finally came to his senses, and everyone was glad that they could punish him for his crimes. The residents simply laughed, for no matter how powerful these immortal followers were, as long as the Great Barrier was erected, it limited their powers, and that meant within the city territory they were absolutely helpless. Moreover, the woman they escorted showed no resistance to the guards at all. Perhaps she was so frightened by the power of their master. At that moment, the woman turned to our hero. However, when he did not recognize her, she was convinced that he had a very terrible memory. And indeed, the voice of this girl seemed very familiar to the guy. He did not wonder for long before realizing that before him was the very Fan Qingshui, the Marquis's daughter. He ordered the girl to stop pretending to be Miss Mystery, to stop being offended that she was not recognized, and demanded that his subordinates immediately remove her mask. Of course, she protested, but the guards of the control chamber were hardly interested, for her authority did not apply here. However, when they removed the mask, they saw her distorted other half of the face. Everyone was so horrified that they could barely utter a single word, and our Yi Nin even stammered, not knowing what to say. Fan Qingshui hoped that now they were satisfied after watching her suffer. However, Mr. E absolutely did not understand what had happened to her, because he remembered her face as completely different. Fan Qingshui obviously did not understand such a stupid question, considering that she was convinced the incident with her face was the work of Ye Ning. However, the guy calmly reminded that it was Fan Qingshui who caused all this mess with the war. However, he did not understand how her ugly face could be connected to him. The girl was very angry that Mr. E not only had the courage to do something like that, but he was not even able to admit it. But the girl Pei Yuhan, who approached from behind, calmly made it clear that Lord Ye really had nothing to do with it here. The curse placed on her face was the work of her own hands. Moreover, looking at the girl's face, she laughed maliciously, realizing that the situation was indeed quite dire. Apparently the curse had become stronger, or someone had tried to remove it clumsily. Fan Qingshui was beside herself, finally seeing the person responsible for her condition. However, she hadn't made an extra move when Pei Yuhan immediately placed her finger on her forehead and warned that if she got angry or kicked back, she would become even more ugly than she is now. All the girl had left was to lament the injustice. She did not even know who Pei Yuhan was, and had no idea why the woman treated her that way. However, the outraged lady only reminded of the times when the immortal sects destroyed the demonic sect. Back then, they did not think about whom they were killing, and now she is offended by the retribution. And only at that moment did the pale girl realize that before her stood a witch from a demonic sect. However, for some reason, this news only calmed her down. She was glad that before her execution she would at least know the reason for her death. She begged Mr. E to kill her as soon as possible, for she perfectly understood that these two hated her more than anything in the world. However, at the end, she begged Pei Yuhan to remove this curse from her that had withered her face. Our hero, of course, was surprised that in this state the girl was crying, not because she would die, but because she wanted to die beautifully. This seemed quite unusual. However, the demonic cultivator promised Fan Qingshui that she would not allow Lord Ye to kill her. But at the same time, the curse will not be lifted from the maiden, so that she continues to suffer with her deformity. After that, she turned into Ininu, suggesting to the gentleman to make a small deal. He could give this girl to her. In return, on the road she will grant the young man 4 treasures. And obviously, this deal was interesting to our hero. But he wanted to understand what specific treasures were being offered. Soon, 4 elderly people wrapped in fiery energy appeared before the young man. Mr. E remembered the saying that elderly people in the family are the real treasure. However, he did not think that the demonic cultivator would actually give him 4 elderly people. Even Fan Qingshui was more astute than the young man, and immediately recognized these 4 as elders from the Valley of Heavenly Fire. Pei Yuhan calmly explained that originally these 4 planned to lure her into the city, then even resentfully recalled that time 12 defenders of Buddhist Dharma died protecting her. If they had not taken her in, she might already be dead. And since these people dared to plot conspiracies against her, she was obliged to repay them in kind. Therefore, she decided to erase their souls. Now these elders have become nothing more than her soulless puppets. Right now, Pei Yuhan felt that this was literally an excellent deal. Mr. Ye was trading 4 old men for 1 useless girl. However, the guy felt quite awkward accepting such a gift. Although he understood that the elders had brought it upon themselves, when they decided to plot against the heiress of the demonic cult, it still seemed too cruel to him not just to kill these people, but to turn them into real puppets. But Pei Yuhan hastened to calm the hero, for her actions were nowhere near the fact that Mr. Ye did with the 13 chief priests. At the moment, he was the main enemy of the immortal sects, while she was at best only in 2nd place after him. However, to everyone's surprise, this exact arrangement quite suited our hero. But he understood that given his current strength, he definitely would not need the help of these 4. But the woman explained to the young man that after turning these husbands into puppets, their cultivation dropped from the level of Tianxi to the level of the heavenly mandate. In their current state, they were not suitable as bodyguards. However, she knew another excellent use for these young men. The celestial flame they cultivated from the lost art of the Valley of the Heavenly Fire of the 3 Dharmas. When the martial arts masters of the control chamber decide to cultivate fire, this will help them the most. Our Master E had heard about this fact. Even considering that the Valley of Heavenly Fire was a little-known place, they could not be called an insignificant sect. And knowing Sister Pei Yuhan, the hero only had questions. Why did she suddenly decide to help them? This kindness seemed somehow unnatural to her, so the young man calmly explained to the woman that he did not deserve her help at all. And then, so that Mr. E would accept her gift, the lady suggested the young man promise her a small favor in return. If she suddenly needed his help in the future, she hoped that he would come to provide it. Moreover, she asked him to come to her with his miniature pendant. Our hero immediately looked at the small golden statuette that the sage forcibly shoved into his hands, and he wanted to give it to his sister Pei Yuhan, since this little thing was so precious to her. However, the lady hastened to explain to the hero that this item was an extremely rare treasure, much more valuable than the 4 offered to Mr. E. However, the guy absolutely did not care about the value of this gift. If his sister needed this thing, he was ready to give it to her. Moreover, if he kept it for himself, sooner or later it would turn against him. Pei Yuhan understood perfectly. Fool. Koli wants to give him this thing. After all, it contained a demon that the demonic sect had been searching for many years. However, our hero with the calmest smile was ready to give this thing to her. Pei Yuhan honestly admitted that this small statuette was really needed by her. However, she asked that the hero not give her to anyone, because she had a feeling that the statuette should stay with him. But she still hoped that if she ever needed the help of a hero, he would come to her rescue with this statuette. In the end, all that remained for our hero was to promise that when the time came, he would do everything possible, no matter the cost. For this reason, both, looking into each other's eyes, understood that their farewell was truly the best of those that could be. At that moment, 2 people from the control room noticed that suddenly Sister Pei Yuhan began to behave strangely. It turned out that Niu Jingxi was the last one who did not notice her special attitude towards the gentleman. And when he noticed, it was already too late. So the next morning, the girl saddled her horse and set off on her journey. Of course, Mr. E was upset that she left without properly saying goodbye to them. However, suddenly the young man remembered that his main goal was to die as soon as possible. But for some reason, he had a feeling that he had become very attached to this world. He could not afford to give up his goal. When he dies, he will become the Heavenly Emperor and be able to return here to see Pei Yuhan. Then dying will be much easier for him. In the end, from this moment, Great Zhou severed all ties with the immortal sex and became the birthplace of Confucianism and Taoism. A couple of days passed, and a crowd of people gathered by the walls of the control chamber. I saw with Sansa. They were all masters of the highest level martial arts. There were thousands of them here. The levels of combat Dao were arranged as follows. The weakest was the martial arts master, then the master, the battle soul, the great master, and then levels from 1st to 9th. At that moment, Kai Xianggao also ran up to his colleagues, noticing their tension. He hurried to say that, besides martial arts masters, members of the scholars' sects had visited them. Moreover, judging by their spirit, they were all true elites. At this moment they all bowed before Lord Yi, greeting the great master. And our Yi Nin did not at all expect that the revival of Confucianism and Taoism would awaken so many Confucian disciples. They could not afford to waste their talent in vain. For this reason, he decided to find out about the newcomers, whether some of them agreed to join the Garden of Sages already as a teacher. However, the trio accepted such an offer with great gratitude. As for the other worthy ones, our hero decided to recommend them to the imperial court. Soon the hero was invited to the imperial palace, where he met with his respected uncle, who had finally managed to recover thanks to the help of Lord Yi. The elder gave the young man life, but Master Yi reminded him he did the same for him. Although the guy was sad that this salvation distanced him from the status of Heavenly Emperor, in reality our hero understood. Much more important than some status of Heavenly Emperor was that someone was ready to give their life for another. This was called true friendship. After that, he calmly told his comrade that he had arrived here today to advise His Majesty of several talented people. Moreover, the Emperor himself was expecting him, as a couple of old friends wanted to meet with him. The Emperor was very happy when he saw that the minister had finally come to visit him. Our hero, looking at the young man, could not believe that after all his actions he actually turned out to be a wise ruler. It was no surprise that from the very beginning the ruler made every effort not to reveal himself, but at the same time to protect him. Moreover, next to the ruler stood a man known as the cunning Liao Shen. He resembled stinky tofu. Although it was stinky and old on the outside, it turned out to be quite kind on the inside. Therefore, Mr. E bitterly admitted his defeat. He fell for all the tricks, which means he was not very good at understanding people. At that moment, Saya Qian calmly greeted the minister, who looked as if he was not at all pleased with her company. And only then did the young man realize that the girl had also come to the palace. The beauty herself, as if nothing had happened, decided to ask the gentleman how he had been doing lately. At this moment, the emperor apologized to the minister for previously deciding with Sai Qian to test him, after which he decided to officially introduce these two. Saya Qian was known as the Queen of Flowers from the House of Spring Breeze. In fact, she was the leader of a secret spy squad. Obviously, the name was clear. She led an intelligence organization. It was no surprise that she deceived him so easily, for she was excellent at lying. Approaching Sai Qian, our hero wanted to know if she was hiding anything else from him. However, this was the only lie the lady allowed about herself. Therefore, Mr. E immediately went to His Majesty the Emperor to report the purpose of his visit. Sai Qian withdrew to inform Xuan that Lord Ye's current abilities allow him to forego protection, so she allowed the girl to return to the spy team and await the next mission. And right then Xuan faltered, realizing her fate. Only at the last moment did she dare to raise her eyes to the headmistress to ask her to stay in the house with the minister. She immediately dropped to her knees and began begging not to reveal her true identity to the gentleman. She wanted to stay with him as an ordinary girl servant. Of course, at first the head of the reconnaissance squad was quite surprised. However, in principle, she knew well the good nature of the hero. Surely he treated this little one well. In the end, the lady strictly declared that from today there was no one named Zhuan in the secret spy squad, which meant the girl was free. At that moment, while Mr. E was talking with the emperor, an uncle approached Sima Qian. He asked that the woman not take Lord Yi's reaction to the deception to heart, as he was possibly too straightforward, but definitely not vindictive, and Sima Qian herself knew this. What worried her more was that at this moment their country was progressing every day. It was Mr. Ye who initiated these changes. He also became one of the most important pillars of the country, which made his protection another great problem. Liao Shen himself understood this. However, considering that they were under the protection of the Great Barrier, the guy was not in any danger. Moreover, it was unlikely that he was so reckless as to leave the city. Only then did the elder realize that he was talking about the one who had literally been committing the most reckless acts all this time. Acts that no one had ever thought of before. A month later in the control room, the guy announced that he wanted to leave the city. He could no longer stay here. He was too comfortable, and he could not die under such conditions. However, a reason was needed for him to be able to leave the city, and the reason had to be weighty enough. At this moment, a messenger was moving towards the control chamber with an urgent report about the disaster that occurred in Binzhou. Of course, no one could even think that a drought had begun in the region, considering that the Astronomy Bureau had not predicted anything like that. The Minister of the Astronomy Bureau himself, bowing, admitted that there was indeed no drought in the predictions. They recalculated everything several times, but the result remained the same. However, the ruler did not look for the guilty. In any case, he ordered everyone to start gathering provisions for those in need, and appointed the president of the tax council to the position of ambassador for special assignments. All this was done so that he could send aid as soon as possible. However, 10 days later, a messenger arrived, reporting that on the way to Binzhou, their ambassador was attacked by bandits who stole all the provisions. What the emperor absolutely could not have predicted. Therefore, he was in a state of complete shock. He wanted to know who dared to steal from the imperial ambassador, and suspected that they were certainly very experienced warriors. However, Liao Shen pointed out that behind this attack lies something more than ordinary bandits. According to the information he received, in addition to the terrible drought, there was currently a great shortage of provisions in Binzhou. The government of that side is unable to cope with this disaster, as a result of which many prefectures on the borders were filled with entire hordes of refugees. After thinking, the emperor remembered that last year, when there was a drought in Binzhou, the city sent them a large amount of supplies. Obviously, they could not have used them up in such a short time. For this reason, the ruler immediately grabbed his blade to give the imperial order. The Minister of Finance had to take the imperial sword and personally deliver the provisions to Binzhou, increasing the number of guards tenfold. However, 10 days later, a report arrived stating that the Minister of Finance had encountered bandits and was killed. The provisions were stolen, and the escort forces were completely defeated. The authorities of Binzhou also reported that they failed to arrive at the scene on time. All they found was a blood-stained imperial blade. However, His Majesty did not believe in such nonsense. No one, except the governor of this region, could accurately determine the route the imperial envoy would take. At this moment, the emperor realized, it seems it will no longer be possible to take control of these raging people, which means alternative routes must be sought. At this moment, the events moved to the Binzhou region, specifically to the deputy's house, where he is talking with his friend. He continued to praise the head of the Li family. However, he believed that his brother was overestimating him too much, even though he was just doing his job. After that, both drank a cup of wine, and the governor promised the brother to definitely help him settle matters with the Ascension sect, as soon as they get rid of Inin, and at what pace he will inevitably leave his city to go help Binzhou. And that means he will lose the protection of the Great Barrier. At that moment, even possessing superhuman strength, it will be difficult for him to stay alive. After which both knelt before the immortal, understanding that everything became possible only because he devised a brilliant plan to use the drought demon to cause a drought in Binzhou. After Mr. E dies and loses his powerful patrons, this was necessary, considering that Yi Nin dared to harm members of the Ascension sect. For this, he must die, and the immortal promised that if these officials follow his plan, their rise to power is only a matter of time. Soon as agreed, our Yi Nin came to ask the emperor to let him leave the city limits, and obviously the ruler was firmly against it. However, Mr. E made it clear that behind all the incidents happening now was the Li family, and he was sure they were supported by the Ascension sect. Their goal was as clear as day. However, the emperor logically reminded that it is not the duty of the control chamber to assist the prefectures. Moreover, if Lord E leaves the city, he will lose the protection of the Great Barrier, and then those scoundrels will definitely attack him. But our hero suggested thinking about what would happen if he stayed here. The emperor would continue sending people there, even though he knows they will inevitably die without completing the mission. But, looking at the ruler's face upset by such words, Mr. E reminded him, indeed, assistance to the prefectures is not within the competence of the control chamber. However, it was he who was the cause of the drought in Binzhou. If he does not go there, what is happening now will have no end. Moreover, at the imperial court there were many new faces and fresh blood. He saw new officials loyal to their country, and they achieved this through hard work and effort. Our Yi Nin could not believe that the ruler was going to watch his people march towards their own death. Obviously, everyone listened to the wise words of the hero, revealing the deep wisdom of this man. Liao Shen, although understanding the feelings of the Great Master, tried to explain that at the moment, Great Zhou cannot afford to lose the hero. If something happens to him, they will not withstand this battle. However, the young man was not at all afraid of any hardships, for he was ready to die for this country, and believed that everything would be fine with the empire after his death. Everyone was amazed at how devoted our hero is to the state, as always. Therefore, All the officials simultaneously began chanting the name of the Great Master, Mr. E. The ruler was indignant. Why can't E Nin listen to him at least once and not act on her own? And, looking at the ruler's upset face, our E Nin could not dispel the female version of the emperor he had seen in one of his illusions before his eyes. He calmly tried to explain to the ruler that everyone must do what is within their duties. Therefore, he could not allow the ruler to dissuade him from fulfilling his duty. In the end, the emperor had no choice. He ordered Lord E to take the imperial sword with him and go to Binzhou as the imperial envoy. As soon as he arrives there, he will have to take control of the Binzhou government, its guard, and the townspeople. Soon many saw the hero off along with the carts, including the townspeople who hoped that Mr. E would return to them safe and sound. Want to leave the hero alone. Then the cultivator decided to ask the ruler if he had considered rapprochement with Lord E through marriage. However, the ruler wisely noted that there was no suitable girl in the imperial family for this candidate. However, only later did the empress, pretending to be a man, realize that all this time the loyal subject was hinting precisely at the candidacy of the ruler herself. While they were talking, our hero immediately started sneezing, thinking that the reason was probably that he had caught a cold, which was surprising, considering that he was a great master and did not even feel the cold. At this moment, Jimin Yue was trying to explain to her subordinate that she was the emperor, and therefore could not marry a man. Moreover, as a woman, she was insanely annoyed that this scoundrel never listened to her. In that case, they simply could not have gotten married. Their life would have been filled with many conflicts. However, the cultivator of the imperial family asked the empress to think about it once more, as there were rumors among the people that a huge number of women simply dream of becoming the wife of Lord Ye. Moreover, she reminded Her Majesty of her father's last dying wish. He really wanted his daughter to endure the trial, for from that day the fate of a great country rested on her shoulders. She was her father's only child, and if in the future she found a loved one, she was supposed to continue the bloodline of their family. Of course, the cultivator woman made it clear to the empress that the person did not necessarily have to be Mr. E. Perhaps she liked someone else. However, the girl did not even like these conversations. Then the cultivator suggested to the ruler to assess the character of Lord E, whom she probed at yesterday's banquet. And then the embarrassed lady realized, it seems the aunt knew everything that happened yesterday. And this is what happened. Yesterday our E Nin came to ask to go to the province of Binzhou. All the officials gathered around the hero, raised toasts to him, and wished him a safe journey and a safe return. The ruler understood that this time the Ascension sect and the Li family would definitely prepare the strongest ambush. He even suggested to the young man to reconsider while it was not too late. And he, raising a glass of wine, made it clear that he wanted to express his respect to the emperor at this stage, and asked not to worry about anything. Of course, the emperor could not help but be angry that this stubborn man constantly does everything against his words. It remained to hope that perhaps, if he were not the emperor, then at least the hero's attitude towards him would